God morgen!
God dag, god dag.
Ja, det noe mer som skjer I dag, da?
Ja, si det. Det blir vel å smelle til natta, tenker jeg, ordentlig.
Ja, det ser litt sånn ut. Nå har Iran gått ut og truet oss med faen.
Ja.
Nå åpner vi opp om 3 minutter. Gull var jo helt bananas I dag, da. Det var helt nede I 71.
Nesten så jeg angrer meg for at jeg klåsa I natt når den var ned.
Nei, jeg satt der og tenkte, faen, eller?
Ja, men jeg har satt også gitt litt mer rom for mer trading på egen hånd, vet du.
God morgen!
Så, men jeg fikk nå tatt en short der på føraturen ned, altså.
Ja, gjorde du det?
Ja.
Det så bra.
Ja. Så nå får jeg ikke gå med noe mer inn 001. Nå må man liksom få hele legget for at det skal bli noe ut av det.
Ja, jeg var heldig I dag, for jeg shortet I Nasdaq bitte litt, 2 kontrakter I går, og den droppet jo faen meg med 70 poeng.
Ja, det bra.
Det ikke ofte jeg tør gjøre det, altså. Jeg satt jeg noen buy nede I 8. her da, men den fikk jeg nå ikke, så. Vi får prøve på nytt. Ja. Det liksom hele nyhetsbildet I dag preget av Iran og de truslene. Jeg tror ikke det skjer så mye mer enn det. Det det eneste som fokus på overalt.
Ja, det det.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically deep in the European earnings season. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Det vel bare, skal jeg si, for å belage seg på at den blir gående mellom 75 og 3000 lier, tenker jeg.
Ja, men jeg synes det virker litt sånn, I dag litt på sånn på, viser litt styrke I dag, men jeg tror flere og flere nå tror at det kan bli mer action nede I Midtøsten her.
Ja, det nok akkurat det da, men så det jo det at den ikke reagert tidligere.
Ingenting.
Nei, og det ikke sikkert han gjør det. Så vi får nå se.
Ja, vært jævla svak.
Ja, og nå bare kom jeg ned en tur først, så nå det bedre å varme opp.
Ja, absolutt. Nå gikk Nasdaq opp med 60 poeng på åpning. Det liksom... Ja. Jeg gidder ikke å komme
Ja, hadde du tatt ut inn nu, eller?
Hæ?
Hadde du tatt ut den shorten?
Ja, jeg tok gevinst på.
Det bra.
Men det gir ikke noe mening at den går opp igjen, liksom. Det ikke noen grunn til det.
I think almost tripled in the last 5 years, but 2,000% in the last decade. So these guys are notably happier because they've made so much money. That is not the case for JetBlue shareholders. Today, the CEO of CNBC and said they're really paring back.
Well, let's talk about it a little bit. JetFood
Jeg
shares
tar
down
og
about
setter en
2%
liten short.
at the opening bell on news that it's looking at new cost cuts. Now that might include cutting flights and pausing
Det kan du
retro
sikkert
flights.
gjøre. Jeg kan vel gå til 84, tenker jeg.
Leadership role shares down about 2%. Like I said, it was down about 5% when this news broke. So coming
Satte en
back
short
a little
på
bit from
Nasdaq.
as we were talking about, you take a look over the past 5 years, this stock is down over 60%.
Yeah, it's gotten absolutely crushed.
Pengene nå.
And
Ja,
the
det penger nå.
problem with the whole industry, but specifically JetBlue has tried and tried to turn around and failed. T-Mobile stock down right now, just less than 4% because
Jeg gir ikke ta, jeg bare sitter på, og så skal jeg dedikere den til en vinner etterpå.
more money in AI opportunities, and SoftBank sold its stake at about a 3% discount to yesterday's shares, so it makes sense that they're trading down 3.8%. Of course, SoftBank still owns more of T-Mobile and could continue to unload that because they want to funnel hundreds of billions of dollars into the Stargate opportunity with OpenAI and the Trump administration. We're back here with Meredith Whitney, Advisory Group CEO Meredith Whitney herself, and you're in the sort of Washington area normally, and you're so focused on what goes on in Congress and the Senate, how that affects markets. The Senate has recently put out its draft of this one big, beautiful bill. What do you think about that? When you look at, you know, the different incentives, we're going to talk to Scout Motors CEO Scott Keogh a little bit later. There are a lot of incentives on the table for him to make cars here.
Well,
but there are a lot of, like the EV credits are going to be gone, and Section 8.
Look, there's a lot of fat in the bill, either way you slice it, and that's concerning to a lot of people in the bond market. I think you got.
Hele klippa nevnte så får du lagt in melding.
You've got real concern over the deficit. You've got real concern over the immigration policy, and you've got real concern over tariffs. And the combination doesn't look like it's going to end well. So, you know, it's hard to imagine. So, within the bill, also there's $70 billion of money to increase border security, which is fine.
Altså, jeg suger på PC-en igjen, og det er ikke noe å lure på.
That's going to put upward pressure on wage inflation, and I think you're going to start to see that. And while the president has backed off on hospitality and leisure, you still got construction. That's a third of construction is employed by Latino labor. So I think there's going to be a lot of impact from that. So when I talk to my DC wonks, they're very out of fashion because they actually care about a responsible fiscal budget, and Washington and particularly the White House seems to have earmuffs on.
By the way, what's it like down there? Do you have dinner parties and you've got lobbyists over all the time, or do you have Congress people hanging out at your house? Or
I do. It's more of a lunch a lunch crowd, and so I was at a lunch with muckety mucks, which was terrifying in terms of the bipartisan take on where we're headed with the fiscal deficit. But again, like, we're not in fashion because we actually are nonpartisan and are probably nerdy and want to look at the numbers. I mean, one person that I've had the delight of spending time with recently is Paul Ryan, former Speaker of the House, and
interesting.
He is so rational, or he has solutions, but of course out of fashion these days.
Yeah.
Let's hope he comes back soon.
Well, Meredith, I'm curious to get your take on part of the big beautiful bill that seemed to alarm Wall Street for a couple of weeks, and that was Section 899, the so-called revenge tax. Basically, the net effect was thought that it would make U.S. assets even less appealing, that it would target individuals and companies and add a tax to those policies that the government deems discriminatory. It looks like it was watered down a little bit in the Senate version. I wonder, does that make it into the lunch party conversation?
I think that's really scary because the idea is also, could your assets be seized? There was yesterday about talking about not paying interest on treasuries. I mean, that's terrifying, right? So that would be to banks or foreign.
Jeg tar gevinst på Nasdaq-shorten snart, for han faller jo faen ikke.
We are really, anti-China. All of a sudden we say don't pay interest on Chinese ownership of treasuries.
Det penger der nå med 25 penger nå.
A diversification from dollars. There's
For
still
shorten på Nasdaq.
dollar weighting. Obviously, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. But this doesn't make foreign investors feel any more comfortable with the U.S. market. There's no other place to go at the moment. So look, the European banks have been incredibly. Hong Kong banks, they've spiked over the last 2 years, and particularly over the last 3 or 4 months. So dollar-pegged Hong Kong dollars are a safe source of diversification. Gold, obviously.
Well, you make a good point that, the U.S. has the benefit of being, on some level the only game in town. But you talked about European banks. I want to talk about U.S. banks because I'm reading through the notes that you sent our producer, and you really expect bank consolidation. We haven't seen it yet. Maybe we'll see it in the second half or in 2026. Talk us through the logic there of that call.
Okay, so this is all centered around the juxtaposition of Michelle Bowman and Dan Tarullo.
Der, ja.
So Dan
Traff bra der.
put together a very complex.
Det er ikke så mange kontrakter, da. Bare 2 kontrakter, da.
Check on the large banks at the time, over 250 billion now, over 100 billion in assets, and 2/3 of those banks, there's 29 banks. We take 2 out of them.
600 plus nå.
The 10% deposit cap. Sorry not to get into the weeds, but that's
No,
Bank
no,
of America.
I think our viewers
On
are in the
Bloomberg
weeds.
TV, it's okay.
Yeah.
And JP Morgan, they shouldn't be able to make any acquisitions. But for the rest of them, 2/3 are rated unsatisfactory, which means they can't do anything. And they're not rated unsatisfactory on a capital basis. They're rated unsatisfactory on a subjective basis, either governance or management, or they're subjective, and they're only looked at once every looked at. There's technically supposed to be looked at twice a year, but they're really looked at every year or so.
Regulation, and does that view just get loosened? Does it get just liberalized?
I think it gets streamlined, and so I think you actually, she might just try
Hittil I dag så har jeg gjort det her.
Layered rating system, and maybe just go to Camels, or go to the regional banks are solely valued on the Camel rating system, the classic bank rating system, but the large
Hello, Luca.
multi-layered ratings, and if you do away with that or you streamline it, it's more efficient. It's probably a better regulatory environment, and you could see real consolidation. Now, the consolidation for the larger banks to acquire the medium banks, I always thought, this is going back to 2010, I always thought that you should see super regional banks created, and their banks, let's say, between 20 and 50 billion.
På uka nå, på 7 dager, så har jeg faktisk nesten doblet kontoen.
And TD last year really gave
Når jeg ikke tar hensyn, da. Sånn her. Konto på 30 000 er blitt 60. Faen.
Er du på 30 igjen nå, eller?
Nei, men jeg må husker jeg har en privatkonto, for jeg fikk ikke gjort noe når jeg måtte ta hensyn til de småkontoene, ikke sant?
Den gjør det.
Ja, så nå har jeg gjort den til nesten 60. Og når jeg kommer ut av jeg tenker at jeg bare når jeg henter nesten halvparten av Nasdaqen, så da tar jeg ut alt og så begynner jeg på nytt på 20. Og da er det lettere, for da trenger jeg ikke ta så jævla hensyn, for da har alle da har alle små kontoer, da.
In the red, you take a look at what's doing well. It's energy, as we've been discussing. Up at top, you have ExxonMobil. Then you also have Nvidia helping this rally, Chevron and AMD, as we've been talking about. Let's take a look at the downside, though. Microsoft.
Gustav går bra med dag. Han hoster og nyser. Han er jævla. Han er veldig sånn løper rundt der, da. Men i dag så har jeg fått tak i et svært bus jeg skal hente etterpå. Det gleder jeg meg til. Jeg kan ikke ha en løsninger. Han driter den hele huset. Det er klin umulig for meg å sitte og fokusere når han sitter og hopper på huet mitt hele tiden. Så. Jeg snakket med en som driver med sånn rehabilitering av ville fugler, og han sa det at han bare har en kråke. Så ja, så han har hatt mange av dem. Og så sa han, og så viste jeg en film av Gustav, så sa han hvor lenge har du hatt han? Så sa jeg bare hatt den i 2 uker. Så sa han, det har han aldri sett før. Han sa han har aldri sett en vill fugl som er sånn før. Og han har fostret opp mange sånne kråkevis nok da. Så det var litt spesielt da. Han sa til meg at du kommer aldri til å bli kvitt den. Så nå har jeg fått tak i en sånn gigantisk fuglebur, så han kan gå litt løs og sånn. Så sa jeg, men hva skjer hvis jeg slipper han løs? Så sa han, da kommer han til å komme inn igjen. Han kommer ikke til å ville gå. Han kråker, jeg vet ikke hvorfor det er så tabu å si det, men kråker visst nok er så smarte at de er så smarte at det er strengt ulovlig å ha dem da, visst nok. Så smarte er de. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor. Det er sånn. Frist å ta og kjøpe litt gull der, ass, faktisk.
It took hundreds of billions of market caps because it legitimately raised concerns that maybe the future of AI was different.
Nå detter Nasdaq skikkelig da.
Other portfolios that aren't marked, they didn't move.
Eller skikkelig, han rører aldri på seg, men nå faller han I hvert fall.
As they say, with the equity market halving in the number of names, you come to a world that is increasingly an echo chamber. Imagine you have a firm that has some public assets and some private assets.
Det blir mye lettere for meg å drive med copytrading I neste runde, for da vet jeg hvordan jeg skal gjøre det. Det har vært alt for mye sånn ta hensyn og alt for små konter som har fulgt meg sånn, så jeg har ikke fått kunne tradet som jeg vil. Det er derfor jeg gjør det så jævlig bra på privaten, for da tenker jeg ikke, da bare gjør jeg det jeg skal gjøre. På copytrading-konto nå, som jeg liksom sittet her, pluss jeg kan ikke snitte meg ned, jeg kan ikke, det liksom, det ble helt gærent. Hvis det gir mening. Det blir mye lettere for meg neste runde. Mye lettere, for da har alle likt. Da har vi like mye penger alle sammen. Du har ikke gått glipp av noen ting, Luka. Du trenger ikke tenke på noen ting. Jeg kommer til å ta ut masse penger fra kontoen min, og så kommer jeg til så alle har like mye penger. Jeg kommer til å ha et sted mellom 5 og 10 000 kroner, og så kan jeg trade sånn som jeg pleier å gjøre. For nå så må jeg hele tiden ta hensyn. Jeg får ikke snittet meg ned, for da mister noen kontoen sin, og så får jeg ikke kjøpt på lenger ned, for da mister noen andre kontoen sin. Jeg får liksom ikke gjort det jeg skal gjøre. Ja, for det blir veldig sånn der. Det en grunn til at hvis jeg ser på alle transaksjonene mine på den der private kontoen, da jeg faen meg hele tiden, pang, 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 pang. Og på copy-kontoen som jeg venter hele tiden. Det litt sånn, fy faen, nå rammer jeg Nasdaq. Juhu! Så, ja, jeg har gjort 95% på 2 uker. Det har vært morsomt gjort det på copy-kontoen. La meg gjette. Det Nvidia som vil rødt her nå, eller? Åja, Nvidia. Tesla. This is the latest downgrade from Wall Street after news that a second patient died after getting its gene therapy for a rare muscle. Hvis gull begynner å falle nå mens indeksen begynner å falle, da det et eller annet som skummelt som kommer til å skje. For det gir ikke mening. Nå bør gull gå opp. Nå det både krig og indeksen faller, nå bør gull gå opp. Og dollaren svekker seg masse. Nivået på Nasdaq nå ligger akkurat på støtte her nå. Neste støtte på Nasdaq 21,751. Han må bryte der for at det skal falle videre. 21,751. Så hvis du skal kjøpe Nasdaq eller shorte, så det breakouten vil ligge der. Sånn cirka. G7-møtet med Donald Trump ble forkortet på grunn av han bare stakk, holdt jeg på å si, Trump, så det litt uroligheter rundt det. Sundeksen i Europa var bedre enn ventet, og derfor har det vært så dårlig tall, så det var bra. Rentene, bondsene begynner å styrke seg sånn noenlunde. Euro styrker seg mot dollaren. Dollaren svekker seg. Så det veldig mye makromessige uroligheter nå. Israel sa til USA i går at de hadde muligheten til å ta han Atollah, eller han var den øverste sjefen i Iran. De fikk nei fra USA til å gjøre det. Det veldig mye sånn frem og tilbake med hva Trump sier. Han sier at de med på det, så sier han at ikke at de med på det. Så du vet liksom ikke hva som skjer her da. Det virker som den der krigen med Iran blir litt lengre enn det man så for seg. Iran ville ha peace talks i går, men de fyrte av havet missiler i natt mot Israel, så da det også litt sånn Man vet liksom ikke helt hva man skal tro på. Gull har støtte på 75. Hvis man klarer å bryte 75 på nedsiden, så faller gull mye. Dere som sitter og tredje gull. Så er 75, 3, 8, 75. Det er supporten. Bryter den, så kan gull falle helt ned til 43. Da kan gull falle mye. Og dere som har lyst til å trade på egen hånd, selv om du er short på kontoen min, hvis dere skal trade, så burde dere kjøpe gull når jeg er short gull. Da får dere bedre marginer, og så kan dere være med på bevegelsen. Hvis dere shorter gull nå selv om det faller, så vil dere få dårligere marginer. Det er mange som driter seg ut på det. De shorter for det faller, og så er jeg allerede short, og så bare blir de kastet ut, så skjønner de ingenting. Så hvis du skal gjøre noe med gull nå, og du er på copy, så kan du kjøpe på dip, fordi jeg er short. Bare så vi gjør det helt klart. Det er litt vanskelig å greie med den der impro. Jeg er spent å drikke, jeg kommer tilbake.
Certainly some doubt that the Senate can pass this by July 4th. Ron Johnson was on our rival network talking about delaying it until August. So there's a lot of moving parts here and a lot of industries affected, as you pointed out.
All right, Eric, I'll just say, this comes with the SALT cap. There's a lot of congressmen here and congresswomen New York who aren't getting reelected. Eric Wasson there, a congressional reporter, coming to us from Capitol Hill. Coming up, JetBlue is planning more cost cuts as travel demand softens. The stock only down 3.4%, but as Katie's pointed out, it has already taken a huge hit. This is Open Interest.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Versace in Doha, Qatar, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
Can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what's going on with stocks just 21 minutes into the session. We're looking at moves lower, but they're fairly subdued. S&P 500 now down 0.4%, still holding over 6,000. The NASDAQ down a little bit more, about 0.5% right now. Take a look at some of the movers, and we'll show you why we have these moves. NVIDIA down, not by much, but you know, it's a $2.5 trillion, $3 trillion stock, as is Apple. So when these stocks move lower, they really take the market, or at least the benchmark indexes, with them. JP Morgan Chase down, even though you've got that story on Sapphire. It's different. It's a different story, really, than what's moving the shares. American Express also getting into the credit card wars. Maybe investors see that as a little bit bearish for those companies. And then American Airlines and JetBlue, both down. JetBlue CEO on CNBC this morning saying they're going to cut back on costs, which have already been cut and cut and cut and cut and cut. They're going to reduce investment in personnel. They're going to reduce investment in their fleet, and they're going to leave some of their airliners parked, which is just not what you want to hear if you're an investor in this company, which has tried to turn around again and again, Katie.
Well, let's talk about it more now with Sid Phillip. He is Bloomberg's chief global aviation correspondent. So, Sid, some of these cost measures include eliminating some flights, pausing retrofits, also parking some jets, and the CEO blamed basically weaker travel demand. Sid, how much of this can we blame on industry-wide issues versus things that are specific to JetBlue and the management team?
Thanks, Katie. So yeah, JetBlue has been struggling more than the rest of the industry, and I mean, the big four in the US, the big three really, Delta, United, and to some extent American Airlines, haven't seen as much of a slowdown in travel demand as the others, but there is some pressure in the US in terms of travel demand, especially as they go into the very lucrative, very important summer months, and that's really when airlines tend to make most of their money. And so this is a really bad sign for the airline that they need to cut flights, they need to eliminate some services, park some jets, stop retrofitting planes, and that's sort of a worrying sign for the industry in general, but more so than JetBlue.
Yeah, I mean, is it correct, Sid, to think that, especially at this end of the offering, the cheaper, more affordable tickets, consumers are just going to pick whatever costs the least. So this isn't necessarily only a JetBlue problem. Maybe, you know, their routes have something to do with it, but it's really an industry issue.
It is an industry-wide issue, and I mean, the local carriers, what they've been doing is they've been cutting fares to fill up planes, and that's basically encroaching on the turf of where these ultra low-cost and low-cost carriers have typically played. And so when the Deltas and the Uniteds come for your lunch, that's when the airlines like JetBlue and others really feel the pain of that.
And Sid, I saw in the locator that it looks like you're still in Paris. Of course, you were there for the Paris Air Show, and at the tail end of it, tell us what the takeaway was. From my reading, it looks like Airbus had a pretty good showing.
Katie, Airbus had a very good showing. I mean, they announced some orders today for 100 planes from DHS. They announced some orders from Poland's LOT Airlines yesterday. They also announced some deals with Saudi Arabia. So they've had a really good showing at this show. Boeing, not so much. Boeing sort of taking a more low-key approach, especially after that Air India plane crash that just happened just days before the air show was to begin. And so Boeing's intentionally been taking a much lower-key approach. Their CEO and the CEO of their commercial aircraft division, who was meant to come to the show, did not come to the show. And so that's really where things are at the show.
All right, Sid, great to have you on the program. We look forward to having you back when you get home. Bloomberg Sid Phillip covers airlines for us. Katie, we have a headline crossing the terminal that the Trump administration is considering a crackdown on pharmacy ads. Here you see the pharma stocks, which I believe were already down.
Yeah.
It's really going to be the advertisers that this hurts the most.
True. If you do, you know, take your microscope out and look, you can see a little bit of a spike down when you look at Merck and Pfizer intraday, but you're right, this not great for the advertisers.
Interpublic and Omnicom here following session lows on this, so.
There you go. And that headline, once again, the Trump administration set to consider a crackdown on pharma ads. We'll continue to follow that one.
Coming up in the next hour, Nassim Taleb of Universa Investments.
Breaking news med pharma-ads og Trump, ja. Nvidia går i grønt fra å være rødt og drar med seg Nasdaqen rett opp. Derfor så skal du være forsiktig med Nasdaq.
New show
går faen ikke an å forholde seg til Nasdaq. Bam, 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 bam. Det var nok jævla lurt til det, Pro, for å si det sånn. Nå, Tesla faller. Ja.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company and all hands. And that timeline went from founder to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that wants to exist in 100 years. Wall Street doesn't.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned from Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they're long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were going to probably just hit it. And so far, we beat every quarter. So we were all like, we want our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is going to get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I never do that again.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Fy faen, se Nasdaq. Da skal vi se noe om det er en video som går, eller? Uten at det snur, skal vi se. Nei, ikke noe mer. Det er Broadcom og en video. Altså AI, basically, da. Det gir jo faen meg null mening. Lurer på om jeg skal shorte en til en på Nasdaq. Bare komme litt lenger opp.
Jeg skjønner ikke oscillatoren forsvinner på Nasdaqen eller ja.
Faen, den gikk for mye ned. Nå tar han på neste runde. Han var liksom oppe på nesten 80. Jeg synes det er rart at den tillater at det skal være sånn. Jeg forstår det ikke, det er helt spesielt.
Explosions heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem after air raid sirens sounded following missile launches from Iran. CBS's Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
The streets here are pretty empty. People aren't going far from home. A lot of businesses are closed. Things like restaurants, movie theaters, places of entertainment are closed. Grocery stores are open. People are stocking up on things like water. So there's concern, but not panic.
The death toll from the 5-day conflict, over 200 in Iran, at least 24 in Israel. The FBI says Vance Belter, the Minnesota man accused of killing legislator Melissa Portman and her husband and wounding a state senator and his wife, also targeted several other officials. CBS's Anna Schechter.
When it comes to motive,
Ja, etterpå, Roy. Men nå deler jeg bort gevinsten på privaten, sånn som jeg har gjort hver dag.
Officials say Belter had notebooks detailing his plans and potential targets. The doctor who supplied Friend star Matthew Perry with the drug, flagged in his overdose death, will plead guilty.
Federal prosecutors say Dr. Salvador Plasencia repeatedly injected Perry with ketamine and taught Perry's assistant how to do it. Perry was prescribed legal amounts of ketamine to treat his depression, but wanted more of it. In text messages with another doctor, Plasencia allegedly called Perry a moron and wondered how much he would be willing to pay for the drugs. Perry was found dead in his hot tub in October 2023. Plasencia will plead guilty to 4 counts of distributing ketamine. He could face up to 40 years in prison. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Death tolls up to 6 from severe flooding in West Virginia. Many homes in Fairmont were damaged or destroyed. Casey Gilbert is with United Way.
It's been great to see people wanting to help out, wanting to give so freely. We appreciate everybody wanting to help support, and I'm sure there will be more needs in the next few days of cleaning up, getting people settled.
This is CBS News.
Faen, ass. Jeg er for sent ute med å shorte Nasdaq.
21 months after elbow surgery, Shohei Ohtani pitched for the first
Kommer opp på rundt 60, så shorter jeg Nasdaq på nytt. Kan sikkert shorte nå, som da risikerer at du får 30 poeng i fjeset. Så opp mot rundt 60, så shorter jeg Nasdaq på nytt. Gull tror jeg bare skal feile videre nedover.
Ohtani later said he felt a bit nervous and he anticipates pitching once a week going forward. Steve Kathan, CBS
suffered in prison on anti-anxiety medication he was given by staff. The singer was following his transfer from Duke University Hospital in North Carolina against he's serving 40 years at a prison nearby for sex trafficking. Deborah Rodriguez.
Ja, så der går gull, ja.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance is for the U.S. corporate high growth.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Tuesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live on YouTube. Go ahead over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. That's where you'll find us. We need to get the latest reporting on Europe. We will do that with Ethan Braun, our Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief. We're also going to check in with David Gurr. He's still in Canada. He didn't leave. He's correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. We're going to wrap up of the G7 conference there. Dana Dioria, co-CIO and group president of InvestNet Solutions. Get her market outlook. Then Henrietta Triz, managing partner and director of economic policy at Beta Partners. She's just our go-to voice on all things Washington, D.C., legislation, Congress, all that kind of stuff. I have no idea what's going on, but she breaks it down for us. But right now, let's get a reset, get a look at the markets here with John Tucker and Bloomberg Business Watch.
All right, now the major stock averages, they are lower right now. This report being brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/round-the-clock. Consumers did pull back in May. Retail sales registering the biggest decline since the start of the year. Yet 7 of the 13 categories seeing declines. Right now, the most actively traded stock, Sunrun, down right now. It is down, let's see, 41% of where the Senate wants to end wind solar tax credits. Second most actively traded, Verve Therapeutics. They're soaring. Word of a $1.3 billion deal. JetBlue, this headline sending the stock lower. They're going to cut more flights and end service to some locations. Shares of JetBlue down 3.8%. Meantime, Alicia Levine, BNY Mellon Wealth says these markets are not following the expected narrative.
We're sitting here at the S&P over 6,000. The headlines are terrible. Okay.
Hva sier nå? Markedet følger ikke narrativen.
And so I think
De skjønner ingenting.
Now, it can change, but again, stepping back, geopolitical risk is not an investable thesis.
Well, the U.S. is spending $1 trillion on
Hun sa det at geopolitiske spillet som nå ikke investable. Hun skjønner ikke hvorfor markedet ikke krasjer. Det ingen som skjønner det. Ingen skjønner det.
Right now, the S&P 500 17 points lower. That's down 0.3%. 6,015 on the index. The Dow down 96 points. And right now, the Nasdaq 170 points lower. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, guys. And because we have Thursday off, it's kind of Wednesday, but you know, yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Happy Thursday Eve. I don't know. Okay, the Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. Let's get a look at some of the stocks on the move with Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Let's pick it up with Enphase. So this obviously moving on the Senate bill, proposed tax bill, and what they're doing with the wind and solar tax credits.
Absolutely, Alex. Enphase, ticker ENPH. That is one of the biggest decliners in that solar stock complex. Shares are down currently more than 20%.
Nei, sitt rolig, Kristen. Jeg tredde på privaten, og så gir jeg bort den gevinsten etterpå. Vi gjør det hver dag. Om det red flags, det red flags overalt. Det krig, markedet går opp. Det profit warning, markedet går opp. Markedet blir nedgradert, markedet går opp. Det gir null mening. Ingenting gir mening.
They would end incentives for wind and solar by 2028. That is earlier than expected. And then tax breaks for other sources of power, such as nuclear, hydropower, and geothermal, will be allowed to remain until they're phased out in 2036. So actually, there were hopes that it was going to go the other way, but not so much.
So maybe just Alex explain a little bit on this one. So tax credits, you can still get them for solar for a power producer agreement. So basically, the utilities can still get those tax credits, but you, putting a solar panel on your house, cannot. And Enphase puts those solar panels on your house. So that's where that distinction is, which has many kind of scratching their head, like why help utilities and not individuals? But
right, because do those things work? I mean, I don't know anything about the panels. Like they don't look good, but if they cut my bill, maybe it's worth it for a lot of people.
You know what really helps with that? The tax credits. Because you might have to put out a lot up front to kind of build it. With the tax credits, though, you get a nice little rebate, and that's where it becomes economic, and that's where the issue really is for the likes of Enphase.
What happened to the roof shingles that could convert sunlight into energy?
Actually, funnily enough, my husband is waiting for that. He's like, we're going to get those roof shingles to put on our house. So, I don't know.
You don't have any shingles yet?
No. We don't have any shingles. Do I need shingles?
Yeah, you need those.
Gull opp $5.
We'll talk offline. T-Mobile.
T-Mobile, ticker TMUS. Shares are down again nearly 4% at the moment, and that is because we got SoftBank selling its stake for $4.8 billion. That's the biggest U.S. share sale since TD Bank sold a $13.1 billion stake in Charles Schwab in February. And so SoftBank, all about investing in AI, right? It has plans to put down as much as $30 billion in OpenAI, and so you'd expect the proceeds of this latest sale to fund those investments. So obviously not good news for T-Mobile. And just yesterday, remember, shares were initially pressured after we got news that the Trump family is unveiling a Trump-branded mobile phone business. So I'm going to go for T-Mobile today here. JetBlue, ticker JBLU, shares down also nearly 4% at the moment. And that's because we did get reports that they're planning to accelerate their cost reductions by eliminating some flights, pausing retrofits, and parking some jets due to weaker than expected demand for travel. And that's according to an internal memo, which CNBC reported on earlier. You know, just a few weeks ago, JetBlue actually had some good news because they announced a partnership with United.
Short en halv kontrakt til på Nasdaq. Bare for å gjøre det, egentlig. Just for the hell of it.
All right, thanks so much, Christine. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg's Christine Aquino joining us there.
Bye.
For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers
Day High.
on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else that you listen. Again, we want to get to sort of the main geopolitical risk right now, and that's the fighting between Iran and Israel, with President Trump leaving the G7 early to deal with that. Ethan Broner is Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief, and he joins us now. Over here in the U.S., we're trying to understand what the U.S. position is when it comes to President Trump and what's happening in the Middle East. Where are we where you are in terms of what Israel is doing and what its end goal is?
I would say that the confusion over what the United States is going to do is equal here as it is there. Israel has set up this plan to try to take down the Iranian nuclear facilities as well as its ballistic missile capacity. And its militia ability beyond its borders around Israel. So it's launched this plan. It says it can do it alone. It would love the United States to help out, in particular because there's one huge facility, which is deep in a mountain, that would be best gotten if you wanted to destroy it with 30,000-pound bunker busters that only the United States has, that only its B-2 planes can lift. They're so heavy. So right now, we're all waiting to see, might the U.S. decide to join, or might this moment be one where the Iranians decide to negotiate, agree not to enrich uranium?
Ethan, it just seems to me at least that Israel, as it relates to Iran, sees maybe a very rare opportunity to really deal almost a kind of a death blow to them, at the very least as a threat, maybe even to their government. Is that the feeling in Israel, that this is maybe a special moment, a special opportunity for Israel?
It's 100% the feeling in Israel, Paul. The thing is that, you know, it's one thing to say this is a rare moment to go after, to defame this regime and take away its ability to...
Boom!
To say that therefore it's possible to overturn this regime. Look, it might be. It certainly would make them very happy in this country. But remember, the Iran-Iraq war went on for 8 years. And the regime in Iran put up with an enormous amount of suffering. And it is still... It's a little bit of an illusion. You know, it could be an illusion. Just like in theory, by taking out, by being so painful in Gaza that Hamas would yield. Hamas hasn't yielded yet, has it?
Is Israel listening to the United States, or will it? Like, once we get clear on what President Trump's position is?
Shorten av stod skulle funke nå. Jeg hadde ikke gjort det. Jeg gjør det på privaten nå, fordi jeg har tradet så mye og gjort så mye penger, så jeg hadde ikke gjort det egentlig. Nasdaq rører ikke på seg som det skal. Nasdaq skulle falt for lenge siden. De sa til og med nå på Bloomberg. De sa at det er ikke investable environment, sier de nå. Skjønner ikke hvorfor det går opp. Det er krig. Ingen som skjønner noen ting.
With Iranian missiles. I'm in my secure room with the
Så jeg dropper det. Hvis jeg var der. La meg gjøre det. Og så kan du heller si at jeg tar på penger på det.
Central Israel are running to their bomb shelters. Yes.
Jeg offrer den for oss.
Trump and the United States want very important to Israel. Absolutely. They've been coordinating very closely.
So Ethan, is there, I guess the next step might be, as you suggested, use of some military armaments to maybe deal a knockout blow to the Iranian nuclear facilities. Is there a sense that...
Det er 99% sjanse for at jeg taper penger på den Nasdaq-shorten.
There's no doubt it's being discussed. There's no doubt.
For jeg vet at det går bare opp. Samme faen med dårlig data, så det AI som kjører den opp.
The Nimitz carrier group from Asia to the Mediterranean, that's the second.
Men følger ikke teknisk engang. Følger ingenting. Følger bare 5 til 7 aksjer.
Air defense systems to Israel. It's moving stuff here in preparation for participating. That doesn't mean it will. And there's no question in my mind that the Trump administration is examining this possibility right now, and I don't know what it's going to decide. But we do know that the president left Canada, left Banff early, and said he needs to deal with this issue, and he didn't sound like he was interested in some kind of deep negotiation, right?
Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us. Ethan Brunner, Bloomberg News, Israel Bureau Chief. Stay safe. Good luck. Our thoughts, obviously, with you as he reports during an attack. That is something that is tremendously amazing, and reporting and all of that. Ethan, we thank you very much for joining us on that. I will continue to follow those headlines as they continue to cross. Again, U.S. President Donald Trump leaving the G7 meeting early in Canada to focus on this Israel-Iran conflict, saying that he wants a real end to the nuclear dispute with Iran, not just a ceasefire where no one really knows what that real end will be. All right, coming up next, we're going to take you to Canada. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast, is there. Get his take on that, what the murmur is on the ground after President Trump's departure. Then Dana Dioria, co-CIO and group president of Investnet Solutions, will be...
Nå pengene på den shorten, bare flaks.
It's unbelievable to me.
Må hente ladere.
Yeah. Doing a reporter hit. Wow. Yeah, that's dedication. That's awesome. This is Bloomberg.
Look, what do you like? Takk, Fudo. Vær stille! Vurderer dekke halve shorten min på 21,850 på Nasdaq. Shorten på gull holder fortsatt. Øker den shorten som bryter under 1,70. Nå har jeg penget med $10 på den der, eller 10 poeng på den der shorten. På Nasdaq.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The major stock averages are lower and oil moving higher. You heard Ethan's great report there. Under attack, basically. He's in Tel Aviv. Israel, the siren sounding in several areas across Israel. So the tensions, the all-out war continues. 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 lower right now. The best performer is energy right now. Brent, the international benchmark, up 2.5%, up $1.88, 75.11. Oil again pushing higher. And the Trump administration discussing policies to make it harder and more expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients. As a result of that, shares of ad companies are lower. Interpublic Group will pick that one. Their shares, ticker symbol IPG, down right now at 2.4%. Overall, the S&P 500 13 points lower. That is down 0.2%. We're at 6,019. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 30 points lower. The Nasdaq 100 down 65 points. That's a decline of 0.3%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube. Boy, 2 segments right in a row. We got Ethan Bronner, Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News in Israel, in a bomb shelter in his home under attack. We then go to the other side of the world to the lovely wet wilderness of Canada. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Bloomberg podcast, the Big Take podcast, joins us remotely from Canada, Alberta, Canada. David, boy, just kind of illustrates your world, the world we all live in.
Snart target på guld. Nej, på Nasdaq-shorten.
Summit to go early, to go home, to go back to Washington to deal with this situation in Israel and Iran. And we saw that firsthand with Ethan Bronner in Tel Aviv. What's the feeling in Banff, David, at the G7 about maybe the early departure of President Trump?
Well, you're right to draw that contrast, Paul, and this is a radically different place. I should say all the world leaders here are acutely aware of what's going on in the Middle
East. Der targeten min hvert øyeblikk på Nasdaq. Se, Nasdaq faller.
Official agenda here, and will, over the course of the day, we saw Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, arrive here in Canada for those meetings today. He among the world leaders who aren't part of the G7, but we're hoping to get Trump here on the sidelines of the summit. Now they'll no longer have the ability to do that. So what we see today is a number of those world leaders in the G7 and those who were invited guests trying to figure out how to make the most of this summit now that a huge prince decided to leave Canada early to go back to Washington, D.C. again to, as he put it, focus more on conflict in the Middle East.
Treffer på begge to.
U.S.'s involvement might be, but it does kind of raise this question, can this be an effective summit, an effective G7 summit without the participation of the United States in it? It seems like from what we heard from the organizer of the summit, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, yes, it's possible. He doesn't seem like he's angry or miffed or anything. The president left early. He seems to understand why the president decided to do it. But as you know, the United States plays such a huge integral role here as the world's largest economy. It does really sort of change the parameters of this gathering.
So if he left to go deal with the conflict, then he wouldn't sign, though, a G7 statement condemning the conflict and asking for a ceasefire. How is everyone understanding that?
You know, he ultimately did, and that was a real surprising turn of events late last night. So he stuck around for the family photo. He had dinner with other world leaders, and our understanding is at that dinner, that draft document was circulated once again. There were some changes made.
Tok gevinst på halve Nasdaq-shorten. Har fortsatt short resten av halvparten. Du, slutt å løpe etter han! Du får bur etterpå. Du får bur etterpå, kompis.
the humanitarian issues that are taking
Tatt gevinst på halvmannslagsshorten, er fortsatt inne med resten av short, og gull faller videre. Det er spesielt, ass.
So he did sign that in the end, but it was after a lot of resistance, as you know, Alex, over the course of the day yesterday. The president said he wasn't interested in signing that.
For jeg gav av deg. Takk skal du ha.
Did evolve over the course of the day, and right before he boarded Air Force One.
Gull faller videre på støtte 3,81. Bryter han 3,75, så faller han videre til 1,70, og der shorter jeg mer. Nå treffer vi både på shorten vår, på både Nasdaq og gull. Det er hyggelig, da.
They'll have conversations about the economy and security over the
Gir meg som gave? Ja, for gave der. Ja, for gave.
This year was able to invite whom he wanted to come here. So Narendra Modi is in town, the Prime Minister of India, as I mentioned, President Zelensky here as well. We have the President of South Africa, the President of Mexico, who came here yesterday and really didn't see President Trump. Spent some time with him. They're all here, and those conversations. The Prime Minister of Canada sitting down with the head of NATO this morning.
Ja, kan finne noen tusenlapper til meg.
Supposed to take place in the coming days in The Hague, the NATO summit there. So the conversations again about the security and the economy broadly are going to take place here. I think it's going to be a remarkably different conversation than they would have had if President Trump had been president.
Sikkert det blir bedre I morgen. Må du til dyrlegen I morgen.
Always excellent reporting up there, David Gura. Senior correspondent for Bloomberg. I almost promoted you there. And host of the Big Take podcast, joining us from Canada. All right, let's get to the market here, because if you were seeing these headlines, you would think the market would be acting quite differently than it is. I mean, you're looking at an S&P only off by about 0.2% after we had a recovery yesterday after that sell-off over on Friday. Danny Dioria is co-CIO and group president for Investnet Solutions and joins us now. Why? Why are markets not down more? Why haven't we seen a proper sell-off?
Why isn't the market down, sier hun. Hør hva han sier.
As much as the human toll, of course, is, can't be overstated. When you look at just the impact on markets, typically it's not necessarily a huge impact, right? I mean, the way that this conflict is going to show up primarily is through energy prices.
Sier, why haven't we seen a properly sell-off? Det ingen som skjønner det. Det krig, for faen.
Just had a nice report come in on inflation. Looked good. Fed rate cuts, now up again.
Kosete du er, da.
You have a conflict that potentially impacts that number.
Jeg kommer aldri til å bli kvitt deg, jeg. Vil du ikke det? Nei.
There was a concern, but
Nei.
after that, obviously these are markets that are not huge markets per se in the sort of MSCI ACWI or one of these indexes that everybody invests to. So oftentimes they're not big market events, and unless they obviously spiral out of control and go in other countries.
Dana, what we have not seen is inflation. We got the CPI and the PPI data recently, and we haven't really seen a big pickup in inflation, and that was one of the concerns for some market participants.
Sterke ting, men jeg ser han litt. Hvis jeg ser at det begynner å droppe skikkelig, så holder jeg posisjonen, for da faller det mye mer. Men vi kan godt ta ut noe for oss å shorte mer, for å få litt action.
That inflation report coming in as tame as it did, and you even had, the report even had some kind of really.
For vi var I pluss I natt.
CPI comes in under 0.1% on a monthly basis, it's less than half the increase.
Noen av dere som hører Gustav, eller? Eller det bare meg?
Ja. Also less than half. I mean, these were good numbers. Core goods prices actually declined. So yes, that report was fantastic, I think, and absolutely the market's immediate reaction.
Hva skal jeg gjøre med han her, da?
Fed's not going to have to wait as long as perhaps we thought. Maybe we'll get 2 instead of 1. But
Han får et svært bur etterpå. Digert bur. Da blir det litt dårlig. Tim, hvis gull begynner å falle nå, skjønner du, så faller vi hardt. Mye. Det ingenting som kjører opp gull. Hvis det ikke blir krig, så faller I hvert fall gull. Hvis rentene stiger, så kan gull også falle. Se så svagt gull her, da. Det helt... Det gir null mening.
As it's so named, and the market reacted very poorly. But let's be honest, we clawed back most of that, right? That sort of went away. Who knows if those reciprocal tariffs come back? But if they don't, the market still has a lot of reason to be hopeful and optimistic. I think at the time that the tariff announcements took place, consumers sort of, you know, the savings reflected that there was a little bit of caution, but now that means also that there's a cushion for that. And so I think
Kommer Nasdaq opp igjen mot 90, så shorter jeg på nytt Nasdaq.
those are still, you know, not showing massive cracks of any kind, right? There's still a lot of optimism in the market, a lot of optimism with the consumer. We can get past this, you know, and the tariffs aren't going to sort of bring the doom that perhaps we thought a couple of months ago.
Dan, we saw earlier in the year a flight of capital out of the U.S. in terms of investment funds into
Tim.
the rest of the world, if you will, particularly with some European equities. Was that just a short-term trade, or is that something a little bit more longer-term, do you think?
Well, here's the thing.
Ja, jeg vet ikke hva du vil. Ja, men jeg vet ikke hva du vil, kompis. Jeg vet ikke hva du vil. Nei, jeg sitter og tredje gull. Jeg sitter tredje gull.
Market than it did, you know, 5 years ago, let's say. And so if you just invest based on sort of the ACWI, you know, you already have a lower impact, a lower amount of international. We came into the year...
Kjell, jeg så den, når han drev også bikka 400, ikke sant? Når han bare gikk og gikk og gikk og gikk. Han bare... Jeg har ordnet bur til han etterpå, da slipper dere høre det kråkehelvete hver dag. Jeg bare visste ikke at han ble så jævla tam, da. Det visste jeg ikke. Nei, jeg visste ikke det. Oi, faen, se gull da! Dere som vil ta gevinst på copper-tradingen deres, kan gjøre det nå. Jeg må bare ut med han kameraten her.
Joining us, co-CIO and Group President of InvestNet Solutions. To your point, Paul, though, this was the fund manager survey from Bank of America, which I love. It has such a good one. Here are some nuggets, right? Investors are the most underweight on the greenback in 20 years.
I mean, that's the thing that just gets me. I'm not sure I've heard a great reason why people are selling the US dollar. People don't worry about it. It's had 10% pullbacks in the past. It doesn't mean we're in a long-term bear market for the dollar. But
Like
I don't know.
structural versus cyclical, right? Like,
Yes.
is this just cyclical? Like, okay, we were too diversified, we were too heavily weighted in the dollar, let's move out. Or is this a structural kind of move here? Here was a fun one, too, in the report. The best performing asset in the next 5 years, I think you're referring to this, right? 54% of respondents say international stocks.
Really? Okay.
Only 23% say U.S. stocks, 13% gold, 5% bonds.
Interesting. But I mean, you know, some folks we've heard just in the last couple of days, you tell me where the earnings are coming from, and that's where the performance is. And, you know, how is it not U.S. tech? I don't know.
And maybe it's like international stocks and also Mag 7. Like, is that your new barbell?
Nå faller faen meg alt her. Gull og Nasdaq. Nå har jeg penger på shorten. Og nå har jeg penger på shorten på gull også. Gjelder å være litt tålmodig, altså. Gjelder å være litt tålmodig. Se gull da! Nå har dere penger på shorten på gull, flere av dere. Så nå har dere valget, ta gevinst, eller se om det faller videre. Vi shorta gull egentlig for tidlig, på grunn av krigen, ikke sant? Så dere kan ta gevinst, så se om det kommer opp igjen, og shorte på nytt. Nå har dere valget. Så kan dere ta gevinst. Nå sitter folk og bare, faen hva gjør nå? Faen hva gjør nå? Enig, Luka. Ta gevinst, så kan vi gå på den igjen. For det gir null mening at gull faller nå. Det gir null mening. Ja, men jeg synes det var riktig det du gjorde, Luka, for du tok stopplås på natta på en Longyen når det var krig, og hadde det vært vanlig så hadde den gått til pluss, så det er helt riktig det du gjorde. Det var helt riktig, du gjorde ikke noe gærent, det var helt riktig. Det er mange trades som er riktig som går i minus, som er riktige trades liksom. At jeg sitter short gull nå er jo fordi vi shortet jo før krigen, ellers så hadde jeg, fy faen, hva var det jeg sa for noe? Hva var det jeg sa for noe? Bryter 71, så detter den. Å, fikk det helvete. Å, fy faen, nå tjener dere penger. Hva var det jeg sa for noe? Bryter 75, nei 71, så dunker den. Og jeg er short mye gull, ass. Hvis jeg tar gevinst, så skal jeg trade med dere igjen på copy, så slipper jeg å sitte og se på meg. Det er litt kjedelig for dere, kanskje. Å, fy faen, det faller. Fy faen, jeg traff på gull. Helvete, jeg traff så jævlig! Tok ut noe nå, så skal jeg gå på nytt med dere på copy. Åh, krise. Sofie Elise og typen Vegard, det er brudd. What the fuck? Shit. Fikk ikke de akkurat en unga? Fy faen. Herregud. Jeg kan tenke han har Vegard hørt på et par sånne podcaster du har hatt og tenkte, hva faen er det jeg har gjort for noe?
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Oil pushing higher as we heard those air raid sirens sound in Israel. Energy, in fact, the best performing industry group in the S&P 500. The best performing individual stock in the index, that belongs to Jabil, the manufacturing services company reporting third quarter results. Beating expectations, they also raised the full-year forecast.
Det er Sofie Elise som dro ned gull. Ta gevinst på short med på Nasdaq også nå. Vi må finne vinner på gevinsten i dag også, da. Etterpå. 80.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average 72 points lower. Nasdaq 100 down 86 points. Brent crude is up 2.9%, 75.35 a barrel. Meantime, as the Fed starts its two-day policy meeting today, Torsten Slok at Apollo Management says the policymakers have a conundrum.
The upside pressure on inflation from tariffs, from oil prices, from restrictions on immigration. That's saying that inflation will be going up. And if inflation is going up, the Fed should be hiking. But at the same time, those shocks also will be pointing in the direction of growth slowing down. And if growth is slowing down, then Fed should be cutting.
Confidence among home builders
Ta gevinst på Nasdaq hvert øyeblikk.
22 and retail sales falling for a second straight month. Get your reservations in now. Could be a long wait.
Det er liksom sånn 3 til 5 000 hver dag, ass. Det blir penger av det, ass.
What do you think it is? Yes. Applebee's? No. I said where, by the way. Boulder, Colorado.
Helt til du får Trump i trynet og blower alt.
The Italian cuisine snagged the title from the James Beard Foundation. Best Applebee's.
I don't, it just came to mind. I mean, I didn't know.
Boulder's a great town.
Applebee's.
I would have said New York for what it's worth. And I would have been
Well,
wrong. So I would have been wrong on both angles.
I'm just skipping over this. We check the markets for you all the time, right here on Bloomberg. I'm John Tucker, Alex, and Paul.
Thank you, John Tucker.
Faen, har du akkurat ikke hatt han?
In like 30 years, but that's a different story.
All right, skulle ta han på 40. Faen, ass.
Are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube as well as all your streaming devices. You can check us out on Bloomberg Originals. All right, so late last evening or afternoon, the Senate passed, or the Senate Republicans laid out its own version of the tax bill. Joining us for more is Henrietta Treyes, Managing Partner and Director of Economic Policy at Beta Partners. Henrietta, for you, what was the biggest surprise?
The biggest surprise to me had to be the Medicaid components. Some of this stuff we know is going to have to be negotiated for the next couple of weeks, if not month, at least a month.
Ser ut som Gull skal lage en ny runde ned her nå.
But the Medicaid cuts really have a constituency.
Da kan falle til 25. Faktisk, så mye.
Just in the Senate, let alone the House with this package. They obviously are on a hunt for revenue. The tweaks that they made, I think, based off our estimates, which come from my colleague Spencer Perlman, suggest that we're looking at like $200 billion.
Deilig det fallet på Gull, ass. Det var deilig.
But I want to be clear, this cuts off 35% of the entire state of Alaska's Medicaid recipients. And that's not even the most recent analysis and accounting from CBO. So they're going to have some serious problems with this piece. That really surprised me.
So, talk to us about, is this, I guess the next date that we're all waiting for is kind of a July 4th. That's when the Senate wanted to get something done. Is that still on the table?
You know, I just can't get my head around July 4th. I understand optically and emotionally it sounds good. It's a feel-good story to have this done by the 4th of July. But the only way that members of Congress operate and act is with a sword hanging over their heads, and that's the debt ceiling. So last week, CBO actually pushed out the debt ceiling deadline to mid-August to mid-September. I think that's why you're seeing Ron Johnson,
Luca, nei.
saying, you know,
Nei,
we're going to
nei,
negotiate this all the way
nei,
through
nei,
August.
nei.
Because they don't have a hard and fast deadline until they need to hike the debt ceiling. At which point, the debt ceiling will be, what, like $42 trillion and get us through November of 2026. So they've got a long way to go, I think.
Going to my world, and that's the energy world, I was really interested in how wind and solar got no relief in this. I can
Ja,
imagine. And neither did
ikke gjør det her. For du tar den midt in range. Altså han kan falle som bryter, men hvis du bommer her nå, så får du rett i fjeset, så går den rett opp med 85. Da gjør du liksom $10 rett i trusa liksom, før du vet ordet av det. Så du må vente til du har den ganske høyt oppe, selv om du vet at den skal falle liksom, så må du vente til å få litt høyere, og så må du følge med på alt andre rundt her. Eller på en breakout, som Stig viste i sted på en bilde der oppe, så ser jeg at det er en breakout. Jeg prater litt rart i dag, for jeg klarte å knekke en jeksel i går.
Most particularly on this one. I think that the IRA tax components need to be adjusted from here. It's plain from the fact that the
Jeg vet ikke. Det er dritvondt, den skjærer på tunga.
That they're going to do more tweaks. So I'm expecting some pretty substantial changes to the residential stuff. I mean, we knew some things were going to come out, like the electric vehicles tax credit is standard operating procedure. We knew that that was going to come out. And there's some understanding, to get to your specific question, that there's a duplicative component to the residential and tax credits that already exist at the state level. So why does the federal government need to layer them on? So that's one piece, but really, I can't thread the needle and get you votes for this package right now.
universities, kind of surprised to me, they came out a little bit of a winner here. Reduced excise tax on university endowments. That's a big one. Where did that come from?
Yeah, that's a big one. There's actually a lot of really random stuff that is and is not in this bill. The university piece obviously is very much at odds with the public projection that the administration has taken towards universities, and I think that is pretty widely supported by Republican lawmakers and voters. Obviously, the senators are indicating that maybe they're not all the way there yet. But there's other pieces that are not in this bill. Like there was a proposal to tax cruise lines that you'll maybe remember Commerce Secretary Lutnick came out in wholehearted support for. But again, not to harp on Alaska, I don't know why I keep talking about that, but that would have been a hit to Alaska, so they chose not to use that component to generate revenue, but they did choose to cut the Medicaid stuff and kick, I think the latest estimate is 16 million people off Medicaid, so there's a lot of confusing pieces here.
Setter en ny short på Nasdaq snart. Venter til han kommer litt opp.
Okay, so then what happens? So you can't get the 51 votes. We don't even know if the House Republicans are going to like what this bill is. So what happens now?
Yeah, so, let's talk about maybe the underreported component here, which is the potential that this doesn't pan out.
Hvorfor kjøper jeg ikke når jeg ser det går opp? For det er bare tull, det skal ikke opp. Jeg vet at den går opp, men det skal egentlig gå opp. Så jeg går short der oppe.
He's being really clear that Republicans have 4 bites at the apple on reconciliation, and he's entirely correct. They don't need to have this entire comprehensive package ready for prime time, especially with Israel, Iran, and the $175 billion in this package that goes towards military preparedness, another $150 billion.
Satt den litt tidlig nå, så jeg ikke ta den på 80, men jeg fikk den på 70. For bare være.
For the next year and a half going into the midterms, it doesn't have to be this one big package. So I think there's going to be some renewed discussion, especially if we're talking about delays for forward progress, about maybe breaking this bill into pieces. The $5 trillion debt ceiling hike alone loses you Rand Paul's vote. So there had already been conversations about cutting that back down to $2.5 trillion and maybe passing these bills piecemeal. That is an option. It's a low odds prospect, but it's something to be mindful of as an investor.
So just 30 seconds on that, raising that tax ceiling by $5 trillion. I can't do that on my balance sheet.
Nå er penger på shorten. Holder den fortsatt bare. Se hva som skjer.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had that kind of checkbook. That'd be pretty fantastic. This is a absolute record by magnitude that I can't even do the math on. I think the last time we increased the debt ceiling by a specific dollar figure, it was like 1.2 trillion, and that got us almost a year and a half worth of functionality. Now we're talking about a $5 trillion hike, which, by the way, is $1 trillion more than the House has authorized.
Se der, Luca. På gull. Hvis du hadde short den her i stad.
The sheer volume of deficit increases that's in this package. And it is also the most regressive and substantially underwater bill that has passed. It's at a negative 29% approval right now. That's pretty rough.
I mean, I think rough is like an understatement.
I mean, I've been a citizen in this country for 61 years. I have no idea how they do that. I mean, I guess it's just kick the can down the road at the highest level, I guess.
Yeah, I know. Also, it's like a whole new definition to like the whip. Like, what are you whipping if like no one's going to be whipped? All right, Henrietta, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Jump back on those phones. Let us know what you find out. Henrietta Tres, Managing Partner and Director of Economic Policy over at Beta Partners. So for those of you nerds like me...
Hvis du skal shorte av gull, så vil jeg shorte den opp mot 3,380. Hvis du skal ta en litt sånn high risk, så vil jeg bare shorte av 0,01 bare for å være med, liksom. Bare for en liten pullback tilbake. Men utover det så ville jeg vært veldig, veldig forsiktig. Husk på han har gått til å surre opp på 400 i 3 dager nå, ja. Det er først i dag han har brutt ordentlig ned, så jeg er ikke sikker på han har brutt ordentlig. Men rundt de nivåene her er sånn, ja. Kanskje helt opp mot 3,85 kanskje, hvis du skal shorte på egen hånd. Shorta gull på privaten nå er fortsatt short Nasdaq. Ta gevinst på Nasdaq hvert øyeblikk nå. Nå støtter på 55 på Nasdaq, men det er basically bare Nvidia som kjører den opp og ned. 55 der nå. Tok gevinst på Nasdaq, sitter inne med halvparten fortsatt. Shorte Nasdaq på nytt, og man kommer opp til rundt 70-80, 21 880, 75. Shorte akkurat gull er nå på 1,80. Den er jævla skummel, men den er helt grei.
Tuesday, guys. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries all around the world. So
det var så $29 på 3,03 lån.
Gjorde det nå? Så jævla bra.
Det var bort. Ja, bort.
Nå er jeg pluss på den andre shorten min. Bare la den gå.
True underlying supply and demand fundamentals will loosen up, and sharply, they say, loosen later, which is quite interesting because I haven't heard anyone say that. So let's go to Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist. He joins us now. What would be the conditions potential? Whoa, wait, hold on.
Jeg tror jeg tok ut en sterke tim, eller to. Jeg vet da faen, jeg tok i hvert fall gevinst.
Somewhere outside in a polo shirt. Where are you?
So I have my regular button down, but I'm in Austin, Texas at the Sinmax Energy Symposium. And so we're learning a lot about energy and talked a little bit about gold. I talked a little bit yesterday about that gold crude oil ratio.
Egentlig bare halvveis.
Hat's too amazing. Is it a cowboy hat or is it like a straw hat?
That's more
It's
in Texas, so that's why we're. Plus, with a head like mine, I gotta have a hat.
It's true, because you don't want to get sunburned. Okay, so we'll get to gold in a second, though, but you're at an energy symposium, so what's everyone talking about?
Well, mostly it's focused Texas-based. The key takeaways that I've really learned is how much Texas is adjusting to renewables. They're not really adding in natural gas, but just really adjusting to these renewables. And one thing that's really been notable is the satellite technology to be able to determine what's happening globally, not just in crude oil production and shipping things, is impeccable. How close they can get.
Shorter nå?
Jeg tok ut shorta, den der.
Ja.
So, Mike, what's the feeling down there in Texas? Because, you know, obviously we all think Texas, we think oil and gas, but they're also one of the biggest, if not the biggest, renewables. How do they kind of...
Jo, men det er jo riktig da. Gull skal jo egentlig ikke falle nå. Så det er jo greit det da.
Undue regulation. They've been doing it partly because it fits well into the grid cost effectively. So there's been a few panels yesterday how we have a lot of entities using batteries and solar as a complement.
Det får bli sånn avlistepasient, lukka til tannlegen, da blir det plutselig morsomt å gå dit.
They're moving rapidly and fast. How they're doing it.
Nå tar jeg gevinst på Nasdaq hvert øyeblikk.
Is there any talk about the Senate bill, by the way, that came out and the tax credits for wind and solar? I mean, just talking about the fact that Texas is a huge renewable state. Is anyone chattering about that?
Not much. Maybe today, and I'll find that out and I can get back to you on that one.
How come there's an energy conference you're not at, Alex?
I don't know. I actually am a little offended by this.
Exactly.
I mean,
usually
I have straw hats. I have a cowboy hat and boots.
What do you think of the gold call here, Mike, that Alex was talking about? B of A says this might be it, at least for the near term. City, thank you. City.
Well, nothing wrong with taking profits in a significant bull market, which it is. But the key premise they point out is recovering global demand pull for things like aluminum and copper, industrial metals, and a recovery from the tariffs, which is, I think, a bit of a...
Ja, nå falt Nasdaq mye her, da. Nå tar jeg gevinst nå, tenker jeg. Hva er det, Rick?
For gold to go down, seeing that U.S. stock market keep going up. And to me, at this stage, that's the risk for gold to accelerate the U.S. stock market going down. So I wish them the best on that view.
Han har støtte på 40. Bare se her nå.
More negative. Particularly, you see that with gold rising and crude oil declining. Crude oil's only bounced in a bear market, and gold is just in a bit of an expensive bull market.
So, okay, if we flip it though, can gold really go higher from here? Like if we don't get that, you know,
Å, fy faen, nå har vi penger på Nasdaq. Jeg deler gevinsten bort etterpå.
Oh, sure. To get 4,000 plus is based on...
Da vil jeg være med nå.
Ja, alle er med. Jeg tar nå. Sånn, og ut nå. Ute. Da har vi gjort... Da har vi gjort... Da har vi gjort det her. Del bort det her etterpå.
The gold to get back down to 3,000 means stock market's fine, interest rates are high, Fed's more focused on tightening, the rest of the economy is doing great. The tilt is the other way on that one.
So, Mike, as we think about, you know, we've been talking about oil for the past few weeks with what's happening in the Middle East here. What's kind of the demand out there from your perspective? I mean, supply is what it is, and we can always follow OPEC and follow what the U.S. folks are doing, but what's the demand out there? What's the market telling you?
Every estimate revision I've seen for over the last 2 years now is downward for demand estimate revision, particularly from China and Asia.
Det går nå til å snakke om en short opp på 3,400. Litt
Jeg vurderer den nå.
Men jeg satt ikke her da.
Jeg satt en short her nå, på gul.
Ja.
Since it started in October 2007, crude oil peaked around 90. It's dropped to 55 this year. It's still a downward trajectory. So this conflict is actually very bearish for crude oil. Every day that goes by that Iran gets a little more stability, they've lost air control now. That's a pressure factor for crude oil. And just remember what happened just about a month ago. We had a pretty significant agreement with OPEC and Saudi Arabia adding...
Skal jeg sette en til en på copy-kontoen, eller? Egentlig vil jeg helt ut av alt for å være litt fri.
Alright, Mike, really appreciate it. You go get down to that conference. You have fun. Let me know
Hvis du kan gjøre det, så vil jeg vente at jeg bare holder godt.
Ja, så du vil heller vente at jeg tar ut alle og så begynner på nytt, ikke sant?
Nei, men også vente at du får noe under 3,400.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's the thing. That's the whole thing. You know,
Artig å se at den er grønn inn at den er
Austin's a little enclave of just kind of weirdness, University of Texas, that kind of thing. So it's, and they have a great music scene, great, you know, Austin City Limits and everything like that. So the bumper sticker and saying has always been, keep Austin weird.
Thank you, Tay-Tay. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM, channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio, Sirius XM, channel 121, presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now as you're looking at an S&P just off by 0.3%. The NASDAQ dragging a bit lower, down by about 0.4%. Volume, though, quite light.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. Have you heard that? That was a big yawn from John Tucker. We are scintillating conversation right now.
There's no commentary on the present program.
It's Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great second hour lined up for you. David Gura will be joining us again from Canada on the G7 conference and what to make of President Trump leaving and what the vibe is there after that. Mari Short, Senior Equity Analyst at Columbia Threadneedle Investments, will break us down with the U.S. retail sales that were down 0.9% in May. Dan Williams is also a reporter for Bloomberg News based in Jerusalem. We'll get the latest out of the Middle East there. And Shelby McFadden, investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management, will join us. She loves things like Walmart and Costco. What does she do now if you've already invested in that? We will get her take. And finally, the big event. Sonali Basak will be joining us. Her new show is already out, episode 1, Bullish. It's amazing. You should definitely check it out. We will have a little preview of that for you later on in the show. But let's kick it all off right now with the Bloomberg Business Flash with John Tucker.
All right, guys. Right now, the major averages, they are lower, and we have oil rising. The Mideast conflict seems to have escalated, with Iran firing ballistic missiles and Israel striking targets across the Islamic Republic. Also, the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier strike group sailing to the Middle East. That is ahead of schedule, so that all adds up to lower stocks, higher oil right now. S&P 500 down 20 points. That's down 0.3%. It's 6,013 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 88 points lower. NASDAQ 100 right now is 86 points lower. That's down about 0.4%. We have Brent crude up 2.5%, 75.07 a barrel right now. Sunrun shares down 43%. Republicans released a bill that would end clean energy tax credits earlier than expected. In the meantime, Steve Rasciuto at Mizuho Securities says, you know what? The economic forecasts, they had been too pessimistic.
Q4 of 2025, we think the economy is going to be right back to trend. Everyone's estimate on GDP is much too low. Really? We have been forecasting recessions for years, since 2022.
Spending at restaurants and bars, part of the retail sales report, they slumped in May by the most in more than 2 years, underscoring how tariffs and geopolitical tensions making consumers a bit nervous about their finances. And then finally, Dine Brands shares up close to 2% in today's trading after Alex incorrectly guessed that Applebee's was the best restaurant in the U.S. I don't know if there's a direct connection, but the shares did rise.
Yes.
Is Applebee's the Bloomin' Onion, or is that the other one? That's Outback.
No,
That's Outback.
It's Outback.
Where it's like 2,000
I can
calories
tell you,
for
like,
that
you
Bloomin'
really
Onion.
know your dining, really
Yes.
fine dining. You should do that Dine Go thing.
Oh my gosh.
Applebee's was great. Do the
Applebee's
reviews.
was really good. I used to fine dine, but then I got a kid, so we stopped doing that.
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. John was giving you a sense of the markets, a little bit of a sell-off here. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Nora Melinda. Nora, what are you looking at?
Well, I've got eyes on JetBlue shares. That's JBLU for the ticker there. We're seeing shares of the company down as much as 4.7% this morning. And that's after the company said that it is seeing weaker than expected demand. That's something that it is expecting moving forward. And it intends to step up some of its cost-cutting measures. So we're seeing it reducing its budget at support centers. It's assessing its hiring practices and vendor spending. So these are all things that people are combing through right now. We're seeing shares under of the company pressured right now, especially as we're thinking about this company returning to profitability, and that doesn't necessarily seem to be an expectation for them moving forward, they've said.
Yeah, and you have to wonder what's next after American Airlines partnership, Spirit deal. Like, is there a resurgence of something along those lines?
My thing is, I'm looking at Frontier, Allegiant, JetBlue, all down 40 to 50% this year.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm a regulator, I'm encouraging these guys to get together.
I mean, in theory, yeah, because how else can you possibly compete?
I don't know.
With United, Delta, and American Airlines. Okay, let's go to Lennar. They had earnings out after the bell yesterday.
They did. So this is a home builder that's ticker LEN, and we're seeing shares up as much as 4.3%. And the company essentially saw it was tempered. Its new orders outlook was tempered by better than expected gross margin results. So while there were some things that people weren't nearly optimistic about coming out of the report, they're releasing gross margins. It's better than expected gross margin results, really outweighing any sort of potential pessimism from the company. And as we look at home builders more broadly, I mean, they've really been trying to get back on track, especially as we think about the pressures of tariffs. We think about the pressures of them looking for immigrant workers also being a concern when we think about mass deportations, and then lumber and all these other things that have really been in the mix here for home builders, in addition to high rates right now. So we're just seeing analysts that are looking toward the group and trying to see whether or not they're able to scale back some of those incentives that they're offering to new home buyers in order to, see some sort of great profit.
All right. According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, that 30-year fixed, 6.93%.
Wow. My goodness.
So, but you go back.
Crazy smart now.
I look crazy smart now, but you go back and you put that thing over the last 50 years. That's an average rate. I mean, we were in.
I remember my parents had a 16% 30-year fix.
Yep.
I mean, oh my God, I don't know what I could afford with a 16% hit.
If you're a buyer or
My
seller,
goodness.
you just got to say this is the new normal, and I'm either buying and selling because this is the new norm. I think.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Crazy. Surgery Partners. Yes, Surgery Partners, an interesting one here. That's ticker SGRY. Now, this is a $2.5 billion market cap company, and it's an ambulatory surgery clinic group. Now, we're looking at the company because of its size and scope today. We're seeing shares tumbling as much as 14%, which is the biggest intraday drop we've seen for the company since 2022. And that's after it rejected a buyout proposal from Bain Capital. So it was really looking to take over the company. And after that rejection, it doesn't seem as though the street is happy about that. But I was looking at Bloomberg Intelligence, and they put out a note where they're saying that this shouldn't necessarily be viewed as a credit negative for the company, but it doesn't seem as though Wall Street is too convinced right now about what's going on here.
All right, very good. We appreciate that, Norma Linda. Good stuff there. If you want more conversations like this, all you have to do is subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers in Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen to your podcasts, and that's where you'll find us. Retail sales came out today, a little bit weaker than expected, I would say, but I don't know. It wasn't like it wasn't a disaster. I kind of feel like the consumer's still kind of hanging in there, but let's get to an expert on this. Mari Schur, Senior Equity Analyst for Columbia Threadneedle, joins us here. Mari, what did you make of the retail sales number we saw this morning?
Yeah, I think your read on the report was exactly correct. If you look at the weakness, it was most pronounced in categories like electronics and motor vehicles, where arguably we did see some pull forward ahead of tariffs earlier this spring. But when you look outside of those categories into the more discretionary areas like home furnishings, apparel, e-commerce, the results there were pretty good. And I think it just shows the underlying resilience of the consumer, despite, swings in consumer sentiment that have really worried investors.
But the one services component was restaurant and bar, right? And that's the one services that we get. That fell by the most since early of 2023. What does that mean?
Yeah, I think we've seen a bit of a lagged kind of weakness in some of those categories versus some of the goods categories. Remember, the goods categories really led us out of the pandemic. And then going up against tough compares, we started to see demand in some of those categories moderate. I think we're really seeing the same in a lot of the services areas right now, whether it be travel or eating out. We saw a delayed recovery in a lot of those areas post-pandemic. And a lot of those companies, similar to goods, took a lot of pricing coming out of the pandemic. And I think we're at a point now where we're going up against more difficult comparisons. I think pricing has caught up with a lot of consumers in these areas. And so as a result, we're seeing a lot of, the weakness come through very similar to what we saw in the goods categories starting a couple of years ago.
Mari, so for the retail companies that you follow, what are they kind of saying about their ability to deal with tariffs? Are they taking it in their margin? Are they trying to pass it along to consumers? What are you hearing?
Overall, the retailers' ability to manage tariffs has been much better than I expected coming out of Liberation Day. And it really is a mix of different mitigating factors. A lot of it is moving production around, working more closely with their vendor partners to share in some of these higher costs. And then, the secondary and tertiary mitigating factors are to absorb some of it themselves and to take higher pricing. But I think, all of the companies recognize that they need to be very strategic and surgical in their price increases, and that the consumer is probably not going to be able to absorb significantly higher pricing across the board. And for most companies, they do expect a very near-term hit to margins, just as they kind of work through all of these mitigating factors. But as we look out, 6, 12 months, they all seem to feel pretty good about their ability to almost fully offset the higher costs.
Higher costs brings me to oil. I appreciate that the geopolitical risk premium isn't at like 80 or 90 or anything along those lines, but high 70 is really different than 50s. How soon do you expect that to impact, if at all, consumer spending?
I don't expect it to be a huge impact. You know, if we think about higher inflation weighing on consumers' discretionary spend post-pandemic, it was really more, I would say, in the category of food versus fuel. And so I do think there is a certain segment of the population, you know, specifically the lower income consumer who lives paycheck to paycheck, where you do see those higher prices at the pump, you know, weighing more on their monthly discretionary budgets. But overall, I don't view fuel as much of a driver of consumers' ability to spend as food. And I think it's really been that sticky inflation in food and housing that has really been the key headwind for consumers coming out of the pandemic.
All right, Mari, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Mari Schorr, Senior Equity Analyst for Columbia Threadneedle Investments. She's up there in Boston. Let's head back out to Canada. Now, I've avoided pronouncing this town.
Oh, me too. Same.
So I've just been saying like Canada or Alberta. Kanaskas? No.
I don't know. You're looking at me.
All right, let's go to David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. He's at the G7 meeting. David, what's a proper pronunciation there?
Kananaskis, and I will say it was an integral part of my prep before I came out here in the weeks leading up to this summit, having to learn how to say that and say it properly. So you're in good company, Paul. Okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
All right, so we've now, President Trump has left early the G7. I guess that, for better or worse, is kind of the lead story coming out of the G7 here in the second day here. Is the agenda proceeding without him?
It is. They're following that official agenda, and so what you see today are other world leaders who aren't part of the G7 but are invited guests of the president of the G7 this year. That's Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, coming to the summit site and having these bilateral meetings with other world leaders. So this morning we saw the Secretary General of NATO coming and meeting with the Prime Minister. Of course, he has a lot on his agenda as he looks ahead to the NATO summit that's going to take place next week. They talked about security and Canada's commitment to spending more on defense here in the years ahead as they spoke to reporters following their greeting at the beginning of today's proceedings. Then you have the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's arrived here as well. And I think as you look at that list of other world leaders who are making the journey here and have made the journey here, there has to be profound disappointment among a lot of them that they're not going to get face time with President Trump. Just looking at Volodymyr Zelensky in particular, he had come here, yes, to meet with these other world leaders, but to make the case once again to President Trump that the U.S. needs to do more militarily to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia. He's now not going to have the opportunity to do that. So he'll have other bilateral meetings over the course of the day here, of course. But there's going to be a tremendous amount of issues here with them not having the kind of latitude or engagement they would have had if President Trump had remained on the ground.
All right, we are having some audio issues or hearing issues with David Gura. His audio dropped there. We'll get back to him in just a second. So with that backdrop, you wonder then how much can actually get done, because any individual or leader there that wanted to sit with President Trump to start to talk about trade, that no longer is available to them.
Maybe a side trip to Washington, D.C., perhaps that might be an option for some of these. But yeah, if you're President Zelensky, it's a great opportunity to get in front of President Trump and other world leaders at one spot to plead your case, as it were.
Yeah, and also just sort of getting the latest here from what's unveiling between Iran and Israel. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney are meeting in Alberta right now. Both are noting in opening remarks that they had announced a plan to reach NATO's target of spending 2% on GDP on defense this year. Now, Canada's not met the target since first agreeing to do so in 2006. And last year, they only spent about 1.4% of GDP on its military. So Carney saying that will take some pressure off Canada at the NATO meeting next week. Overall, that group is set to agree to a new benchmark now of 3.5% of GDP on military spending. Basically, they're going to be spending more. Spending more. And when you think about NATO, you think about Germany. Okay, they can get it done given their economy. And I've been told that Poland, given their geographic proximity to Russia, will make good on that commitment. But then you start thinking about everybody else in Europe. Are some of the southern European countries like Italy, like Spain, like Portugal, do they have the economic wherewithal
to do that and to make those commitments and meet those commitments. But at least the discussion has started.
Yeah. And then also right before President Trump left, so that discussion's underway. In addition to that, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer sat next to Donald Trump yesterday at Monday's working dinner and said he was left, Starmer saying this, he was left with no doubt that the U.S. president intends to stay out of the conflict between Iran and Israel. That's interesting. He says, there is nothing the president said that suggests he's about to get involved in this conflict. On the contrary, the G7 statement was about de-escalation. And that's according to Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, speaking to reporters on Tuesday morning.
Very good. We have David Gurr back in Canada. So, David, what's the takeaway, do you think, given this time in Canada with the G7?
You know, I think the focus now is going to shift to that other conflict. And of course, that's taken a backseat here as we've seen the situation in the Middle East really escalate over these last few days. But with President Zelensky here and with the engagement and interest that we've seen among the European leaders who are here at this summit, I think there's going to be a lot of conversation about the path forward there. And I heard you talking about the prospects of maybe seeing President Zelensky making his way to Washington to meet with President Trump. We'll see if anything like that emerges as a result of this. But I just want to stress once again, the official agenda may be the same now without President Trump here. But so much of what was likely to happen here was going to happen on the sidelines with the participation of President Trump. And that's certainly the case when it comes to the Middle East and the crisis in Ukraine, but also when it comes to trade. There was so much expectation going into this among these world leaders that they were going to get a significant amount of face time with the president and his economic team, with the Treasury Secretary and the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. That's now not going to happen in the same way that it would have happened before. And that has to be just a profound disappointment for these leaders, many of whom have traveled an incredibly long distance to be here in this remote part of Canada, Paul.
All right, David, thank you so much for your reporting. David Gurr, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast, joining us remotely from Kananaskis, Canada.
There you go.
I think that was pretty solid right there.
Mm-hmm.
S&P, we're off 15 points. That's 0.25%. The Dow is pretty much unchanged. The NASDAQ off about 0.3%. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks nudging lower, oil prices rising again. Of course, the focus remains on the Mideast with more attacks between Israel and Iran. The U.S. sending more military assets to the Mideast. Energy, the best performing industry group in the S&P 500. You have right now energy with Brent crude, the international benchmark, up 2.9% at $75.32 a barrel. Fed policymakers expect to keep their key interest rate unchanged tomorrow. We're also going to release the set of quarterly economic projections. The dots expected to show inflation will accelerate later this year. Interpublic Group shares, they're down close to 1%. The Trump administration discussing policies to make it harder and more expensive for pharma companies to advertise directly to patients. This could disrupt over $10 billion in annual ad spending. And Republicans also considering phasing out solar tax credits by 2028. As a result of that, solar companies plunging. Sunrun will take them right now 41% lower at today's trading. And Kraft Heinz pulling artificial dyes from its U.S. products starting in 2027. The move comes about 2 months after health officials in the U.S. said they would urge food makers to phase out petroleum-based artificial colors in the nation's food supply. Right now, the S&P 500, 18 points lower. That's down 0.3%. We're at 6,015 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 50 points lower, and the Nasdaq 100 is 73 points lower. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City, streaming live on YouTube as well. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump left the Group of Seven leaders meeting in Canada early to deal with the Israel-Iran conflict, playing down the prospects of a ceasefire in favor of a, quote, a real end. Let's get the latest reporting on the Middle East. Dan Williams joins us. He's a reporter. He's based in Jerusalem for Bloomberg News, but he's reporting from London Bureau today. Dan, what's the latest here? Is it another day of violence? Is there any move towards any negotiations?
Well, no, although I think it's worth noting that, to the best of my knowledge, the intensity of the Iranian missile fire, at least against Israel, has diminished. That could be a result of the Iranians husbanding what remains of their missiles. It could also be because Israel has been cutting down launches in the airstrikes that it's been intensifying since starting them on Friday, extending them to various new target sets and the like. As you noted, the big dark horse in this situation is President Trump. Having withdrawn early, departed early from the G7 meeting, he made comments suggesting very strongly that his patience with diplomacy, or at least with Iran's efforts or desire to restart diplomacy, nuclear diplomacy, in a bid to fend off this Israeli assault and prevent the United States from joining in the Israeli assault, he doesn't seem to be patient with that at all. And there are hints and suggestions that the United States may even be willing or about to take part, to intervene, to actually take part militarily, offensively in what Israel has been doing. It's worth noting the U.S. has so far limited itself to more passive defensive assistance, intercepting missiles and drones, for example, on behalf of Israel.
Dan, with the combination of the President Trump leaving the G7 early,
Ta gevinst på Nasdaq short, men jeg shorter Nasdaq på nyttår oppe.
The Middle East, a U.S. carrier, naval carrier group. Is that raising expectations that, in fact, the U.S. may play some offensive role?
It certainly is. I mean, that's presumably what you would need to play an offensive role. Israel, by its own account, has been successful, very successful, it says so far. But Israel's air force is rather small and rather lean compared to U.S. forces. And I think the big question is whether the Israelis have the strategic lift, the firepower to destroy the more fortified, the more deeply buried, the more defended Iranian nuclear facilities. The Americans certainly do have it, and it would appear that in order, were the Americans to take part and deliver that firepower, they would have to move into position as they now appear to be doing.
Wow, okay. And where do we know the rest of Europe stands on this?
Well, to judge from the statement of the G7, there's been a call for de-escalation. That was a joint communique put out yesterday. It appears the wording there was watered down at the insistence, at the demand of the Americans, for example, a call for an immediate resumption of diplomacy, a call for restraint on both sides, that language appears to have been eliminated before the communique went out, which again might appear consistent with an American move to increase its own involvement. It's also worth remembering that Trump is a showman. He understands how much attention he draws internationally. And when Israel launched this attack back on Friday morning, which was a surprise to everyone, including most Israelis, it was really bookended by some very murky US messaging. Apparently Trump first saying he didn't want war, then saying or speaking supportively of what Israel had done. And that may have actually been intended to create a fog, a bit of confusion on the part of Iranians designed to lower their guard. So it could be right now that all of this movement, Trump's movement away from Canada, the movement of military forces in the region, is intended to up the pressure on Iran, bring Iran back to the negotiating table on terms more agreeable to the United States and to Israel.
Dan, about 30 seconds left here. What's the latest from Iran? There were reports that they were open to negotiations. Is that still the case? Is that becoming more pronounced as the conflict continues?
Yes, but again, the stronger party here, specifically Trump and arguably militarily Israel, are not interested, it would appear, in negotiations for their own sake. The confusion, I should say, the reason that the negotiations stalled was Iran's refusal to give up uranium enrichment. That's a core project for a civilian nuclear program. It's also a core project for a country that wants an independent military nuclear program. So unless Iran is willing to relent on that, dismantle uranium enrichment as demanded by America and by Israel, there really appears to be no point to restoring the negotiations. At least that's what Trump has been saying, and the Israelis as well.
All right, Dan, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Dan Williams, reporter for Bloomberg News based in Jerusalem. He joins us now, though, from London. All right, let's get a look in on the markets then. What do you do when there are headlines like this? Shelby McFadden is investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management to discuss her outlook. How much risk, Shelby, do you think you should have in the markets?
Well, I will start off with saying we are staying invested, right? There are points and in certain portfolios where we have a little bit more cash than we would like to, and it's not because we're sort of taking that step back approach and saying, let's get out of this, we don't want a part of it. It's more so that we're seeing that some of these pullbacks along with the rallies are really broad-based, and so the opportunity for buying in terms of getting in at a price that would favor us in terms of that long-term return, it's not showing up as in a way that we would like, right? So where there are higher cash balances is because we're sort of waiting for those fair valuation opportunities, but going ahead and staying invested because we can't control these sort of big market shocks, right? And it is a bit uncomfortable. It is something that requires a very long-term orientation in order to sort of suffer through it, but it's not putting us on the sidelines. If anything, we're much more active. We're spending a lot more time filling up the universe, even when the price opportunity doesn't necessarily present itself, and just adjusting according to that sort of geopolitical risk as necessary.
Are there certain sectors that screen well for you guys? A lot of folks were saying, boy, now I have an opportunity to buy the Mag 7 when they sold off earlier in the year. What sectors screen well for you guys?
I think right now we have surprisingly actually taken a closer look at certain financials and in terms of some of our core and income-oriented strategies, trying to get a better look at certain consumer staples companies that are just good at what they do and have been overlooked and sort of punished for where we are in the cycle. In terms of tech, we've taken a look at ServiceNow, which has remained a bit expensive, but they're very mature in their space. They have high quality leadership, great retention, fantastic cross-selling opportunity. And if the runway for agentic AI has been pulled forward the way we think it has, it's a great opportunity if we sort of see any sort of market dip that allows us to enter that position sooner.
Now, you were stalwarts of, say, Costco and Walmart, and I'm assuming you still are, but if I max out on that position, what do I do?
You max out on Costco and Walmart, and you're already maxed out on MasterCard. You can do what we've been trying to do. You can go ahead and play that cow position that we've seen coming up the past week or so, which has been Costco, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Walmart. So
Wait, that's a thing?
Yeah.
Did you coin cow?
I did not coin cow, and I was devastated that I didn't.
Okay, so
Costco, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and then Walmart. So O'Reilly had been something that we were looking at because when you think about it, and this has been something that's been ongoing since we had a lot of that inflation in autos in 22, 23, people were fixing their cars, right? Now when we look at that savings being depleted, people are doing that again. And then you add on top of savings depletion, student loan resumption, and tariffs, you're definitely choosing to fix your car if you can, right? And so that has been something that has been periodically a little bit more expensive, but very much staple oriented, similar to how people are fixing their homes instead of trying to sell and buying new ones. So if you can't get into some of those staples already and you're still not able to get into the toll takers, MasterCard, you could wait for something like an O'Reilly to pop up, or you could look in some of those other consumer staples that are more in sort of the like health and beauty sort of space. Kenvue is a great option for that. We've seen that white label has not penetrated that sort of consumer health space the way that we would expect it to. It's kind of hanging out kind of flat.
The average age of U.S. cars and light trucks, 12.6 years. I'm looking at John Tucker when I say this.
Well, have you looked under the hood of your car? I mean, there's nothing in there I recognize. I couldn't do that anymore. I used to be able to change out a carburetor. Not anymore.
I'm sure there are YouTube videos for that.
Well, yeah, whatever.
It's basically my new car, a 2024 vehicle, is, I've been saying, it's basically
Please,
my
don't
iPhone
go anywhere
spaceship.
near your engine.
My iPhone, it's an iPhone with 4 wheels. That's what it is.
It is.
It's crazy. Is the Fed going to help us out this year, or should we not rely on that?
They could help us out this year, but I wouldn't expect it to be until the end of the year. And as a result, I would not rely on it. I've coined in my team, this is something I have coined, Frozen Fed Summer. I think that's what we're going to see because there's so much murkiness in the data, right? We're about to enter a period where there's not going to be too much promo shopping. We will have a little bit of promo in July 4th, but a lot of the vacations have been booked, right? Once we start to get into August, it gets a little bit more promo activity for back to school. So there's this short window for June and July where we can probably have a look at the data and say, are people still spending? Is this kind of just the weather? What are we going to get here? And so that'll help us out a little bit. But shortly after that, we'll have murky data again from promo from Labor Day. And then all of a sudden, it'll be promo from Christmas. So I'm not sure the Fed's going to have a great idea what we're looking at unless there's a really huge swing in employment in a negative direction. I would probably bet that employment would push them faster than just sort of retail and CPI data.
How do you guys look at the international trade, right? Bank of America Fund Manager Survey came out today and said that 54% of respondents think the international trade is like the place to be in the next 12 months.
We have on our team, that's something we started looking at a couple of months ago. We were, I don't want to say early movers, but we were early believers in the international trade and especially in Europe. Now, Europe had gotten beat up for a long time, but it's a place that we decided to just stay the course. And that is part of what comes with active but also concentrated portfolios where you're going ahead and saying, let's handpick 20, 30 spots, and this is where we're going to position ourselves. So thankfully, we're not having to time the market there. But we have decided to take a step and say, okay, is it European discretionary? Is it European financials? Is it European defense, right? Where do we need to go ahead and take more time and be more interested in just building up that universe? So the short answer to that question is yes. We're definitely taking a look because especially between France and Germany, we know that there's going to be more spending there. Not just defense, but in general. The world savers are about to spend a bit more money. So how can we go ahead and orient ourselves? We have strong positions in companies like Icon, which is in pharmaceuticals, Nintendo, which I don't have to describe Nintendo, right? That's just a strong operator. But we also have positions, and these are in our model portfolios, companies like Simrise, where we're talking about different additives for scents and products like that. So being in that space already sort of gives us an advantage when that market kind of comes in the upswing.
One other name here I want to get to, United Parcel Service, the folks in Brown. What's going on there?
So that's always been one of my favorite positions. It's something I've covered ever since I've been at Motley Fool Asset Management. And it's because they have a fantastic operator. Carol Tomei is a force of nature. They've gotten beat up over the past year or so because of the labor negotiations. I think a lot of investors thought they were going to come out with a bit more of an upper hand than they did, but they've already faced a lot of those costs on the upfront. What they've gone ahead and done is shedded business that's not profitable for them. And so that business is now going to absolutely dilute pricing in the market, and they've taken themselves out of it. So when we come out on the other side of this business cycle, we feel very comfortable with our position in UPS because people find ways to buy things. When we look at the overall financing nature of just consumption at this point, we know that there's going to continue to be movement of goods. And so finding that position where they're also a solid yielder and pretty high shareholder return, we're more than happy to be there.
Great stuff, Shelby. Always love chatting with you. So fun. Shelby McFadden, investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management. I'm so upset you didn't coin cloud. I mean, cow.
I know. And it's just, I think the journalist who did, I want to meet that person.
Yeah.
Because
What a line.
What a line. Yeah, they need to get into marketing. All right, Shelby, thanks a lot. Always wonderful to get your perspective. Let's get you caught up now with the Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, we go to John Tucker.
All right, weak economic data, Middle East tensions driving stocks down, and oil is rising. Right now, the S&P 500, 21 points lower. That's down 0.4%. We're at 6,011. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 93 points lower. That is down 0.2% right now. And the Nasdaq 100, 74 points lower. That is down 0.3%. Brent crude up 2.3%, 74.90 a barrel. JetBlue Airways shares, they're dropping 3%. They have plans to cut costs by eliminating some flights, pausing retrofits, and parking some jets due to weaker than expected demand for travel. JetBlue right now down 3.6%. Then you have Verve Therapeutics, ticker symbol VERV. Those shares are soaring right now, of something like 77% after Eli Lilly agreed to buy the gene editing startup for $1.3 billion. And the Fed opening its two-day policy meeting today. Amanda Gotti of PNC Bank says they are on hold till later this year.
The data does not suggest an aggressive stance one way or another. So we think the answer is very much stay on pause, be data dependent, and kind of see how things play out. The wild card is really what's happening with the path for WTI and energy prices.
And let's wrap up with golf news. The PGA Tour hiring Brian Rolap, who, as its chief executive officer, he's going to lead both the PGA Tour and PGA Tour Enterprises. His career spans 2 decades in the NFL, and he admits he's got a lot to learn about golf. Okay. Football, golf, both have balls. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right. Thank you so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live.
Sorry, satt på telefon. Ta gevinst nå på mer på gull. Dere burde gevinst etterpå. Nå er jeg pluss med så mye. Blir faktisk litt tusenlapper I dag også.
Growth trajectory and donated substantial sums to education and other causes, including political campaigns. He sat down with Bloomberg Sonali Basak and discussed his philosophy for giving.
When you think about your political giving, when you think about the influence that you want to have and the mark you want to make, what's most important to you?
Well, I think you need to think about the arc of one's life. In my 20s, I gave my time.
Yeah! Fy faen, nå tjetter jeg penger her. Vil du se penger jeg tjent nå? I sing for a love, love and love. Det gjort nå. Det doblet kontoen på en uke. Nå vi opp totalt. Nesten da. Nesten. Ja, jeg hadde 30 000. Nå har de 30 blitt 28 000 $2,086. Det er 30 000 kroner. Doblet kontoen.
Ja, litt igjen.
Ja. Har du ny copy? Nei, jeg har trenet på copy I dag også. Tok en liten gevinst på copy akkurat nå. Jeg skal tømme koppen helt, og så skal vi begynne på 20, sånn at vi får gjort litt ordentlig gass. Det er så jævla frustrerende for meg å ta hensyn på den koppen hele tiden. Det er så dritt.
Actually has a disproportionate impact on their entire educational journey. If I looked at all the work that I did, though, in public education in particular, I would often by very poor political policies.
Da trenger jeg ikke ta hensyn, da følger jeg bare kontoen min, og da går det bra. Så nå liksom, nei, jeg kan ikke sette inn short tilfelle noen går I brudd, og nei, jeg kan ikke kjøpe tilfelle de går I tap. Det funker jo ikke, ikke sant?
Vi anbefaler å ha 20 000 på konto.
Men etterpå så må vi dele ut gevinsten, og det har ingenting å si om dere har vunnet før. Vi får ChatGPT til å ta og telle innpå her.
It's interesting to hear you say that, because coming into this interview, I was going to ask about what mark you wanted to make on the Republican Party, but it sounds like...
Også bra, Rosenheaven.
I'm not limited to that. I find in general I tend to agree with more of the policies from the Republicans.
Hvorfor ikke Cooptrade? Jo, jeg Cooptrade, jeg gjorde det nesten nettopp. Jeg har gjort Cooptrade 2 stykker nå. Jeg har tredje på 2 kontoer, Chris. På Cooptrade-konto så tar jeg veldig sånn forsiktige trades. På privaten så gir jeg litt faen. Eller jeg gir ikke faen, jeg tar ikke så hensyn.
Hva skjedde der, Stig?
Nå tror jeg Gull kan droppe videre her.
Was to substantially increase the number of people who ran for office in the Republican Party, who were women, who were veterans, and who were people of color. Because I believe the Republican Party needs to do a better job of representing all of America.
Se det Gull nå, dropper den.
Big push for us over the recent years has been bringing with those backgrounds.
Den går til å droppe som faen den der. Men jeg setter ikke ny short på KP, for du kan få den rett i trynet. Den på bevegelse ned nå, så den kommer til å bryte antagelig. Da sitter
den bryter ned?
Ja, jeg tror Gull bryter ned. Men nå den midt på da, så du kan jo, hvis jeg skal shorte Gull på nytt, så vil jeg ikke shorte den, da vil jeg shorte den og gå opp hit. På 1,80, da var den streken her. Han har jo support litt her, ikke sant, på 75, og så må han bryte 71-72 for å falle videre. Sitter rolig
for. Ja, kjøper den det.
Ja, det jo riktig det da.
Men ikke enn.
I mean, they created a structure of government that has not only survived, but has prospered for 250 years. I mean, it is really remarkable how the United States of America, and the history of our country is not perfect, but how this country has led the world
Chris Tolsen, jo, alt med Gull peker oppover. Derfor blir jeg short. Det gir sånn null mening. Skal du få opplæring av trading, så må du ikke høre på meg i hvert fall. Det helt sikkert visst. Bare se hva jeg gjør, ikke spør hva jeg driver med. Det det beste jeg har å si på det. Du driver med?
That was Shonali Basic's interview with Ken Griffin. You can watch the extended bullish interview with Ken Griffin on Bloomberg.com. Plus, tune in to the new bullish episodes on BTV every Tuesday at 6 p.m. You can catch the first one. It's already out online. Shonali Basic.
Vi skal se litt på det, Lost in Heaven. Det mulig at jeg kjører... Det beste 20, ass. Men vi får bare se på det.
I've been covering finance here for now more than a decade, and the idea here for me was, could we give our audience a little bit more of a picture on who these people are? Because so often we talk about their fund that they run.
Nå veldig snart Joachimsen, Snoen.
Little do we get deeper into their philosophies, and I wanted to start with Ken Griffin because he's not only become
kan ikke øppe til 5. Nei, men vi kan sikkert altså, hvorfor jeg sier 20 for det det basically bare fordi jeg vil tjene mer penger. For hvis jeg har 20 000 kroner på konto, så kan jeg sette litt større posisjoner. Hvis jeg har 5 000 på konto, så kanskje jeg på en bra dag gjør 500-600 kroner, ikke sant? Som veldig bra da. Men på 20 000 så gjør jeg fort 3-4 000 kroner, ikke sant? Det bare derfor. Men vi kan sikkert ta mindre da. Så kan jeg ha en egen konto som litt større.
Og så har vi marginal med oss.
Ja. Mye mer marginer også. Men 0,3 Lost in Heaven på 5 000 kroner galskap, altså. Bare så dette. En promp fra Donald Trump, så har du blåst kontoen din. Ta et eksempel nå da. Jeg har jo overlevd nå Trump, helvete med Elon Musk, alt. Kun fordi jeg har satt små posisjoner i forhold til kontoen min. Så jeg har tjent penger hele veien, mens mange har blåst kontoen sin. Så det sånn klassisk eksempel på at skal være veldig forsiktig med marginen. Kjøpte du gull, eller Robert?
Nei, ikke ennå.
Nei.
happens when Izzy Englander, the founder of Millennium, passes on the reins? What then does the company look like? And does it cement its place in the future of finance?
Right, you can see that, like with Blackstone.
Jeg vet ikke, vi får bare finne ut av det. Jeg bare tenker det lettere for meg å ha en konto som jeg gjør ordentlig bra jobb på da. For jeg gjør jo ikke noe annet enn å sitte og trade. Og så vil jeg så gjerne at jeg skal tjene penger også. Det er det eneste jeg vil. For da blir jeg superstjerne. Så er det jævla morsomt å se folk bli glad og tjene penger. Det er jævla kult det.
From him about his career that I don't think in decades at Goldman that people knew. And so I think
Superstjerne. Nei, Gustav er superstjerne.
This was a man that was almost the CEO of Goldman.
Det er jævla morsomt da, at man faktisk kan tjene masse penger på å drive og trade og sånn. Jeg synes det er så morsomt. Det er veldig mange som ikke har muligheten å tjene mye penger. Jeg er jo egentlig ufør. Altså, jeg har gjeld opp etter øra. Men jeg tjener jo penger som det spruter på trading. Når ikke Trump prater. Det er liksom... Det er jo... Hæ?
Kjøpt først inn nå.
Du kjøpte nå?
Nei, det gjorde jeg ikke.
Hva skulle ikke du kjøpe nå?
Jo, jeg skulle jo det, men jeg trykte jo, men det skjedde jo ingenting.
Ta refresh da, hvis du har hatt den for lenge, så kan noen ganger så henger den seg.
Jeg gjør ikke annet refresh. Jeg gikk litt opp igjen.
Or states all across the country, rather. Yep. And so we did talk to some other fund managers. One of my more interesting ones was Scott Goodwin over at Diameter. Diameter is a fund I've...
Ja, det er lettere hvis du starter likt med alle Rosenhaven. Vi er enige der.
Becoming bigger and bigger in credit. Apollo is a backer to Diameter. And so they actually...
Må se han litt, Tim.
And the other one up here in New York. And they were like, it doesn't really matter where we are because we're on Zoom together all day anyways. Yep. So in my mind, it's like, let's work from home then, right?
So this first episode really is about the Wall Street.
Jeg tror Gull kommer til å tryne i dag da. Det er min...
Det er ikke først.
Du kjøpte nå?
We were surprised to see how many people came down there and in what capacity. But in addition to that,
for det mønstret jeg ser nå både på Nasdaq og på Gull og på Bondsen i dag og på olje i dag forteller meg at det skal ned. Det har ingenting med teknisk å gjøre. Nei, derfor så er jeg sånn... Derfor så trader jeg litt sånn som jeg gjør da.
She was a real estate agent star who has then moved to South Florida, and she gives us kind of the skinny on what to expect if you're buying a house in Miami.
Men med en gang Donald Trump ikke er sånn relevant som han har vært nå de siste 2 månedene, så blir det mye mer normale tilstander på markedet, og da kommer det til å trede som er faen.
Bloomberg.com/bullish. Really wonderful reporting, super fun. Cannot wait to see it. Shonali Bassek's been working on this for a long time.
Faen, armen sovner hele tiden.
Serious juggling there, so really looking forward to that. The thing we've heard too, though, is that if you move to Florida, everyone was going there, and then
Gustav, kom an. Jeg måtte ski etterpå, jeg hentet faen meg et fuglebur. Jeg vet hvor det er en gang.
So the infrastructure's got to catch up. Right. A certain type of infrastructure.
And catch up fast, too. Yes. Yeah. Okay, coming up, we are going to talk to Sid Wilson, CEO of Hispanic Association, on corporate responsibility, advanced placements, conferences, research initiatives, the importance of DEI in a world where there is a DEI backlash. So we will discuss that with
det Skien eller Ski?
The market still trading a little heavy with the S&P on 0.3%.
Han bor på Åshammeren. Er det Ski? Ja da, gutten. Ja da, gutten. Da får du et eget sted du kan være, og så kan du prate. Ja, da får du et eget sted du kan være. Så kan jeg slippe å få drit i øret mitt. Ja.
Nesten nødvendig å tenke til.
Ja da, ja da. Ja da. Dette er ikke normalt. Halla! Halla. Ja, vent da. Hva da? Kødder du, eller? Ok, greit. Ha det.
Nå tror jeg du slo av lyden hvis du ikke er på telefonen.
Martinson said database error, SQL state high 0001698 access denied for user front broke KD3 at localhost.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. We're on your smart TV as well. You just search Bloomberg Pursuits, and that's where you will find us. Well, June is Pride Month, so over the next couple of weeks, we are going to highlight segments on topics related to equality. Today, we're speaking with Sid Wilson, President and CEO at the Hispanic Association of Corporate Responsibility in Cannes, France, at the Cannes Lions, which I've been to many times. That is a good time. And if you don't like rosé, you're going to learn to like it there, because that's basically water over there for those folks. Sid, thanks so much for joining us here. Talk to us about the Hispanic Association on Corporate Responsibility. What do you guys do?
Sure. Well, thanks for having us on. The Hispanic Association on Corporate Responsibility, we've been around for almost 40 years. Our mission is to advance Hispanic inclusion in corporate America. I've been in my CEO role for 11 years. And before that, I was 21 years on Wall Street. I was an equity research analyst.
Oh, okay. So you're talking to your team here.
Yeah, he's reformed.
Yeah. So DEI in some ways is now a dirty word in corporations in the United States. How do you combat that?
Well, first you combat it with facts. The reality is that DEI is not a word, it's an acronym. It stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. The opposite of that is homogeneity, inequality, and exclusion. So when we talk to companies, we talk about the facts that that diversity, equity, and inclusion is not only the right thing to do, it's also good business. Now, whether you call it diversity, equity, and inclusion, or do the work of it, you're seeing some of them that are continuing to find ways to do the work, staying under the Trump executive order radar. Without diversity, equity, and inclusion, companies will have a very difficult time competing for customers, competing for talent, and competing to be the brand of choice.
This reminds me, the change in perception of DEI kind of reminds those of us on Global Wall Street of another kind of phenomenon, which was ESG and type of investment where you focus on environment, sustainability, governance, those types of things. That seems to, at least in this country, taken a back seat. How about rest of world? How does the rest of world think about diversity, DEI in general?
Well, it's an interesting question because I'm here at the Cannes Lions Festival, and yes, those rosés are very helping in this very hot weather. But when you talk to leaders around the world, particularly in Europe, they feel that that what's happening in the U.S. is extremely unusual because they know that the path to a successful business or operation is through having a strong and robust and intentional diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative at all levels, especially the C-suite of the boards. Because remember that, sometimes the argument against DEI is they claim that it compromises merit, which we know that is incorrect. What it does is it widens the scope for merit-based opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
The problem, though, is in the C-suite, as you know, if you're in the C-suite, you're not the C-suite because you're qualified. You're in the C-suite because you're sponsored. And sponsorship still has implicit bias, and that's where you continue to see a lack of representation for women and people of color.
I mean, absolutely. How do we combat that at a time when federal policies, particularly on the education level, are getting rolled back?
So let me first address the education component. Is that colleges and universities will still need to look for ways how they can attract diverse student bodies. No university is going to want to have let's say an all-white male student body and think that that's normal. It's not. And when you look at the pipeline into the workforce, particularly technology, whereas all of us know there is a shortage of workers going into those tech fields. And so with that, it means that you not only need to make sure that you're looking at what you need to hire, but also looking at even the immigration policies, because immigration policy that the current Trump administration has is completely counter to filling the jobs that are needed in the U.S. to help the economy grow.
We have a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal here. Trump says, quote, we, unquote, now have, quote, total control, unquote, of the skies over Iran. So we'll have further reporting of that. That was a tweet from President Trump. Sid, maybe 30 seconds left. What's kind of the agenda for your organization over the next 6 to 12 months?
Well, our agenda is to continue to talk to as many CEOs as possible. We're proud that we interact with more Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 CEOs than any other Hispanic organization in the whole country. And we know that those direct conversations make a big difference to give companies the guidance and understanding of how they can use diversity, equity, and inclusion in this current environment to not only navigate through this maze that they're having to address, but also how they can still win with diversity, equity, and inclusion.
All right, Sid, really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. It was really good to talk to you. Sid Wilson, President and CEO of the Hispanic Association of Corporate Responsibility. And June is Pride Month, so over the next couple of weeks, we're going to have more interviews just like this to highlight things like equality, and we will be looking forward to doing that.
You know, back in the day, I took Univision, part of the team, took Univision Public and Hispanic Broadcasting Corporation Public, and the stats are the same. 17 to 18% of this population is Hispanic. Language, the Spanish language is still spoken in the vast majority of those households, even though they're all, acclimated and assimilated. But so if you want to reach these people, you better go through their language. So it still works today, I guess.
Here's an update for you. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Ship Station. Stay with us. Top stories, global business headlines coming up right now.
Insurance. I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump says he wants a real end to Iran's nuclear program. He's back in Washington meeting with the National Security Council. Earlier, he posted all people should leave Tehran as Israel continues its military attacks. CBS News White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
We know he is meeting here to try to get a better sense.
Bra gevinstspennende, Robert.
There are questions about
Hva sa du?
Ble bra gevinstspennende, da.
Ja.
From Israel,
Jo!
Jeg fikk med meg to.
States bomb the nuclear facility known as Fordo. That's deep underground, and the Israelis really don't have the capability to hit it. The UN says it believes Israel's attacks have operations at Natanz, Iran's facility for uranium enrichment. In Ukraine, a Russian missile and drone bombardment has killed at least 15 people and injured more than 150 others. The worst of it, a 9-story apartment building in Kyiv was hit. It's the deadliest attack on the Ukrainian capital this year. President Zelensky called for more help from Ukraine's allies. The Minnesota lawmakers' shootings have sent reverberations far beyond that state's borders. CBS's Scott McFarlane in Washington.
CBS News has learned the House Sergeant at Arms will meet with members of Congress today to talk about security precautions because of the murders in Minnesota. And one longtime federal law enforcement official used the word staggering to describe the level of threats against elected leaders.
The NAACP is moving to sue Elon Musk's artificial intelligence company over air pollution from a supercomputer data center in Memphis, Tennessee. Kraft Heinz has announced it wants to remove all chemical dyes from its food products, as we hear from CBS's Michael Wallace.
The maker of Heinz ketchup, Kraft macaroni and cheese, Jell-O, and Kool-Aid says it will eliminate all artificial colors by the end of 2027. In April, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said he wanted petroleum-based dyes removed from all food by the end of next year. He believes they lead to chronic disease.
It's looking like Sean Combs will not testify at his federal sex trafficking trial. His lawyer today predicted a defense presentation lasting 2 to 5 days. Prosecutors hope to rest their case today after 6 weeks. The government reports a drop in retail sales last month. CBS's Jill Schlesinger says it's evidence tariffs may be one of the things shaking confidence in the economy.
This is one of the few instances in hard data that we are seeing feelings of uneasiness translate into a change of action.
The Dow is down 50 points. This is CBS News. With tariffs affecting the prices of some vehicles, there's a new list, that is, that people looking to buy a new car might want to pay attention to.
Honda had the most vehicles in the top 20 of Cars.com's American-Made Index. There were 2 Jeeps and a Chevy in that list as well. But study author Patrick Masterson says one brand shined the brightest.
Ultimately, Tesla took the top 4 spots. It's not unprecedented. That's happened before.
The annual listing takes into account where the vehicles are built, the workforce that builds them, and the parts that go into the vehicles. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
The retailer At Home is filing for bankruptcy protection as part of a restructuring plan to eliminate $2 billion in debts. The home goods chain, dating back to 1979, is closing 26 of its 260 locations, according to court information. Steve K.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Well, the president has a big decision to make. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. As President Trump returns home early from the G7 to meet with his National Security Council on whether to join Israel offensively against Iran and close the deal on its nuclear program. We're going to get the latest ahead from Bloomberg's David Gura, who is in Canada, where the president left 6 world leaders in his wake. And from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, where deliberations continue at the White House. Nathan Dean will join us from Bloomberg Intelligence.
Dette er jo ikke en bombe, Martinsen.
Seeing the Senate version of the tax bill. We've got new details on it, and we'll have analysis from our political panel. Gidi Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors, are with us for the duration. And we start, as always, on Wall Street. Start right now, Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. What do you see, Charlie?
Right now, seeing a lot of red. Joe Matthew with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. Just over 24 hours to go until we get the latest FOMC decision. Right now, we're dealing with weak economic data and concerns about an escalation of risks in the Middle East. That is driving stocks down and bonds higher. Right now, the S&P is down 15 to 6,017, a drop of 0.2% on the S&P. Dow down 59, down 0.1%. NASDAQ lower now by 46 points, 0.2%. The 10-year yield 4.41%. The 2-year 3.96%. Gold down 0.2%, 33.79 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 2.5%, 73.54 for a barrel of WTI. As for markets and global tensions, Alicia Levine is head of investment strategy at BNY Mellon Wealth Management.
We've done a study of all of geopolitical hot conflicts, crises, going back really to the 1950s. And what you see is that absent a sustained rise in energy prices, the immediate trade of risk off, markets down, really gets priced out of the market after 3 to 6 months.
Alicia Levine of BNY Mellon Wealth Management. The Trump administration is discussing policies that would make it harder and more expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients in a move that could disrupt more than $10 billion in annual spending. AbbVie and Pfizer are particularly big spenders. AbbVie alone spent $2 billion on direct-to-consumer drug ads last year. Shares of both companies are lower. AbbVie down 1.7%. Pfizer lower now by 1.1%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 13 points, down 0.2%. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, Charlie, and good to see you. Welcome to the Tuesday edition on the early side on Balance of Power. That means Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, YouTube as well. Dial us up on YouTube by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. You can watch us live as well on Bloomberg Originals. And we have breaking news because that's what we do around here at high noon on the East Coast. The IDF identifying missiles, this just crossed the terminal, launched from Iran toward Israel. We have another wave with missiles in the air right now as we start our broadcast live from Washington. And we're going to keep tabs on this as we walk from Canada to Washington, retracing the footsteps of Donald Trump, the President of the United States, over the past 12 to 24 hours here. He ditched the G7. He left early. We know this. It happened late yesterday to get back to Washington, presumably to manage surrounding Israel and Iran. The President had asked National Security Council to be assembled in the Situation Room this morning. They did have an 11 a.m. meeting. And before we saw this headline cross on missiles being launched, the President of the United States took to truth. This is a short time.
Gud, jeg klarte i hvert fall ikke bestemme seg for hvordan vei det skulle.
Nei, Nasdaq droppa. Jeg var short Nasdaq her, men bare, hva faen skjedde der?
And other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff, in quotes. Nobody does it better, he writes, than the good old USA. Now, of course, we are waiting for a decision by the President. We're going to be exploring this question. Of course, he answers it during our program about what to do here and whether the U.S. should, in fact, get involved offensively in this effort to eliminate Iran's nuclear weapons program.
Og det Trump, ja.
Like I said, we're going to retrace the President.
Helvetes jævla tulling,
G7, where a group of world leaders are looking around the room now without the President of the United States to speak with them. Having initially declined to sign the G7 statement on Iran, the President reversed his position. This is interesting. According to an official, declined to say what the changes were here, but the President has signed off on a statement condemning what's happening in Iran. calling for both Iran and Israel to show restraint appeared in an earlier draft of the agreement that has been changed. Now, David Gura is still in Banff, Canada. He's with us right now in the Canadian Rockies for the latest on this. What's the feeling, David, now that he's gone, and what were you given for a reason?
Well, what we heard from the White House yesterday after this was announced is the president had to get back to Washington and deal with the Middle East. And indeed, we heard that from the president directly as he went through the routine of standing for that family photograph yesterday before dinner. He sat down for dinner, had that dinner with world leaders before he got on Air Force One and made that long flight back to Washington, D.C., a long flight on which he was able to fire off a few posts, further explaining his rationale for leaving. President Emmanuel Macron of France suggested, as world leaders were processing what had happened, that maybe the president had done this because he saw a role that he could play as a kind of peacemaker, that he could establish a kind of temporary...
Så Trump truer med krig, og så går Nasdaq opp. Det er jo mening.
Had some cross words for the French president and said he's interested in something more durable and end.
Ja, det har du logget. Han er altså i hvert fall siden I går.
We'll see what happens, but this opens up just a huge amount of questions about what the U.S.'s engagement is going to look like going forward here. And you laid it out, Joe. There is that military track. Does the U.S. get involved by sending the kind of support that Israel doesn't have and getting involved in the conflict that way? Or does it pursue this diplomatic track? And over the course of this summit, the first day of it at least, President Trump said over and over again the solution had to be diplomatic. He said that Iran had to get back to the table, and indeed said that Iran was at the table. It had no other choice but to be there. That statement is so fascinating because, again, we saw it evolve over the course of the day. We saw the president finally agree to it, acquiesce to it, I guess you could say, after that dinner with those other world leaders. Interesting also at the bottom of it, Joe, a nod to the fact that there could be some market volatility here as well in the G7.
Ja, det är ju har fått flytta nyhets, det är riktig positionen där.
If that persists.
Really interesting. You mentioned the comments about Emmanuel Macron.
De har säkert haft någon större fighters på eller jets, fighter jets.
Ceasefire accomplished here. The president takes to Truth Social. This is 1 o'clock in the morning on Air Force One. Publicity-seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire. Wrong, he writes. He has no idea why I am now on my way to Washington. David Gura, is there a fear in Canada about what the president might do now that he's gone?
I don't know if it's fear, but I think there's a lot of kind of leaders here questioning what's going to happen next. And again, there was that effort which culminated in that statement of these leaders to work together in a way that the G7 has historically, to get all of these allies on the same page and to present this kind of unified front. You look at that statement, yes, there's an acknowledgement of Israel's right to security, a criticism of Iran, the mention of the markets that I talked about, and this urge for Iran and Israel to de-escalate, but nothing really concrete, no real teeth in that statement about what's going to happen here next. So I think they're watching as we are, and now we find ourselves here looking at this official agenda, watching it unfold as it did, or would have, had President Trump remained here. Vladimir Zelensky, one of many world leaders invited by Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, to come here as invited guests of the G7, going through the routine of meeting with world leaders. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, just announcing $2 billion Canadian worth of support for Ukraine going forward here, a raft of new sanctions on Russia. These are things that, it's safe to say, the Ukrainian president wanted to discuss with the President of the United States as well. Could there be an effort for the U.S. to provide more support, financial and military? Now, he doesn't have that opportunity to sit down with him on the sidelines of this event to make that case once again to the U.S. president.
Really important. And great reporting from David Gura. He's got the place to himself now in Banff. What a beautiful shot again, David. Thank you so much. Live from the Canadian Rockies. Not far from Kananaskis in Banff, where they're going to be rounding things out without the president. So let's go to where the president is. That's the White House. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has been at the White House all day waiting for news to come from the Situation Room. We don't have anything on the schedule here, Tyler, at least yet. Do we think we hear from the president today?
Yeah, hey Joe. Well, it's been our understanding that President Trump has inside the Situation Room and still no public events on the schedule, but we did get that post on Truth Social earlier, which could indicate that we could hear further from the president later on today. And you mentioned some of it at the top of the program, but it is worth reiterating that about 15 minutes ago, the president posted saying that, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff," in quotes. Of course, this definitely heightens the U.S. support of these ongoing Israeli strikes. And the question being here at the White House is, what is U.S. involvement going to look like moving forward? The White House officials say that they are maintaining that defensive posture, though they did move military assets into the region. And analysts tell us that if the U.S. were to get involved, it likely wouldn't be troops on the ground, but it would be air or sea assistance. So we're watching this very closely to see if officials do announce that they are moving into that more offensive position. And we sort of saw speculation heighten after a post from the vice president earlier today, J.D. Vance taking to X and saying that the president, quote, may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment, of course, talking about Iran's nuclear program, which President Trump has said is really at the crux of this, that he wants them to abandon those ambitions. In fact, the White House circulated to us reporters here a fact sheet of all the times that President Trump has called for this earlier, saying that he's called for it no less than 15 times since taking office. We should note, though, Joe, as David Gura was mentioning, the potential for diplomatic de-escalation. The president did say earlier today that he would consider dispatching either Vance or Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. If it potentially came to that, of course, that would be a big development that we're watching closely.
I'm really glad you mentioned the post from J.D. Vance, Tyler, because it gets to an interesting component of this whole story, and that's the way this is being felt in MAGA world. So to your point, the White House is really trying to drill down here on consistency by the president. No nukes for Iran ever. J.D. Vance went on to write, he may decide he needs to take further action, as you said, Tyler, but I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. And it follows President Trump's post on Truth Social about 16 hours ago. Somebody please explain to Kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We've only got about 30 seconds here, Tyler. It speaks to the pressure he's feeling on both sides.
Definitely, and it does risk perhaps widening a rift within his base of supporters after he did campaign on removing the U.S. from foreign entanglements when it comes to national security concerns. And I would just also point out that then Senator J.D. Vance was one of the most vocal opponents when it came to stopping aid flows to Ukraine. So it's interesting to see him weigh in on this issue as well.
Absolutely. Tyler, stay close. If the president speaks, Tyler will bring it to us here on Balance of Power. Tyler Kendall at the White House. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're with us on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. The IDF says missiles are in the air right now from Iran to Israel. We have a lot more to talk about here on the fastest show in politics. Stay with us on Bloomberg.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower across the board. We've got weak economic data on this Tuesday. Also concerns about an escalation of risks in the Middle East. They are driving stocks down. Bonds rose. Traders gearing up for tomorrow's Federal Reserve decision. Oil is moving higher. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, but stocks lower with the S&P down 13 now, a drop there of 0.2%. The Dow down 44, down 0.1%. NASDAQ down 41, a drop of 0.2%. 10-year 4.40%. The 2-year currently yielding 3.94%. Spot gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude 73.81 a barrel, up by 2.8%. They are once again heading for the shelters in Israel. The IDF identifying missiles launched from Iran toward the territory. That according to a post on X. IDF says defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. We'll have more coming up in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Balance of Power. In the meantime, Reuters is reporting that the U.S. is deploying more fighter aircraft to the Middle East. Kraft Heinz says it will remove synthetic food dyes from all of its products by the end of 2027. Right now, we've got shares of Kraft Heinz. They're up on a down day for the rest of the market, up by 0.8%. Recapping, S&P down 2, oil surging up 2.7%, and Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. As we watch Wall Street, we are also watching Truth Social. It does seem as if Donald Trump has got himself out of the Situation Room, unless he's posting on his phone from there or was taking a break, because we're seeing a flurry of posts now on social media with regard to Iran, knowing, of course, as we just told you, he left the G7 in Canada early and has come back to the United States to meet with his National Security Council to figure out the way forward. Now, I want to remind you, and if you're just joining us, the IDF said just at the top of the hour, about 20 minutes ago, that Iran launched a new round of missiles toward Israel. They are in the air now. Presumably, we're keeping eyes on the skyline of Tel Aviv and, of course, other cities and areas inside Israel. Donald Trump is watching all of this, and he's posting just now, unconditional surrender. 2 words, all caps, exclamation point, on Truth Social. This followed a pretty interesting post only about a minute earlier. Donald Trump writes, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out. Kill," he writes in parentheses, "at least for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers." He says, "Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter," exclamation point. There may be more where this came from. They've called a lunch lid, as they call it, at the White House, which means we're essentially standing by for his schedule for the second half of the day. If the president emerges, we will, of course, bring you anything that he says live here on Bloomberg. I want to point you to the top of our next hour, by the way, with regard to all of this. We have a special guest, a special conversation, and I suspect we're going to learn a lot when we spend some time with retired General Frank McKenzie, former CENTCOM commander. He's now with the University of South Florida's Global and National Security Institute, but this is someone who has had the job and has had to recommend ways to make decisions like this to the President of the United States. Stay with us here on Bloomberg. We've got a lot more coming out here on all of this as we also keep our eyes on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. This is a very busy time, knowing that reconciliation is still making its way through the Congress. And yesterday, while we were talking so much about geopolitics, was a critical day. The Senate Finance Committee put up its form of legislation that has a big difference from what we saw in the House when it comes to things like SALT, when it comes to Medicaid and so forth, when it comes to green incentives. If you have solar stocks, you know what I'm talking about. We spoke about this with Congressman French Hill, the chair of the House Financial Services Committee, on the late edition of Balance of Power, knowing there are huge differences between these two versions. Here's what he said.
There's room in the spending proposals for Senate review and Senate changes. But it's not like you're going to tear the whole house down and build a new house. Mike Johnson and Leader Thune are working hand in glove with the Trump administration. I hope the Senate can make progress so that we can deliver that bill to President Trump before Independence Day in just a few days.
Yes, sir. That's the deadline still, the 4th of July. That's when Nathan Dean sets off the fireworks, and he's with us right now. Of course, senior policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence and our guide through the darkness here when it comes to reconciliation. Great to see you, sir. So they dropped the Senate finance version. Everybody's upset. Wouldn't want to be a SALT Republican right now. Wouldn't want to be a solar investor right now. Let's start there because these solar stocks are going through hell today. What just happened?
Yeah, so, I like to call that these solar stocks have hot sauce. I used to say that with marijuana stocks.
Yeah.
Now it's the solar stocks.
Guess
Because
so.
on Friday, most of these stocks, we're talking like First Solar, Enphase, Sunrun, Solar Edge, they were up 10, 15, 20% on Friday. Yeah. And then on Monday night, we get this language with the solar tax credits were actually more aggressive than what the House had gone in terms of phasing out. Okay. Now, most of these will phase out by 2028. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, we were looking at 2031. Now, the other thing here to keep in mind is that, the IRA was actually more beneficial to things like nuclear, geothermal, hydropower. But for these solar stocks in particular, we're seeing companies down 30, 40% today because, and this is the note that we just put out a few hours ago, or actually just about an hour ago, I'm not sure that the moderate relief for the Inflation Reduction Act is going to be coming when they get to the full Senate debate. Because, yes, you will hear senators talking about, debates over Medicaid, SALT, and so forth like that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act, Senator Tom Tillis said he was generally supportive or generally satisfied. And to me,
that was your troublemaker.
That was my troublemaker. And so I actually think that, when this bill becomes very close to final, I think it's going to look very similar for these clean energy tax credits to where the Senate Finance Committee dropped it.
As opposed to, say, SALT, they didn't really commit to something here, right? It says $10,000, but we're told it's a placeholder. What's the exercise room?
I think there's some pretty angry senators at the moment. And what I mean by that is that the Senate usually has its way with the House. And the Senate says, look, House Representatives, you're going to take this and you're going to like it. There is no desire to increase that $10,000 cap of the SALT amongst those Senate Republicans. If they had their way, they'd probably just go to zero. But they have to recognize the fact that there is a salty caucus in the House.
Yeah.
And if I'm Representative Lawler and I'm, one of those Long Island Republicans that's really fighting for this, I'm going to tell the Senate, no deal. Now, I think they could potentially come down to like $30,000. So we're telling our clients, look, that $30,000 to $40,000. But look, with the margin of, votes in the House of Representatives so thin as it is, if that salty caucus tells the Senate, look, no deal, we're not going to negotiating, ultimately, I think the Senate Republicans are going to have to bend on that. And that's why we think
that's what they're saying, right?
Yeah, that's why we think the SALT deduction is either going to be around that $30,000 to $40,000.
Interesting. Wow. So that goes back to where we were. How about Medicaid? This is another huge sticking point on the House side. The Senate digs in even further.
Yeah, exactly. So the Senate went a little bit more aggressive. Our colleague Dwayne Wright put out a note early this morning, essentially that he thinks that the Senator Josh Hawleys of the world, those that are concerned about the scale of the Medicaid cuts, are going to win this fight, and we are going to see a mitigation factor, especially when it comes to the provider tax.
That's what we're talking about here.
Exactly. And so I think what you'll see is the next couple of weeks, and we think that Senator John Thune wants to have a vote potentially as soon as next week. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Senate vote's going to come probably right after the 4th of July. And between now and then, I think you're going to see a debate over two things. One, Medicaid cuts, and we think that's going to be scaled back, be a little bit more favorable. And second is going to be the deficit.
Okay.
You're going to see the Senator Ron Johnsons of the world come out there and say that we're not happy about the deficit, but he also included language just a couple days ago that we're getting on the right path.
Fascinating. Okay, so we're asking Ron Johnson to come and talk to us a little bit later on. That's where you start the conversation here, right? Because the senator is pointing everybody to debt and deficits. And we just found out that permanence is in fact going to be in the bill when it comes to the 3 business tax breaks that we talked about. So this money's got to come out of something. That's why they're looking at SALT and other areas to make the difference, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, this entire process that they're going through is like my son's carnival toy, where if you squeeze it in multiple directions, you can't ever get it to be equal, you know, and I'm trying to get rid of that toy. But, the challenge that Senator Johnson has is because, look, if he comes out and says to Senator Thune, I'm not supporting this unless you cut more, well, Senator Hawley's like, well, look, I'm not going to support it unless you cut less. And so, ultimately, that's why we always go back to this idea that the deficit is the most likely impacted here, because it's much easier for these senators to say, and for these members of the House, that I'm going to vote on something that President Trump just wants me to vote and be done with it, that ultimately impacts the deficit in 5 to 10 years, than it is to vote for something where my constituencies will be harmed potentially as soon as next year.
Are the SALT Republicans the only members of the Republican caucus, the Republican conference, I should say, who are a no vote if they don't get what they want. In other words, allow the Trump tax cuts to expire. That's a pretty rare breed on Capitol Hill. The conventional wisdom is no one actually is going to vote against this bill because you're going to be voting for a massive tax hike.
So I may be a little bit out of consensus here.
Let me know.
We saw language from Representative Chip Roy saying that he's a no.
Okay.
But I go back to the continuing resolution fight from March.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of no's until President Trump got in there and said, are you going to derail my efforts?
Right.
And then they became yeses. But if I'm Representative Lawler, if I'm a member from the Long Island Republicans, or if I'm outside of New York City,
yes,
it's not like you're going to get a MAGA Republican to primary me. You know, a lot of these districts, Senator Gillibrand won as well.
So they have enormous leverage.
They have enormous
And the White
leverage.
House knows this.
And Matt Miller even said on Bloomberg TV this morning that if you aren't going to vote for this, you're not going to get reelected. Now,
right.
So I just take that to be that I think that these salty Republicans are going to really stick. And that's why I think that they may give up 10,000. But if they go to 30,000 and the Senate Republicans say, let's meet at 30, then I think they take the deal.
If you want Matt Miller's vote, 30,000. You just got it from Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. Genius Act is going to pass today.
Yes. So the Genius Act, this is a stablecoin issuer bill. It's been going through.
This is a big deal.
Look for the vote around 4:30. It passed cloture 68-30 on Friday. Significant Democratic support. I think this passes fairly easily. I think those Democrats that voted for it on Friday show up again today. And then it goes to the House. Now, the House has two choices. They can alter the bill. And there has been some rumblings about potentially altering this bill to allow stablecoin issuers to pay interest. So if I give you $10, then you can pay me interest based off of that $10. Right now, that's prohibited in the Genius Act. I think the House, though, even though they're talking about it, I think the House takes the easiest solution to say, we're just going to pass the Senate bill and get it out of here and get it to the president's desk.
What happened to the credit card guys? The swipe fee bill?
Yeah, so Senator Marshall
This was the big dark cloud hanging over this.
They tried to attach the Credit Card Competition Act to it. As soon as Senator Marshall did that, Senator Hawley's like, whoa, wait. I'm going to attach my bill that caps credit card interest rates at 10%. And next thing you know, you had an enormous amount of amendments being attacked. Senator Thune, I think, and I obviously don't want to speak for the senator, but I think got somewhat frustrated by it, said, I'm wiping the amendment tree clean. We're going to put on a new amendment tree. No more amendments. Let's just pass this thing.
Incredible. Wow. This is how the sausage is made. This is why we love spending time with Nathan Dean. Many thanks to you. Keep your eyes. Genius Act, as Nathan said, about 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, we expect to vote in the Senate. We've got some breaking headlines here that I have to mention on the terminal. This is a riot as they just keep on coming here from New York City. Mayoral candidate Brad Lander, of course, the city's comptroller, has been arrested while at immigration court. The Associated Press is just putting out these headlines, and we'll have more for you as we learn more. We'll assemble our panel next. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors, with a massive decision looming for President Trump today. He's met with his National Security Council, now needs to decide whether to join Israel offensively in its attack against Iran, which, by the way, has launched a new round of missiles toward Israel since we've taken air at high noon. Stay with us here. Much more to follow. Live from the nation's capital, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing political story here in New York City. City Controller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander has been arrested by federal agents at an immigration court this morning as he was trying to, quote, accompany a person out of a courtroom. A reporter with the AP witnessed Lander's arrest at a federal building in Manhattan. The person Lander was walking out of the courtroom with was also arrested. We're also keeping tabs on the Middle East, where the IDF has identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israel. Meantime, Israel claims to have killed a top Iranian general as it trades more strikes with its longtime foe. Weak economic data and concerns about an escalation of risks in the Mideast driving stocks lower. S&P right now down 13, drop there of 0.2%. We've got the Dow down 34, a drop there of 0.1%. Nasdaq down 48, a decline of 0.2%. 10-year 4.40% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.94%. Gold little change, down 0.1%, 33.81 an ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude is now higher by 2.6%, 73.63 a barrel. As for Washington markets and the deficit, Kay Herr is Chief Investment Officer at JP Morgan Investment Management.
Treasury Secretary Bessent is a markets guy. He and the president are very focused on what the bond market is doing. And I think if you look at our fiscal situation, while I wouldn't say that it's pristine, we are certainly far better than an economy like Japan, which has much worse deficits.
Kay Herr, Chief Investment Officer at JP Morgan Investment Management. JetBlue Airways plans to speed up cost reductions by eliminating some flights. JetBlue shares down now by 3.5%. And JP Morgan Chase will hike the annual fee on its popular Sapphire Reserve card to $795. Shares of JP Morgan Chase unchanged right now. American Express, which is also reshaping its biggest cards, its travel-focused platinum cards, is also trading lower. AXP down now by 0.1%. Balance of Power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Times of Israel saying there are no reports of impacts from Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. I mentioned that because we started the program at noontime Eastern with news from the IDF that another round of missiles had been launched from Iran. It does seem the Iron Dome was doing its job today. Just finished watching video here, remarkably, of the New York controller being arrested. They threw him against the wall pretty good, got roughed up pretty good. As we told you, Brad Lander, you heard Charlie mention this, arrested at immigration court today in New York, AM New York, grabbing the video and bearing witness. Apparently he was walking arm in arm with an immigrant who federal agents moved to seize after a court hearing. I'll let go if you show me a judicial warrant, he repeated. I would like to see the warrant, then I will let go. Seconds later, the officers said, take him in, threw him against the wall, forcibly removed Lander, pushed him against the wall, cuffed him, and took him away. I suspect we're going to be hearing from Controller Lander at some point today, a mayoral candidate, I will add. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're with us here on Bloomberg, the Tuesday edition. We've got a lot going on. As I mentioned, the new wave of missiles from Iran hitting just as President Trump presumably emerges from the Situation Room. I say that because he was to meet with his National Security Council at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. About an hour later, the Truth Social post started flying. We have complete control over the skies of Iran, he wrote. Unconditional surrender was another. 2 words, exclamation point. And most recently, he says, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. If you're with me on YouTube, you can follow along on the screen here. It's been quite the barrage. Donald Trump writes, he is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, in parentheses, at least not for now.
Det bare svinger sånn for nå skjer det et eller annet her igjen. Ja, det Trump som driver og sender dit her. Det Trump.
He's facing an enormous decision. We're going to talk about General Clinton in our next hour about whether the U.S. should, in fact, be involved offensively, not just providing support for Israel's offensive actions against Iran, but actually having our pilots in the air dropping weapons, providing bunker busters, and so forth. This whole prospect is creating a fissure in the MAGA world. Donald Trump's base speaking openly about this. We've touched on this a little bit in the past couple of days. Tom Massey, not exactly a great friend of the president here when it comes to legislation, Republican, writing on Twitter, "This is not our war, but if it were, Congress must decide such matters according to our Constitution. Introducing a bipartisan war powers resolution to prohibit our involvement." Marjorie Taylor Greene, "Pray for our troops. Pray for the innocent people in Israel and Iran. Pray that we are not attacked on our homeland after our border was open for 4 years. War has bad consequences," she writes. "We voted for America first." Cue Vice President J.D. Vance. Are you with me? Cece is just cranking through the tweets here because it's been one of these days. Really interesting to hear the vice president talk about this, knowing, of course, that the MAGA community has great concerns about the idea of U.S. involvement, whether it's boots on the ground or not. He writes, "Trump may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment, but I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue." I don't know if you heard Tucker Carlson talking about this with Steve Bannon, but the president was clearly listening, taking to Truth Social, "Somebody please explain to kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon." This is a difficult decision for him domestically for obvious reasons. We assembled our political panel for their take on it. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are here, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center of the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, we've been through this a couple of times here, and as the Republican on our panel, I wonder your thoughts today when you look at the rhetoric from MAGA versus the rhetoric from the White House that is now going out of its way to point to a consistent message from Donald Trump that he has always said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Is that good enough?
Well, that's going to be their line for a while. I mean, look, Donald Trump has flip-flopped on a lot of these. He was in Saudi Arabia just last month saying that military action will not solve the problems in the Middle East with Iran. He gave a compelling argument for peace. Even yesterday, he was talking about going back to get a ceasefire, to sign a peace deal. I mean, he's been pretty consistent on this, but then he got the backlash, from MAGA. Same thing he got on Medicaid, same thing he got on other issues like immigration. They just lifted the ban on going after illegal immigrants on farms and in hospitality. It was just early this last week that he said, no, we can't keep going after immigrants in those places. So we're seeing a lot of shifting dynamics, all driven by this point you make, Joe, which is how do you make MAGA happy by trying to do the things you think need to get done in the country? And I really think this is a political dilemma, not so much for Trump. He'll never be on a ballot again. But how does MAGA keep the sort of clear messaging that they've had since Donald Trump took control of the party in 2016? And how does the next inheritor of MAGA do that at a time when right now, 6 months into the administration, they seem to be upside down on these messages on a daily basis?
Jeannie, let's presume that Donald Trump does not want to attack Iran or have American forces have their fingerprints on this. So we've got a pressure campaign, Operation Pressure Cooker, underway since he left the sit room, tweeting, truthing directly at the Ayatollah. In one case, he says, we know where the supreme leader is. Now we've got these headlines from German Chancellor Merz. This just crossed the terminal. Germany's chancellor says the U.S. will decide today whether to join the Iran conflict. U.S. decision depends on whether Iran negotiates. We have also just learned that Donald Trump will meet with his national security team at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's according to Axios. Jeannie, what is this all building up to?
Well, this is probably so far the most consequential moment of Donald Trump's administration. And I thought it was fascinating looking at the tweet that, or the post on X that Cece was just putting up by J.D. Vance, who is the next inheritor of MAGA, you would assume, as the sitting vice president. And what does he say there at the end? He says of Donald Trump, he's only interested in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. Can anybody explain to me how that is any different than the justifications presidents going all the way back, but specifically the 25 years J.D. Vance mentioned as something of deplorable, how that is any different. That is what presidents from Bush to Obama to Clinton, they all say that. And that is the problem that Donald Trump has himself in. He ran promising his supporters a different type of U.S. foreign policy, that he was the peace president. We were going to be American first. We were not going to be entangled. And yet within less than 150 days, he is trying to convince them that if he decides to use the American military, that is in the American public's best interest. He got himself in this position. It's the same position most American modern presidents have themselves in. It is easier to run and overpromise than to sit in the Situation Room and at the Oval Office and deliver.
Yeah.
And so that is when Merce puts this out, he is going to have to decide, but it's going to be a fraught political decision for him, let alone the humanitarian and human costs of all of this.
Rick, it's almost like the president's trying to show us his math, so there's no second guessing after the fact. This real-time running of headlines here, producer James barely keeping up with the headlines in real time from the White House. He wants us to be talking about this, so we apparently know that there was a deliberation that led up to that decision. What do you make of this approach?
Yeah, look, I think he's actually trying to reset the dialogue. Remember, for a month, he's been talking about peace, peace, peace. You know, he's given them 60 days to cut a deal in Tehran. He goes to Saudi Arabia and gives a speech all about peace in the Middle East. And now he's presented probably with a pretty attractive option. Gee, a couple of B-2 bombers, a Moab dropped on, you know, a nuclear facility that the Israelis can't get to, and boom, we're no longer negotiating an end of the nuclear program in Iran. You've just destroyed it. That's to a guy like Donald Trump. That may be actually better than a negotiation, and that guy loves to negotiate. And so, you know, at the end of the day, he's kind of trapped by his own rhetoric. And so I think what you see today is a guy trying to catch up with events. I mean, I'll bet you he started the week without any idea that it would go so fast, so well for Israel, that he'd be in the position of, quote, unconditional surrender of the Iranian population to who? The United States? We're not even involved in the conflict. I doubt if they'll ever surrender to the Israelis. But the Israeli campaign, Rising Lion, has been so successful, so fast, that it may have overtaken everybody else's concept of how to unravel the Iranian nuclear program to a point where now everyone, not just the President of the United States, is trying to catch up.
Well, Jeannie, we're going to talk to General McKenzie about this next hour. The president's sitting in the White House right now. Do I send those B-2s over? They're already there, actually. Do I put American pilots in the cockpit and have them go to Fordo or not? What will drive his decision?
It's going to be a very tough decision. And the White House is trying to say, to your earlier point, going back to a book he wrote in the mid-2010s, 2011s, he has been committed to the fact Iran should not have nuclear weapons. There's hardly a person you can find in the West who believes Iran should have nuclear weapons. But that is really not the point today. The point today is, how do you achieve that goal? And this president came in 2018, blew up a deal that gets us in the position where we are today. And Rick was just talking about how he was going around the Middle East and he was talking about peace, in negotiations, Steve Witkoff and all else. But from the perspective of the Iranians, he was being duplicitous. He was not being honest. If he had been honest about that, he would not have given them the allowed or turned a blind eye to Israel's attack on the 61st day when negotiations were scheduled for the 63rd day. So the president is going to have a difficult time having it both ways. That's both in the international community, and that is also for his MAGA base, who are talking now about a civil war. And of course, you are hearing, and you mentioned this earlier, from members of Congress, whether it is Tim Kaine on the Democratic side or Massey on the Republican side, who are saying this is up to Congress. So all of these things make this a very difficult decision. I suspect the decision is already made looking at J.D. Vance's tweet. they are going to use.
We're about to find out here, Jeannie. Hold that thought. Jeannie and Rick will be back with us in our second hour. Indeed, Axios out with another headline. President Trump to make the policy decision on Israel-Iran today. 1 p.m. he meets with the National Security Council. That's in 5 minutes. We'll have a lot more in hour 2 of Balance of Power straight ahead, only on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump calls for unconditional surrender in Iran. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power as the president returns home early from the G7 to meet with his National Security Council at the White House to make a decision on whether to join Israel offensively in its attack against Iran. We're going to get the latest ahead from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, live from the White House, and from Bloomberg's David Gura, who's still at the G7 summit in Canada, where the president left a group of world leaders in his wake. We're also going to bring you an important conversation with retired General Frank McKenzie, former CENTCOM commander, on the way forward here with a decision expected as soon as today by the President of the United States. Wall Street is watching all of this, and it's not playing terribly well. Charlie Pellet joins us right now from World Headquarters in New York with his look at the markets. Charlie?
And good day from New York, Joe Matthew. In fact, we are at the lows of the session right now with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in the red. S&P currently down 29 points, drop there of 0.5%, holding just above 6,000. 6,003 where we stand now. The Dow's down 143, down 0.3%, while NASDAQ is down 118 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.6%. We have got the 10-year 4.40%, the 2-year 3.94%. Gold down $2 the ounce, 33.83, a drop there of 0.1%. A surge for West Texas Intermediate crude on heightened tensions in the Middle East, up 3% now. WTI 73.89 a barrel. Stocks are declining as President Trump plays down a potential truce between Israel and Iran. Traders also preparing for the Fed rate decision tomorrow. The Trump administration, meanwhile, is discussing policies that would make it harder and more expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients in a move that could disrupt more than $10 billion in annual ad spending. Two of the biggest advertisers are AbbVie and Pfizer. AbbVie alone spends $2 billion on direct-to-consumer marketing. Right now we have got shares of AbbVie down 2.1%, Pfizer lower by 1.1%. Again, recapping, stocks lower with the S&P 500 index down 0.5%. And balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Keeping tabs on Wall Street for us. We'll get back to Charlie a bit later this hour to see how the Tuesday trade is evolving with, of course, Wall Street again bumping into Washington and a looming decision now for President Trump on what to do, whether to join Israel offensively against Iran. He's back at the White House today, as we told you, having left the G7 in Canada early to deal with these matters. And we've seen a flurry of posts on Truth Social demanding unconditional surrender in one case to Iran, and going even further to write about Iran's supreme leader. We know exactly, he writes, where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We're not going to take him out. He writes, kill in parentheses, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The question, of course, whether the U.S. should go further than providing logistical support to the Israeli military, the Israeli Air Force, the IDF, whether, in fact, the U.S. should put American air crews in B-2 bombers to deliver bunker-busting bombs that are needed to get to the deep underground enrichment facilities like Fordow that we've talked about inside Iran. I discussed the idea of U.S. involvement and whether it was essential right at this time yesterday in a conversation with Ron Dermer, Israel's Minister for Strategic Affairs. Here's what he said.
The U.S. has been tremendous in the support that it's given Israel from the beginning of this war on defense. There's an understanding, frankly, Joe, in America, and not just Israel, that when we are fighting Iran, we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting an enemy of the United States. So when we're taking them on, we are fighting your fight. And actually, our victory will also be an American victory, and I think it will help turn the region into a different direction.
Let's see what the thinking is at the White House right now. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has been there all day and joins us live from the North Lawn. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, it's our understanding that the U.S. has been in close contact with its Israeli counterparts. President Trump has been in the Situation Room getting updates. And then about an hour ago, as you mentioned, we saw this flurry of posts on Truth Social that included him posting about unconditional surrender and also threatening Iran's supreme leader. And then another one worth reiterating. He said, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff," in quotes. This definitely, of course, heightens the U.S.'s support of these ongoing Israeli airstrikes, as the question really does become, what will U.S. involvement look like going forward? We could soon have an answer, as Axios reports that President Trump is going to convene that National Security Council.
Halla, sorry, jeg satt med en investor. Her tryner det jo, og det er Trump som babler. Det er bare det der. Jeg er fortsatt short gull, short er mer her oppe. Gull gikk jo litt opp, men er fortsatt jævla tung. tok gevinst på Nasdaq-shorten min alt for tidlig. Nå virker det som at Trump virkelig, han har sagt at nå skal Iran ceasefire umiddelbart, og at de har kontroll over the skies. Derfor så poppa gull, men gull går jo ikke, det går dritræva. Derfor så er fortsatt short.
He needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. Of course, the possibility of a diplomatic de-escalation could still be on the table. It's worth noting that President Trump did suggest earlier that he may dispatch either Vance or his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, for talks with Iran. We're just waiting for some updates on how that involves.
All right, Tyler, stay close with us. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the White House as we turn our attention now to what is left of the G7 summit in Canada. Bloomberg's David Gura is in Banff, where world leaders are continuing to move their conversations ahead even without President Trump. David, how is all of this playing there?
Well, to borrow a phrase from the president, this matter does have the attention of the world leaders who are gathered here. We heard from Chancellor Friedrich Merz of Germany this morning talking about that conflict, having some very strong rhetoric about Iran and suggesting that the U.S. is going to make its decision on military action today. So everyone here tracking very closely what's happening in Washington, indeed what's happening in the Middle East as well. But as you rightfully point out, Joe, the agenda proceeds as normal. President Volodymyr Zelensky is here in Canada. He had a meeting with Prime Minister Mark Carney just a few minutes ago, at which Canada announced a big investment in defense spending for Ukraine and new. We're seeing those meetings continue over the course of the day, and sitting in President Trump's seat at all of these major meetings is now Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, who traveled here with President Trump with the expectation going into this summit there would be more conversations on the sidelines about trade and tariffs, but he has now been kind of given the imprimatur to sit in that seat over the course of these meetings to kind of play the role of the U.S.'s representative here as conversations center on Ukraine this morning and energy this afternoon. Again, the official agenda continues, but everyone here very much watching what's unfolding in Washington and the Middle East, Joe.
Great reporting this week from David Gura live in Banff, Canada. Thank you so much, David, as we add the voice of experience in retired General Frank McKenzie. We told you he would join us, someone with answers to many of the questions that we've been asking, as he was the former commander, United States Central Command, CENTCOM, from 2019 to 2022. Now executive director of the University of South Florida's Global and National Security Institute. General McKenzie, it's good to have you back on Balance of Power. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's good to have you with us. The president is facing a big choice today, as it seems, and he's been writing on Truth Social about it. If you were still in your old job, would you recommend to the president that the U.S. join Israel offensively in eliminating Iran's nuclear program?
Well, I think, first of all, it's good to be with you, Joe. I think the important thing to remember here is as he approaches this decision, President Trump actually has unique credibility with Iran because he gave the order to strike Qasem Soleimani back in early 2020. So he possesses enormous wasta, if you will, as he approaches this problem. It's going to be his decision to choose how is he going to use it. Are we going to try to negotiate now? The problem with negotiating with the Iranians is they're not great fighters, but they're remarkable negotiators. They will try to bog you down. They'll try to spin it out in time. And what they will try to do is stay on their task of destroying Israel and ejecting us from the region. So it's a particularly difficult decision for the president to make. If we go in and we strike this target, as we're talking about doing, we're probably not going to be able to completely eradicate the Iranian nuclear program, but we will set the nuclear program back.
Interesting. You mentioned Qasem Soleimani. I believe you did recommend to President Trump at the time that he be taken out. And a lot of people are looking at that as the beginning of a saga that brings us here today, that in fact closing the deal at Fordo and eliminating, by the use of American B-2 bombers and the Moab, eliminating what is left of that enrichment facility would be the bookend on something that you started that day, General. Is that correct?
Well, that would be President Trump's decision to actually execute that strike. And I believe you can make a point that it began a narrative arc that has taken us to where we are today. 2024 was the worst year in Iranian history in terms of foreign policy and defense policy, but it really did begin with the loss of Soleimani, who was their inspirational leader, the guy that could bring it all together for him across the region. After January 2020, he was no longer there, and they have felt his loss significantly.
It's really interesting as we try to understand the impact that had when it comes to communications with Iran's proxies, when it comes even to esprit de corps, if I can use that term, in keeping some cohesion among proxies and even within the Revolutionary Guard. The elimination of Qasem Soleimani speaks directly to the chaos and the lack of response, the chaotic response we're seeing now, does it not?
It absolutely does. The fact of the matter is the Iranian military, and particularly the IRGC, the Republican Guard Corps, they don't have good succession planning. People come into these jobs and they stay for many, many, many years. You don't have someone you can turn to if a person dies or is killed. And they felt that very keenly. They felt it in the loss of Soleimani. We see it right now in the loss of their equivalent of their chairman and equivalent in the loss of the IRGC commander. It is having a profound effect on Iranian decision making. It's crippling it. It's making it very hard for them to come to coordinated positions on how to respond. And we see that every day in their ineptitude.
General McKenzie, we're getting headlines from Iranian state media right now that Iran will soon launch what they're calling a punitive operation against Israel. I'm reading these with you for the first time, citing Iran's chief of staff of armed forces on this operation, urging Israelis to evacuate Tel Aviv and Haifa. How should Israel respond to headlines like these, and is the Iron Dome enough to keep them safe?
The waves of Iranian attacks have had minimal success. I know that's easy for me to say here in the United States when buildings have been destroyed in Israel, but the Israeli success rate with their various systems far beyond Iron Dome has actually been pretty remarkable. The Iranians have thrown about all they can throw at Israel. There's not some secret deadly weapon out there waiting to be employed. They just don't have it. You'll see more of the same against Israel. I predict what will happen over time is that Israeli defenses will grow increasingly effective as they solve the way the Iranians are attacking. And the Iranians don't have an endless supply of these weapons as well.
We've been surging equipment into the theater, as I'm sure you know, more than 24 tankers, air-to-air refuelers. We're steering the USS Nimitz strike carrier group into the region.
Mens Trump skal kriges med han blir borte I 40 minutter, så får jeg hente Sahar, kommer tilbake, skjer ikke så veldig mye her nå. Jeg shorta gull på nytt der oppe. Normalt så gull gå I taket når det krig, det har ikke gjort det hele tatt. Jeg tror fortsatt ikke det kommer til å gjøre det. Synes det ganske slow. Nasdaq henter seg opp med en gang igjen. Tok gevinst på Nasdaq, ikke shorta videre. Vi driver og nikker opp på den med $5 på gull. Bryter vi under 71, så går jeg på en enda mer short. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor gull så svak. De snakket om I stad på Bloomberg, og så sier de at tror vi gull går videre oppover, og da sier de at vi vet ikke. Sier de videre på Bloomberg, hvorfor I all verden får vi ikke et ras på markedet? Sier på Bloomberg, de vet ikke. Så jeg sier det samme, jeg vet ikke. Så vi bare gjør det som riktig, og det tror jeg bare være veldig forsiktig, og så holder jeg shorten. Så kan dere ta gevinst på den jeg satt hvis dere vil da. Jeg bare sitter rolig. Fortsatt short gull? Ja, fortsatt short gull.
They found that it would require B-2s, several of them releasing one Moab after
Normalt sett hadde jeg kjøpt gull.
Before they got there. Were you involved in those experiments? Is that
Men det hadde ikke vært så bra. Da kommer jeg tilbake snart.
So really, Joe, all I can tell you is we have very good plans, we have very good capabilities. We studied the problem, we believe we have a solution to the problem. So that's really all I can tell you.
Well, when the general can't answer a question like that, I know we're getting wrong on something here. Let me ask you further. There's also reporting that if we didn't in fact make that decision to use these bunker-busting bombs, that cutting the power might do it. A sabotage mission to cut the power to these centrifuges, which spin at supersonic speeds. Should that be in our playbook?
Every possible approach to this problem is in our playbook, and many of them are obviously also in Israel's playbook. Everything from different forms of cyber attack to power interruption to proxy attack direct on the ground. All of those options are on the table. All of those options have been thoroughly studied, and all of those options would be available should we choose to use them.
go here, General. Is there a scenario that we should be prepared for that would involve Israeli boots on the ground in Iran and a very different mission to support?
Joe, I can't see that under any circumstance. Iran's a large country with a population of 90 million. I can't see any possible way that would involve an Israeli ground invasion of Iran. Just not going to happen. I see some scenarios perhaps where the Israelis believe they can knock out the existing government. Now you're dealing with what is essentially a failed state, a dysfunctional entity, and in some ways that may be better than a state that isn't failing, but that has malevolent intent not only against Israel but against all of its neighbors. It would not be a good scenario for the people of Iran, who will be denied basic services for food, for medicine, for all the things that make life worth living. But to some degree, the only people to blame for that is current Iranian leadership.
General, you know what it's like to be in the Situation Room with the National Security Council, with the President of the United States. It appears that's the kind of day they're having today at the White House. We've already discussed the decision that President Trump is facing here, and I wonder if we could qualify this as the most important foreign policy decision facing a president since the withdrawal of Afghanistan.
It's certainly a big decision. And if you're in there as a military person, your job is to ensure that the people who make those decisions, the civilian leadership of our country, have all the options they need in order to execute whatever decision they choose. And then the joint force will faithfully execute those decisions.
There seems to be an expectation of decisions made today, General. How long is this window open for?
I think we have some flexibility in how we choose to approach it. I think the problem is for the Iranians, time works against them. They're weaker every day. They're more attrited every day. They're less capable. For us and for Israel.
It's great to have you with us, General. We hope that we can continue this conversation with you. Retired General Frank McKenzie, former CENTCOM commander, now at the University of South Florida's Global and National Security Institute. A fascinating conversation as we always seek to bring you voices of experience, practitioners here on Balance of Power. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us live from Washington with much more to follow here. I'm Joe Matthew and glad you're along on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Satt en liten skjorte på den.
So 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are declining as President Trump plays down a potential truce between Israel and Iran. Right now we are at just about the lows of the session, with the president set to meet his national security team in Washington to discuss the escalating Middle East conflict. Full details coming up right here on Balance of Power. Equities lower across the board, with the S&P now down 31 points at 6,001. Drop there of 0.5%. The Dow is down 171, decline of 0.4%, while NASDAQ, the composite index, down 116, a drop right now of 0.6%. 10-year at 4.40%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.95%. Gold up $3.50 the ounce, up 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.4%, 74.18 right now per barrel of WTI. And a big drop in Bitcoin, down 4.7% now at 103,755 on Bitcoin. And Adobe has released a standalone Firefly mobile app for Android and iOS in an attempt to put a larger spotlight on its artificial intelligence-powered image generation and editing tools. Adobe shares that they are now by 4%. And San Francisco-based Salesforce increasing the price for many products, becoming the latest software maker to adjust its cost structure as it integrates artificial intelligence. Salesforce.com up now by 0.2%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, it's another one of those days, and good to have Charlie Pellet, as always, with his hands on the markets here. We'll get back to Charlie in a bit. Watching the Tuesday trade evolve with the news here from Washington. Bloomberg News can now confirm the President of the United States set to meet with the national security team here to talk about what next in the Middle East. We've had a flurry of Truth Social posts from President Trump, and as we were just discussing with retired General Frank McKenzie, a big decision here in the offing today based on everything that we are hearing about what should be the U.S. policy when it comes to offensive military action against Iran. The president calling for unconditional surrender in one Truth Social post, going even further, if you were with us on Bloomberg, to say we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding, adding that we're not going to take him out, at least not for now. The pressure campaign is ratcheting up here as we get closer to a decision that could lead to either U.S. military action or some sort of deal, if we're still allowing for that. We assembled our political panel now. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Rick is our Republican strategist partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, you spent enough time at the White House and in SCIFs across Washington to have a sense of what this is like inside the sit room, inside the West Wing right now. Give us a sense of the conversations that are being had, the options the president is hearing, and from whom.
Yeah, well, the Joint Chiefs' job is to advise the president and give him military options, obviously orchestrated by his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. So they are there along with the national security team, both inside the White House and other members in the cabinet. And that is exactly, Joe, what you described they're doing. They're going through various scenarios, to tell the president what kind of options he has, what kind of choices, answering any questions that he or the team has, and game planning out a little bit about what happens next. We know he's not tweeting in there because you're not allowed to have a phone in a SCIF, certainly not in the sit room. And so he must have, we can almost time how much time he's in the sit room by like when those tweets kick off again and gets his phone back. But the bottom line on it is that they'll have all the information they need there at hand, a lot of electronic information available to make a decision. And that maybe that decision is a non-decision for now, but at the end of the day, It's the president's choice. It is not the decision of a military leader to make what we do. They are giving him options. It's up to the president to make that commander-in-chief decision.
Jeannie, I don't know how often you're on the same page as Tom Massey, but he is among a group of Republicans on Capitol Hill who are demanding that Congress be involved in this decision. The president obviously has great authority when it comes to dealing with our own national security, when it comes to the immediacy of whether or not to strike. But if we're talking about a longer-term commitment here, when does Congress get the call?
Well, so far they have not been very active. You mentioned Tom Massey, who is joined by strange bedfellows like Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who have indicated they would sign on to this resolution. And then, of course, in the Senate, you have Tim Kaine, who is promising to bring other Democrats along. It'll be curious to see if any of the more right-wing MAGA folks go along with him. So we're going to see strange bedfellows. And I think from the president's perspective, and you can see this, I think, in the truths from today, he would think best case scenario is that he compels Iran to give up, come to the negotiating table, and he doesn't have to make this very tough decision. Because for him politically, this is a very fraught moment. He has told people two things that simply do not reconcile together. One, I am Israel's best ally. America will continue to support it. Number two, we are out of foreign wars. I am heading for a Nobel Peace Prize. We are going to be America first. Those two promises are irreconcilable, and he is being called to the mat on those by those on the MAGA right, which is why you're seeing the vice president who speaks MAGA speaking to them on Twitter today and saying, give the president some space. He's earned your trust. He's only going to do what's in the best interest of the American public. But remember, the use of troops for that reason is the same defense every president of the United States gives. And Donald Trump made a career of attacking George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, I can go on and on, Hillary Clinton, for using U.S. troops on foreign soil for exactly the same reason. So he's in a conundrum. Best case scenario, he doesn't have to make a decision. But I think he's not going to get that. He's probably going to have to make it, and it's going to put him in a politically charged position.
Rick, where are you on Congress's role in all of this? How long does Donald Trump have to act independently before lawmakers need to have a say?
Well, I think that historically presidents have been given long lead time. Throughout the ages, presidents have been able to act in an offensive fashion. Bill Clinton intervened in the Bosnia War without permission from Congress. You can go back to presidents like Nixon and others. So there's a lot of history to giving the President of the United States flexibility, especially in urgent situations such as this, right? This does not correspond with a debate in Congress that could last weeks. This is a moment in time. U.S. needs to act, and the president, I think, will be given plenty of leeway. And remember, too, there are a lot of bipartisan support for hemming in Iran. This is not just a Republican idea. A lot of hawks in the Democratic Party see this as an opportunity to finally rid the Middle East of the biggest troublemaker that we've had in our lifetimes. And so I think you'll find both bipartisan opposition to this, but also bipartisan support for anything that the president wants to do to end the scourge of Iranian troublemaking in the region.
Jeannie, when you hear the president's comments, particularly from last evening on Air Force One, we are looking for better than a ceasefire, he said. Better than a ceasefire, a real end. Which is why people are wondering if he is, in fact, thinking seriously about committing the U.S. military to this, to take part in Israeli strikes against Iran. When you hear talk like that, does that tell you that Donald Trump will make this decision today in the sit room with his military advisors, or that actually Iran will make this decision based on how it responds?
You know, I think the president probably is committed to where he wants to take this already. I think that's why he came back. I think that's why we're seeing the messages we are seeing from the president, the vice president, Pete Hegseth on Fox News last night. Sure, his mind could be changed if he gets some new information, but I think he knows where he wants to go, and that is where he has been a long time. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. The challenge for him is he blew up the deal in 2018 that would have left us in a much better position than we are right now, and now he's got to make a tough decision. Yes, he hopes that Iran completely capitulates, completely surrenders. But you talk to Iran experts and they say, how can Iran do that at this point? In the future, they might. But at this point, how can they? Number one, they have lost faith in the President of the United States, Donald Trump, because they don't feel like he was being completely open and honest with them about the negotiations that were occurring. And so that's something he's going to have to overcome if he really wants a substantive negotiation with them on this. And number two, is he really going to backtrack on his no nuclear weapons for Iran? I read that truth to say that he really does want regime change, which many people do, but he doesn't want to make the difficult decision as to how you get there, and he may just have to in the next couple hours.
Well, that's pretty interesting. Rick, when you consider the options here, Donald Trump could simply let Israel keep hammering away at Iran and hope for the people to rise up, or maybe an alternate approach to eliminating the centrifuges. But as General McKenzie said, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. And I think he said they're bad fighters and great negotiators. Based on the history of this conversation, why should the U.S. even take Iran seriously as a credible actor at a negotiating table?
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump has always felt that threats and coercion is the way to go. With the Iranians, he's probably more right than wrong. I mean, Frank McKenzie has got an enormous amount of experience dealing with the Iranians. But remember, too, the Iranians have a death squad, trying to take out Donald Trump for the assassination of Soleimani. I mean, these are not like normal negotiations among interested parties. I mean, this is the strangest group of people you're ever going to meet with. Hey, we'd like to negotiate with you while we're trying to kill you. So if you have conditions like that, you have to assume that Donald Trump's going to use equal, if not more, lethal ways of dealing with the Iranians. And so I just want to, this is not like negotiating a real estate deal. You've got a situation here where Iran does not play by any rules of modern society, and therefore they are now vulnerable to those who have the power to prey upon them. And at the end of the day, if you want a peaceful Middle East, you're going to have to deal with the biggest troublemaker in the region, and that's Iran. And Iran has been unwilling to contain their ambitions.
Jeannie, I've got less than a minute here. If the president decides to attack and he loses MAGA, can he win them back?
He absolutely could, but there might be a fissure there. But let's not forget, we just got out of Afghanistan. Who controls that country now? The Taliban. It is not just we attack regime change and we live in a peaceful Middle East. The president, the United States, all of our allies have to answer, what is the day after? What is next? What is this new regime you're hoping for? We need to hear about that from the president of the United States if he decides to attack. What is the end of this entire thing?
Great conversation with our great panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Thank you both for the insights. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington with much more straight ahead on Bloomberg TV and Rick News.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. The S&P bouncing off the bottom, looking at a 33-point drop right now, but falling below 6,059.99 right now on the S&P, down 0.5%. Wall Street's concerns over Mideast tensions and weak economic data leading to a slide in stocks. The S&P 500 again just bouncing off of session lows. The Dow down 198, down 0.5%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 122, a drop there of 0.6%. The 10-year at 4.39%, with the 2-year 3.95%. Gold up $4.50 the ounce, a little changed, up 0.1%, $33.90 on the precious metal. But we are seeing a surge in West Texas intermediate crude, up 3.6% right now at $74.35 a barrel. JetBlue Airways plans to speed up cost reductions by eliminating some flights, pausing retrofits, and parking some jets. We've got JetBlue shares down now by 4.5%. JP Morgan Chase hiking the annual fee on its popular Sapphire Reserve credit card to $795. JP Morgan Chase down 0.2%. Also, we had American Express announcing yesterday that it is making its, quote, largest investment ever in a refresh of its travel-focused Platinum cards. American Express down 0.3%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Lots going on. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
You said it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Charlie Pellet, live from New York, watching Wall Street as headlines fly from Washington. And we're seeing another from Iranian state media here. Strong successive explosions heard in western Tehran. Knowing that the volley continues here, we did see another round of ballistic missiles sent by Iran toward Israel. They appear to have all been intercepted. There may be something going back in the other direction. As we keep tabs on what's happening at the White House, President Trump today meeting with his national security team. It appears they are back behind closed doors now to figure out the next leg in the U.S. policy here in dealing with Israel and Iran. Now on day 5 of the back and forth. We'll have much more on this later in the program and on the late edition of Balance of Power. The President could speak today. If he does, you'll hear him live on Bloomberg TV and radio. We're very excited about the latest addition to the Bloomberg TV lineup here. Sonali Basak, program called Bullish, and today is the debut. She's with us now live from New York with her first guest, someone you may have heard of, and in fact, with regard to this program, one of the most prolific political donors in the U.S. and in the world. Sonali joins us now from World Headquarters in New York. Your sit down with Ken Griffin was fascinating. What'd you learn?
I appreciate it, Joe, and of course, because of you in particular, I've been diving way deep into the world of political financing. It was a wide-ranging interview with Ken Griffin, but one thing that did surprise me when I spoke to him is I asked about the mark he would leave on the Republican Party. Let's take a quick listen to what he had to say.
When you think about your political giving, when you think about the influence that you want to have and the mark you want to make, what's most important to you?
Well, I think you need to think about the arc of one's life. In my 20s, I gave my time. I didn't have money to give in my 20s. I gave my time. I actually tutored in the inner city of Chicago and saw firsthand the challenges that these young, in this case, boys and girls face in trying to break the cycle of poverty. Like, it's really, really tough work to tutor these kids who are so far behind. And at Citadel, one of the things that we support is we support our colleagues being involved in nonprofit organizations. We have several hundred colleagues who are on the boards of nonprofit institutions across the country, giving them their time to improve other people's lives. I'm really proud of that, that's such a part of the ethos and culture of the firm. Now, over the years, time became scarcer, money became more plentiful, started to give money to support public education reform. How do we help young men and women? In Chicago, one of the things I love doing is I would help to underwrite the cost of giving books to every newborn child in the city of Chicago. It's a well-established fact that the number of books a child is exposed to early in life actually has a disproportionate impact on their entire educational journey. If I looked at all the work that I did, though, in public education in particular, I would often see that work undermined by very poor political policies. In some sense, we often put the interest of the teachers union in front of the interest of the students. And if I wanted to see kids have a chance to get ahead of the United States, I decided it was important to support politicians, both Republicans and Democrats, who put education as a very important part of their platform. And over the years, I've continued to support candidates on both sides of the aisle who really do lead with an education-first policy.
It's interesting to hear you say that, because coming into this interview, I was going to ask about what mark you wanted to make on the Republican Party, but it sounds like you're not limited to that.
I'm not limited to that. I find in general I tend to agree with more of the policies of the Republican Party, but it's important to recognize people in both parties that really do lead the charge fighting for the interests of children.
So interesting there. Did not expect him to talk about his support for the Democrats. A known Democrat he has been supporting is the Miami-Dade mayor, where, of course, Florida politics tend to have a different flavor than much of the country, but he did donate to both Republicans and Democrats in the area. And now another person he called out by name, too, is Senator David McCormick. We've been following him very closely, as well as his pro-business policies. But he said David really represents Senator McCormick really represents the future of the Republican Party in a lot of ways, and that it was important for him, as he's giving, to really change the face of the Republican Party, make sure there are more women, more people of color, and more veterans in particular.
Really interesting. I actually thought Ken Griffin was going to be the next mayor of Miami at one point.
Kind of unofficially is, I think, already in some ways, no?
The unofficial mayor, yes, exactly. What's the program Bullish? This is a tough act to follow. What's the program seeking to cover?
We cover the future of finance in many forms. So for Ken Griffin, the reason I wanted to get into him in the first episode is not only is this about Miami, yes, it's a really interesting, colorful video, but it's also about the hedge funds and market-making firms that are changing the face of finance. Of course, these don't face the same types of regulations. Post-2008, they've proliferated, some of the largest firms here, and they are a critical part of what markets and market structure looks like. And by the way, you know, we're on a politics show here, Joe. The idea of regulation becoming a lot less loose, a lot more loose for them in the future is a real reality. They're only set to get bigger, right? And you have rivals of Citadel Securities like Jane Street already making more money in a year than many of the big bank trading arms do. So they're becoming massive players in the future of finance in ways that maybe much of the American public don't realize.
Well, this is great. Join Shonali Bosick for her conversation. Bullish with Shonali, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Bloomberg TV, 8 p.m. Bloomberg Originals. Looking forward to it, Shonali, and thanks for spending some time with us here on Balance of Power. A lot to look forward to with regard to our special Fed coverage as well. That's tomorrow with the meeting getting underway here, and that's always our pleasure because Michael McKee is in town when the Fed gets together. FOMC means Michael McKee is with us at the desk here, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. It's great to see you. I don't know how bullish you're feeling or how bullish Jay Powell is feeling. We don't get a cut tomorrow or a change in rates, but we might start hearing some hints. What do you think?
Well, Wall Street should be looking for hints. Okay. The question is how much of a hint does the Fed want to give them? And I don't think it's going to be a whole lot because they don't know anything either. We are getting a new summary of economic projections, their forecast for GDP, unemployment, and inflation, and then we get the new dot plot. Wall Street is kind of betting that they're going to raise the unemployment forecast and raise the inflation forecast, which would suggest slower growth, but not do a whole lot about it. In the dot plot, maybe cut from 2 cuts this year to 1 cut, and essentially admit they don't know what's going to happen to the economy because we're all waiting on Donald Trump.
Yeah, about everything. So yesterday, or probably would have a couple days ago, asked you about tariffs. We have a massive geopolitical crisis that's unfolding now as well. Donald Trump's in the White House as we're talking to you, trying to figure out whether the U.S. should join Israel offensively against Iran. This is happening just as the FOMC gets behind closed doors. Does that factor into their decision making?
It's not going to factor into their decision making because there is no way to know what it will actually mean. We can speculate about what the U.S. might do, and we can speculate about how the Iranians and others in the Middle East might respond. But other than oil prices going up, which is sort of a given in this situation, there's no way to know how this would play out for the U.S. economy, which is what the Fed cares about. Oil prices can go up. They will maybe at some point affect people's purchasing decision making.
But for right now, they have to watch too. I mean, maybe they'll have a TV set watching you in the Fed meeting.
We'll see about that. If anyone knows, it would be you. But in this case, I mentioned tariffs. A weaker than expected reading on retail sales today. This is something the Fed can't get its arms around. Is that a result of the front loading or the front running that we saw ahead of tariffs taking effect?
It largely was, in the sense that most of the damage was done by a decline in car sales because everybody bought cars earlier. Building materials, maybe a little bit tariff related, but probably a lot weather related. It's raining. It just keeps raining.
Wow.
Then you had gasoline prices go down. Gasoline prices are going back up again now because of what's going on in the Middle East. So it isn't clear exactly what the message is from all of that, except that the Fed has to keep an eye on whether Americans want to keep spending.
Sure.
But Americans are waiting for details as well. And the interesting thing about getting all this information from the Fed tomorrow is July 9th. 2 weeks after that, we hear about the reciprocal tariffs, and that might change the whole game again.
Unless, of course, there's an extension.
Put an expiration date on their new forecast.
Yeah, well, I guess 2 weeks is a pretty long time around here. So imagine yourself in the news conference tomorrow, as you will be, and I know you're probably crafting some impossible-to-answer question as we speak. What's the tone, what's the posture for Jay Powell in the midst of all this uncertainty? Is it just like the last news conference?
I think so. I think he wants to avoid making news as much as possible. He'll say that we are focused on the economy and we will take in all of the president's policies in terms of what they mean for the economy and for our mandate. And we just don't have enough information now to decide. And he'll kind of leave it at that because there's no percentage in him making the president mad. We already know the president is mad at him. And there's no percentage in upsetting Wall Street at this point because there's plenty of other things that Wall Street has to worry about.
Well, there's a lot of other things that Donald Trump has to worry about as well. You wonder if we don't get the missives on Truth Social tomorrow because we actually do have an international crisis underway.
Yeah, I suspect that we might not, but it could be overnight that he sends out some note that I don't expect Too Late Jay to,
yes, right.
Calls it, right?
Too Late Powell. Is Scott Bessent the next Fed chair?
My guess
what do you make of this conversation?
My guess would be no. I think.
Where did this come from this week?
Well, it's the Wall Street game.
Yeah.
You float people's names and see what the reaction is, and the reaction has not been overwhelmingly, yeah, we got to have him. And Bessent is kind of busy with a whole bunch of other things for the president at this point, and it is easier for the president to imagine another Fed chair, someone like Kevin Warsh, who he's already touted as a potential Fed chair, than to come up with another name for Treasury who would be able to fit into the roles that Bessent has played. Liaison to Wall Street, negotiator with foreign countries in terms of trade and things like that. But they're perfectly qualified people, but they also have to satisfy the MAGA side of the party. So it'd be harder for him maybe to get a new Treasury Secretary than a Fed chair.
That's a lot of needles to thread. You've covered this complex for some time. What do you make of all these roles that the Treasury Secretary is suddenly balancing? Did he even know he was going to be doing this?
Probably not. I mean, it seems to be an ad hoc process over at the White House, but this is not necessarily new. During the Clinton administration, Bob Rubin and the folks at Treasury surpassed the State Department. They became the prime policy implementers for the president because we had an economic crisis in the world. We had the Asian financial crisis. And then we saw Treasury under George W. Bush with Hank Paulson also take the leading role once we had the financial crisis. And this is a time when the crises, now Israel-Iran may be different, but the crises that we have been facing that Trump may be causing are on the financial side. So it puts Treasury in the driver's seat in terms of implementing this stuff and in terms of talking to everybody else in the world.
Fascinating. Great to have you with us here. We'll connect tomorrow on the Fed. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent with us here on Balance of Power. A headline crossing the terminal. Haven't seen the name Elon Musk in a minute. XAI is burning through $1 billion a month as costs pile up. That's a redhead on the terminal and something that we're going to follow up with for you here, remembering that, of course, Elon Musk was a daily presence here in the nation's capital not all that long ago. Thanks to Michael McKee. Great reporting as well from Shonali Bosick, our panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, retired General Frank McKenzie. Fascinating conversation. Subscribe to the podcast if you want to hear that in its entirety. And David Gura, Tyler Kendall, reporting for Bloomberg as we bring you news from around the world here on the fastest show in politics. We'll reconnect at 5 p.m. Eastern for the late edition of Balance of Power with the latest on all these stories and a looming decision coming from President Trump at the White House when it comes to Iran. This is Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, very good afternoon, everybody. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek, live here at Bloomberg headquarters. We are across TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We do have U.S. stocks just off their lows of the session. We've seen them take a leg down over the last hour or so. This is due to the conflict between Israel and Iran. And really, Tim, I feel like there's these mega questions about potential U.S. involvement. I say it carefully because we do know the president is back here on U.S. soil.
Yeah, he's having a high-level meeting right now on this exact matter right now. 9:30 p.m. in Tehran, about 9 p.m. right now in Israel. We're going to keep you updated on everything happening when it comes to this skirmish. And we got a big hour when it comes to everything regarding the conflict and its impact on the markets.
Yeah, we're also going to get into something, Tim, you really stressed in our morning call, what you need to know about the U.S.'s bunker buster. Everyone's talking about it. We'll tell you why. And then we're going to get into how it all plays out on the U.S. economy because, folks, we have Fed officials kicking off their two-day meeting. A lot going on.
All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Fowler.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are trading very close to session lows right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the red. Right now, the S&P is down 51. 59.81, trading below 6,000, drop there of just about 0.9%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down now by 299 points, down 0.7%, while Nasdaq down 184, down 0.9%. Again, keeping it all in context, S&P lower by 0.8%. 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.93%. Spot gold now up $5 the ounce, $33.90, a gain there of 0.1%. Crude oil, the big story, now surging by 3.6%, again on heightened Middle East tensions, $74.40 for a barrel of WTI. Economic data ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow. Retail sales down 0.9% in May. That is the largest decline since the start of the year. Among retailers today, we're looking at Macy's down 3.2%, Target down 2%, Walmart down 0.1%, 0.1%. Among the names reporting after the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from Jabil up 0.9%. Recapping, S&P down 50, drop there of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So, as you know, we've been talking about President Trump expected to be meeting with his national security team in the White House Situation Room today to make a decision on U.S. policy towards the war between Israel and Iran. This is according to our reporter. We've also heard others, including Axios. Axios also reporting this out. Got to point out that in the last couple of hours, there's been a lot of posts on social media from President Trump specifically. Remember, he left the G7 early. He flew back, left Canada last night, got back into D.C. this morning. And so here's what we've been hearing from President Trump on social media, in case you're just joining us. The president saying, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out. Kill in parentheses, at least not for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And Tim, that wasn't the only thing he put out. We also did hear from the president earlier today. He said, quote, on his social media platform, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. This, again, coming from the president earlier today. Yeah, both Israel and the United States are really ratcheting up pressure on Iran specifically, and this has sparked some fresh speculation about Washington and specifically the United States that maybe could be getting ready to join the attack launch of its closest Middle East ally. So let's kind of try and figure out exactly where we are, what we are hearing, the intel from the White House. We head to Bloomberg's Dan Williams. He's based out of our Jerusalem news bureau, but we find him in London today. We wanted to speak to him because we wanted to see what we are hearing too in the region specifically. Dan, good to have you here. We know it's later there. Thank you for sticking around for us. President Trump has been posting a lot on social today, as we noted in the lead up to you. What are you hearing specifically on the ground in London, and what are you hearing from maybe the team also in Jerusalem?
Well, hello to you all. There is extreme reticence across the board here, and I think it goes beyond obvious military secrecy. If the United States is to weigh in militarily in terms of offensive action, it's worth remembering the U.S. from the outset has been helping in terms of passive defense, especially when it comes to taking out incoming drones and missiles, helping Israel with that aerial defense and providing munitions and diplomatic cover. If that's to switch to offensive action, I don't think anyone, especially the Israelis, will want to be seen as having demanded that We've actually had Israeli officials say openly that should the Americans decide to do this, this will be a US decision serving US interests. It's also possible that there is a degree of bluff here. We saw the US president demanding what he called surrender from the Iranians. It could be that ramping up pressure, including with the movement of military assets to the region, is meant to give the Iranians a last chance to re-enter nuclear diplomacy on terms agreeable to the United States and to Israel, rather than see potentially the world's great power weigh in with firepower that even the Israelis are not able to wield in this conflict.
And we know that it's, well, actually, I'm going to pose the question to you, Dan. Is it fair to say that Israel is pushing for regime change in Tehran?
I'm not sure it's fair to say that. Many officials have been asked this, have discussed this at some length. What they've said is that they have more modest goals, modest in terms of regime change. In fact, you have the National Security Advisor pointing out that we have a country much larger than France and Iran, much larger than Israel, 63 times the population. He actually said it would be overweening, it would be inappropriate, it would be grandiose for the Israelis to be thinking in terms of engineering regime change. However, the Israeli attitude is that if as a result of Israel's assaults on Iran, there is a groundswell of dissidents, Iranians opposed to the regime falls because of destabilization, the Israelis are not going to be shedding a tear. I don't think it's fair to say that this is part of the war goals, if only because the logistics would make that extremely difficult for a country of Israel's size.
Dan, Reza Pahlavi, son of the last Shah of Iran, joined the surveillance team of Lisa Abramowitz and Danny Berger earlier today, says he's reached out to Israel amid the conflict between the two nations. He also told them that due to Israel's strikes, the regime is, quote, on the verge of collapse, and that with the regime change, there is the opportunity to eliminate several issues at the same time, including the country's nuclear weapons program. What do Iranians want? Do they want regime change?
I don't know of any solid polling that could answer that responsibly. Certainly there are Iranians who are opposed to regime that has been around for almost 50 years. Its human rights record is well known to Western observers, deep problems in that sense. However, it's fair to assume there are Iranians who are also behind the regime. Again, the record seems to be split on this. I would not weigh on that definitively. However, in the end, and I definitely think success sells, success tends to generate a narrative of its own. And if indeed this Iranian regime is on its way out, because of the success of the Israeli offensive, the Israelis certainly seem happy with progress so far. And certainly if the US weighs in, it could just be that bottom line, if the regime is on its way out, many other Iranians will agree to seeing it go and trying to make the best of what follows.
Dan, we lean on you and the team who have such a better understanding of the region and the complicated relationships and the complicated tensions. Having said that, we have seen a lot of criticism by other Middle Eastern entities and countries that have been critical of what Israel has done. What do other Middle Eastern countries want in terms of Iran? Do they want regime changes?
Again, Middle Eastern countries, for the large part, are not going to be openly committing either way in this sense. I think it's very easy to come along and say, no one wants war, no one wants casualties, especially innocent casualties. No one wants a spillover from this in the Middle East. There's quite a networking in terms of energy relations, in terms of demographics. However, to judge from WikiLeaks, which you recall from a number of years ago, it turns out that behind the scenes, going a long way back, many Arab powers, while speaking perhaps about the Palestinian issue, other issues, were really focusing efforts behind the scenes on what they described as a bigger concern, which was Iran's and its nuclear program. There's an age-old rivalry here between various denominations in Islam, various cultures, and I think that if this turns out to be a success, as Israel believes it will be, we will see a change of tone among many of the players in the Middle East who now may prefer to fence straddle publicly and pay lip service.
Hey Dan, you're joining us from London. You're usually based out of our Jerusalem bureau, so I just wanted to get a sense from you on what you're hearing from colleagues, from those who you've spoken to on the ground in Israel. We've all seen the images out of Tel Aviv. I think many people are familiar with the area. Just give us your view about what life is like there over these last 5 days.
Well, I'm not here on vacation. I was actually here on a work visit when this happened on Friday, and all flights to Israel were cancelled. So I'm effectively marooned, happily marooned, in the Bloomberg headquarters. So we've been pitching out this really as a global effort in terms of Bloomberg coverage. As you noted, colleagues in Israel, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv have literally been under fire. There was a missile just yesterday that landed very close to the Bloomberg office and the home of my bureau chief, Ethan Bronner. I very much recommend his article on that unfortunate experience of yesterday. Everyone is working at home. This is basically like COVID with ballistic missiles.
Wow.
Remote learning for children, remote work for people still employed. Many of the normal services closed down. Schools, hospitals working on a reduced format, clinics, and the like. I understand supermarkets are still open. But otherwise, if you recall the lockdown of the pandemic a few years ago and add sirens and the occasional explosion of a half-ton warhead nearby, that'll give you an idea of how things are in Israel.
Yeah, and I highly recommend too Ethan Bronner, who was joining our Bloomberg Intelligence team earlier, Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele. You want to get a feel of the reality of his life in the bunker as there is incoming. It's pretty startling, and we certainly wish him and all of our colleagues that are in the region safety to you as well, Dan. Dan, thank you so much. Dan Williams, of course, based in our Jerusalem News Bureau. We find him in London today. All right, we're going to stay on the Middle East and to why the U.S. could be possibly drawn more deeply into the attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities, and that's where we want to go next.
For more, we head to our Washington, D.C. News Bureau and to Bloomberg News Pentagon and national security reporter Tony Capaccio. First up, Tony, is the U.S. preparing for war right now?
I think they're positioning what they call assets in the region for the eventuality of strikes. I'm not sure you can call it war, but the tanker thing, the 20 tankers in the region, I think that's a message to Iran that the U.S. may be preparing for round-the-clock bombing campaigns in parts of Iran, aided by air refueling aircraft.
When is war war, and when is it just hostilities or conflict? Help me out here. I have a hard time understanding the differences.
It's called declarations of war. Remember Iraq? We were going into weapons of mass destruction, and then there was regime change, and all the cataclysm that happened from that for over a decade. A lot of echoes here: regime change, undeclared war, preemptive strikes. A lot of 2003 echoing through this conflict.
Why does the U.S. maybe have to make its presence known in Iran? And I gotta say, all credit to Tim, who, like on our morning call, was saying we gotta talk about the bunker buster. Give us some background on that and what we know, and why that might also pull the U.S. possibly into the conflict with Iran.
Okay, the bunker buster is a massive ordnance penetrator. It's a 30,000-pound bomb that can only be dropped from the B-2 stealth bomber. They are now based in Whiteman Air Force Base. They were in Diego Garcia recently, but they've come back. So they would have to do long refueling missions, maybe 15 hours, 16 hours in flight one way, do their bombing, precision bombing of the Fordo enrichment facility, and then probably land in Diego Garcia. That is an act of war. It's not a preemptive strike, it's an act of war on an enemy that we don't have any, that hasn't threatened the United States recently. So the public has to be aware of that. But that would be the biggest biggest contribution we can make to destroying that facility. It's the only bomber that can do that, and those are the only weapons that really can penetrate deeply enough, and they can fire, they can drop sequentially, one behind the other, and pound the living daylights out of it, unfortunately.
Why is it that the U.S. is the only country that has this bomb and the ability to deliver this bomb? Why has the U.S. not shared this technology with other parts of the world, with its allies?
Well, A, it was secret until a number of years ago. The Pentagon is still very reticent to talk about it. But B, it was designed around the B-2 bomber, the stealth bomber. You know, you can say what you want about it, but it's had successful missions since its introduction. Its first attacks in Serbia, like in the 1996, I think it was. But it's our technology. It's a classified weapons program on a classified bomb. A bomber, excuse me. No other nation in the world really has that capability, that platform to carry it. Now we have sold other bunker busters to Israel in the 2,000 or 3,000-pound variety, but those can be dropped from F-15Es and some of their other aircraft, but they can't be dropped from F-35s. Those bombs are too big for that F-35.
Your experience on this world, covering the Pentagon, understanding national security, when the president calls his advisors into the Situation Room, What's the optics on that? Are there any conclusions we can make, or is it just where they go to have a safe conversation about national security issues?
I think the optics are that the Joint Chiefs of Staff, their job is to present the president with not only options for military power, but the potential collateral or down the road impacts that the politicians might not have thought of. I think any talk with Trump would also discuss the implications going back to Iraq. Remember the weapons of mass destruction? All of a sudden, the society collapsed there over 2 years, and we were sucked into a 10-year conflict. I think that would resonate with the White House. This president, say what you want about him, but he has not voiced support for long-term preemptive strikes and getting us sucked into Middle East wars.
I want to go back to the B-2 Spirit. You said it's at Whiteman Air Force Base right now is where they're stationed, where they're based. Is it possible that these could move to a different position ahead of some sort of U.S. military action, and that would indicate a certain red line that the U.S. has crossed?
It definitely could. They could do a high-profile flyaway, basically. They're not going to fly from Whiteman without being seen by local plane watchers and then split plane tracking software, which may or may not be able to pick up every part of a stealth bomber's flight. But people in the region, in the area there, they'd be watching for these things to be flying off, and there would be a lot of chatter about it. But yeah, if we flew these to back to Diego Garcia, that'd be a very strong signal. If we flew these to Lakenheath Air Force Base in England, that would be a signal too. Those are Diego Garcia's got the ideal location and the hangars to store these valuable airplanes. But I think the U.S. could send a real message by parading the elephants through the air, these B-2 elephants, and letting the world know.
You're not expecting boots on the ground by the U.S. though?
Well, we've got about 40,000 airmen, airwomen, airmen, naval and Army, Navy, Marines in the region. There's like 4,000 or so in Iraq and another 2,000 or so in Syria, all for the counter-ISIS campaign. But I'm not expecting more boots on the ground, if that's what you mean.
Okay, you said 4 or 40?
40,000 in the region.
Okay.
2,500 in Iraq.
Okay.
And about 2,000 in Syria. So the 40,000 would include airmen in various bases around the region. We have many bases, and then the naval forces. So that'd be the cumulative.
All right. Thank you so much. Can't even tell you how much we appreciate it. Tony, as always, Tony Capaccio, he's Washington, D.C.'s man on the ground when it comes to the Pentagon and national security issues, joining us from our bureau there. So appreciate it. All right, folks, we continue on this Tuesday. Coming up, some data.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Very close to session lows on the S&P 500 index, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Wall Street's concerns that an escalation of tensions in the Mideast could trigger a more direct U.S. involvement spurred a slide in stocks, which also dropped after a slew of weak economic data lifted bonds. That's all ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow. Here's where we stand. We've got the S&P down 49 now, dropped there of 0.8%. The Dow down 305, dropped there of 0.7%. As for NASDAQ, it is down 181 points, down now by 0.9%. Stocks lower. We do have defense stocks gaining, including shares of Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and RTX. Right now, Northrop Grumman is trading higher by 1.3%. The 10-year, 4.38%. The 2-year, 3.93%. Spot gold is little change right now, up under 0.2%, up $5 the ounce, $33.90. West Texas Intermediate crude trading above $75 now, $75.23 on WTI. That is an advance of 4.8%. Kraft Heinz says it will remove synthetic food dyes from all of its American products by the end of 2027, eliminating ingredients such as Red 40 and Yellow 5 from Jell-O, Kool-Aid, and some Lunchable products. The change marks a victory for Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Kraft Heinz, little changed, down 0.1%. Bottom line here, stocks lower, S&P down 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. We are watching, obviously, all of the events overseas in the Middle East, seeing the pressure, as you just heard from Charlie, on the equity trade here in the U.S. So any new headlines, we will, of course, update you. In the meantime, we got some headlines this morning, and it had to do with the retail sector here in the United States. U.S. retail sales falling for a second straight month in May, suggesting some anxiety over tariffs and also finances prompting maybe consumers to pull back a bit after an early year spending rush. U.S. retail sales, here's the data, 0.9% to the downside in the month of May. That's the largest decline since the start of the year, with 7 of 13 categories, Tim, posting decline.
We've got a trusted voice on retail, somebody who's analyzed this area through multiple cycles and gets into the details like no one else. The founder, CEO, and Chief Research Officer of Telsey Advisory Group, Dana Telsey, here in our Bloomberg Business Week studio. I want to start with the big picture data, Dana. The data that we got earlier today, the largest decline since the start of the year. Obviously, people not buying cars has a lot to do with this, but is it proof that tariffs do affect the way that customers think about buying things?
So a couple things you have. Yes, it was one of the weakest months. You look at cars, which were the real weak link. It's 20% of retail sales. You've seen some of the other data points, whether it's sporting goods, department stores, frankly, did a touch better. I think overall, the pull forward of sales, I think we're seeing some of that. We put out a tracker every Tuesday of 80 items and how the prices have changed. We've done this for 9 weeks now. We're going to continue to do it. We haven't seen much change in prices yet. Expectations are second half of July into back to school is when you'll see the price upticks. And when you speak to companies, it'll more be on some of the goods that are newer and have more product or make or embellishment in them. Essentials are going to be watched very carefully. The phrasing is surgical and select items where there are price increases. That's where it will happen. It won't be across everything. But the mood and the sentiment, look at the numbers you got Friday from the sentiment index. Those are better than expected. A little surprising, given the headwinds that you're seeing in some of the services. The restaurant numbers certainly continue to show a downturn.
So add it up for us. Like, you've seen cycles, you've seen stress points that we have gone through, whether, great financial crisis, COVID, like there's a lot of things. How would you describe the retail environment? And I know it's hard to throw everything in one bucket because there's so many different verticals.
I think right now it's more uncertain. The change that's different this retail environment than others, even luxury has come down. Even your high income spender isn't spending in the same magnitude, and you don't have the flood of tourists that have come to the United States like you had in the past to buy those discretionary items. You're still seeing essentials, grocery. That's where the consumer is spending. They'll spend selectively on some services, but take a look. We've seen airfares. Look at JetBlue today. Talk about reduced demand. So how I add it up is it feels a little bit more uncertain because of the volatility, and it's not complete downtrends across the board. It's very selective, and I think Could it come? Yes. I think it's more, let's go into the summer, through the second half of the summer, and see what these price increases are. But there's more concern over slowing than growing.
It's interesting that you brought in tourism here, especially when it comes to retail. I'm wondering on the other side of things. We've heard from executives at companies including Coca-Cola that the crackdown on immigration is actually affecting their sales. I'm wondering, from a retail environment, is the ICE crackdown on undocumented immigrants weighing on sales for any retailers out there at this point? People being afraid to shop, people afraid to go out, that sort of thing.
And you think about it for restaurants, in terms of the workers working in restaurants, you've certainly seen at some of the low-end points and the retailers. It's interesting that the dollar stores performed okay. So that's where you would think you would show up, but it hasn't shown up there as much. And also you look at Walmart. Walmart's sales were better than expected.
So we are seeing, I hate to say trading down, it feels so like not nice, but I just feel like maybe just people are being smart, right?
Yeah.
And looking for the best bargain.
They are trading down. Look where Walmart has talked about their biggest growth coming from is their highest income consumer. You've seen it from others. Look at TJ Maxx on the off-price side. You've seen what they have, and they're an umbrella for pricing, so they'll always be lower than everyone else, and I think they're going to be a beneficiary as we go through the back half of the year.
When you and I spoke earlier this spring, you mentioned that we could be seeing some empty shelves later this year. Has that materialized in anything that you cover, and is that still a possibility?
It's a possibility. It hasn't materialized yet, because the goods that are on the shelves right now, there's still some of the lower cost goods. But ordering for holiday is happening right now, and it would show up, frankly, first when you get to the holiday season. But you know what? You have TJX buyers overseas in China right now looking to take over and take control of and acquire those canceled items. So go to the off-pricers.
Yeah, kind of fascinating. Well, and I just wonder, ultimately in terms of supply chains, right? We talk about so much of that because of the tariffs. Dana, when you think about, clothes and things like that, I mean, it's already been moving away from China, correct? Like, give me some perspective on where all of the stuff that we are wearing, where it really is manufactured.
So where things are coming from, yes, they've all looked to reduce their exposure to China. Vietnam has been very popular. Mexico, Cambodia, Brazil. Hard to come back into North America and the U.S. given the high labor costs. But it's been Mexico, it's been Vietnam, it's been Brazil and Cambodia that we hear goods are going towards.
How much is still made in China?
Depends on which type of retailer. Everyone is trying to get to single digits. No one wants to stick there at double digits.
Can I just ask, was that happening ahead of?
It's been happening since the last time we had tariffs. Everyone had accelerated it.
Okay.
But keep in mind, one of the beneficiaries of China, labor costs are compelling, and the make that they put into the product and the expertise is faster and better than others. As a long-time sourcing executive always tells me, there's no China like China.
Wow. Okay.
But it seems like, Dana, at least for President Trump, it doesn't matter if it's made in China or it's made in Vietnam. If it's not made in the U.S., it's going to be hit with a tariff.
Yes.
So how are retailers dealing with that?
They'll raise prices on some selective goods, and it's a third, a third, a third. A third, they'll diversify their sourcing. A third, they'll share the cost with the manufacturer. And a third, they'll raise prices on select goods to the end consumer.
When you say select goods, do you mean, obviously we can't put them all in the same bucket.
Higher price goods.
Higher price goods because the consumer has a higher willingness to pay.
And because it's
room.
new and different, it's something that isn't a basic.
Okay.
Which makes me wonder, which companies are going to see it hurt in terms of their balance sheets. On that, first quarter retail sales, right? We've seen all these numbers. So which names do you think stand out really as the biggest winners? Which are the biggest losers?
If you look at Birkenstock with their closed-toed shoes, very popular, still doing really well. I think that there's definitely some momentum there. You look at Tapestry with the Coach brand. They've been excelling. They've been able to get better prices on some of their goods. You look at Ralph Lauren, who's been expanding their purview in terms of the demographics that they appeal to, and it's been working for them. And then you still see the value players like the discounters and like the off-pricers continue to win.
Who doesn't do well?
You've seen some of the women's apparel retailers be slow, haven't been able to execute as well. It's definitely been more challenging. You just had the announcement yesterday of At Home filing for bankruptcy again.
Right.
But these empty boxes are being taken by a lot of the dollar stores and the off-price retailers. The off-prices are each opening 100 stores a year.
Dana, before we let you go, Are companies, are retailers afraid to communicate to customers that prices are going up as a result of tariffs, given what we saw from the White House pushing back on Amazon and on Walmart?
Yes, I think you do have that, and I think that's why the phrasing and the wording select surgical price increases, and it's not across the board. Look at our price tracker every Tuesday, and you'll see what changes.
All right, so second half should be interesting.
Very interesting. Want to see that back to school time period. Back to school typically is a pathway to the upcoming holiday season. Look what it was just announced today, that Amazon's Prime Day is going to be 96 hours, 4 days, longer in length. Let's see consumer response.
All right, fascinating stuff. Always appreciate the deep dive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dana Telsey, of course, she's the founder, CEO, and research officer of Telsey Advisory Group, joining us right here in studio.
Hey, let's go back to the Washington, D.C. and the White House, where we're following everything happening, not just from Washington, but also in the Middle East. This is President Trump was set to meet his national security team on Tuesday to discuss the escalating Middle Eastern conflict. We've got Bloomberg News White House reporter Akayla Gardner joining us from the White House. What do we know about this meeting, Akayla? Is it ongoing? Who's in it? What's going on?
So we understand that this meeting has started. It's a cabinet level meeting. It's supposed to be happening in the Situation Room as we speak. But we've seen really the president's rhetoric shift significantly over the past 24 hours since he's left the G7 in Canada to be back now in Washington at the White House. He initially was talking about still negotiating with Iran and telling them to reach a nuclear deal before it was too late. And today we saw him in a series of posts on Truth Social. We have not yet heard him speak publicly to reporters, say the Supreme Leader is hiding and calling him an easy target, although they won't be targeting him, at least for now, is what he said. He also says he hasn't directly reached out to Iran for peace talks, something that he seemed a lot more open to in recent days. It sounds like he is certainly getting more accustomed to sort of Israel's rhetoric that they do not believe that Iran is negotiating in good faith when it comes to their nuclear program, even though Iran seems very eager to get back to the negotiating table.
Okay, just real quickly, just got about 30, 40 seconds here. The president did leave the G7 early, flew back last night, back in D.C. this morning. Was that expected? Was that because of this? I mean, do we have any more insight on that? Real quickly.
He's been very vague about exactly why he's coming back, but he said specifically it's not for peace talks. He says it's something much bigger, but what that something is still unclear. But they're certainly meeting right now to discuss the situation in the Middle East.
What's bigger than peace talks?
I think for a lot of people, it's the question of whether he will get into this war, and that's something that German Chancellor has suggested that Trump possibly could decide today whether he will do.
All right, we're going to leave it there. And obviously, we're watching, just as Akayla is. Akayla Gardner, Bloomberg News White House reporter there at the White House. All right, folks, continuing to look too at the trade today. We're continuing to hover around our worst levels of the session, so down just shy of 50 points on the S&P 500, down 0.8%, down 1 full percentage point on the NASDAQ 100, good for a decline of about 218 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average, a loss of 324 points, down 0.75 percentage point.
Hey, coming up next, something we're watching very closely is maritime shipping and what exactly is going on when it comes to logistics and shipping, especially during a conflict such as this. That's our focus next.
Ser ut som det blir rimelig flott for stunden antagelig, hvis det ikke skjer noe spesielt. Så. Nå har jeg ikke grunn til å sette på shortene og oppi der. Så jeg tok dem ut. Ja, litt av snusk. Jeg har så liten konto at jeg kan ikke springe på dass, vet du, uten at den går skikkelig minus hvis det popper opp. Jeg var litt forsiktig. Nei. Man short Nasdaq nå, og det vet jeg ikke, nå ramlet ganske bra. Bare 100 poeng fra topp. Viksen går nå godt.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red right now. Stocks very close to session lows, falling on concerns over escalating Middle East tensions and weak economic data. The S&P 500 index down now by 9.1%, trading below 6,059.79. Drop right now of 53 points. The Dow down 356, down 0.8%. NASDAQ Composite Index down by 1%. 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.94%. Gold up $4.50 the ounce, $33.89, up 0.1%. And a surge for West Texas. Intermediate crude up 4.6%, $75.05 a barrel. JetBlue Airways plans to hasten cost reductions by eliminating some flights. JetBlue now down by 6.2%. And JP Morgan Chase hiking the annual fee on its popular Sapphire Reserve credit card to $799. JP Morgan Chase down 0.6% yesterday. American Express announced that it is making its largest investment ever in a refresh of its travel-focused Platinum cards. AXP American Express down 0.7%. Recapping stocks lower, very close to session lows, with the S&P down 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pallett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters. A lot going on, as you can see. Markets, as Charlie mentioned, they are just bouncing around their lows of the session. Now, earlier today, two giant ocean-going tankers collided and caught fire off the coast of the United Arab Emirates near the Strait of Hormuz energy choke point. Separately, two vessels were approached by Iranian boats in the last 36 hours, which is noteworthy, of course, during all of the tensions we are seeing in the region. Now, the incident did rattle global oil and shipping markets, with forward freight agreements rallying and oil tanker rates. They surged more than 50% due, Tim, to the increased tensions.
Yeah, the Israel-Iran conflict on the radar of the global shipping industry, and that's exactly where we want to go right now. Stamatis Tsantanis is chairman and CEO of the publicly held global shipping company Synergy Maritime. The ticker is SHIP. Also, United Maritime, USEA is the ticker. United was spun off from Synergy back in 2022. Stamatis, good to have you back in the Bloomberg Business Week studio here in New York. Last time you joined us was a few months ago. The conflict between Iran and Israel was, I think, not on anybody's radar at that point. What is the backdrop right now, given the regional conflict?
Well, thank you for having me once again. It's great to be here. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, every other month you have a different situation coming up. We started with the Russian invasion to the Ukraine, and then we had the Red Sea, the Houthis, and now we have this. So, you know, every little uncertainty that comes up, it's great for.
Is it a little uncertainty, or is it something more significant?
It's. I want to be confident. I want to stay like very, very optimistic that nothing, you know, not a wider war is going to go around, but. It's certainly, you know, one of the situations where we have to be really cautious about.
Have you had to change the routes of any of your ships as a result of this conflict?
Absolutely. I mean, we were going through the Red Sea all the time, connecting, let's say, Australia to Europe and all that. Now we have to go around the Cape of Good Hope, so that has added a lot to the ton-mile effect. And of course, the pollution, because you do more miles, you emit more CO2s. It's more expensive for the consumers. You go a longer distance. So the answer is yes. I mean, every little thing that happens, or bigger thing, it's good for rates, but bad for the earth, I guess.
Do you see it getting worse in the Strait of Hormuz anytime in the near future? I know you said you're optimistic, and you're optimistic by nature, but that's a real energy choke point, as Carol mentioned.
I want to believe that nothing serious is going to happen, and the collision you had today is not actually a product of war.
Correct.
It's the
Nå har fått nivået over, ser jeg, men ikke noe ned igjennom.
going around, and there's like a danger, and it's only a miracle that we haven't seen more of these things happening because of the shadow fleet.
Forgive me.
Yeah, that's a product of the previous war, not like this war.
Well, how do you, as someone, right, who's got to watch these things so closely, determine, like, or think about, okay, this is not such a big issue, this could be something more substantial?
Well, we try to be prepared. I mean, except for the insurance and stuff, whenever we see like any conflict arising, we don't want to put a risk, a health risk of our crews, of our people, so we just stay out of that. And we are lucky to have partners with some of the world's biggest charterers, and whenever we tell them that we want to avoid war areas, they listen to us, so they're not going to push us to go through the war areas.
What tools do you have on ships to prevent from pirate attacks or defend from pirate attacks?
I mean, if anyone says that they have sophisticated tools,
Jag var med på det sist. Bra.
we just avoid these areas, and whenever we have to cross pirate areas, we always have armed guards on board the ships. Otherwise,
there's no other way to do it.
No other way to do it. I mean, whoever says that, yeah, these are commercial ships, slow-going commercial ships.
Easy targets, in other words.
Easy targets, yeah. So you just avoid it altogether.
Super big, but yeah, slow to move, right?
Super big, yes.
Hey, one thing I want to ask you, what's great is Tim and I love to watch money flows, right?
Yeah.
Money tells you so much, but I also love to watch when it comes to transportation. Transportation flows tells us a lot about what's going on in the world. The U.S. more protectionist policies, how has that impacted global dry bulk demand? What are you seeing in that regard?
Well, I'm sure it is for the right reason, eventually. But so far it has created a lot of uncertainty. A lot of people are just don't know what to do. I mean, imports in the United States have really dropped significantly the last few months because of the potential tariffs that I don't even know if they have kicked in or not kicked in already. So we need certainty, and we need to make sure that people will be able to trade always for the benefit of the U.S. consumer and always for the benefit of everybody. But it really has to be like a dependable and, you know, to know what you expect. That's the thing.
But are things already changing in terms of like flows back to the United States? We have seen changes, right, already.
Indeed, yes. I mean, what we do, which is iron ore, coal, and bauxite, doesn't really change. It's still super strong, the demand for these raw materials, because you need it for infrastructure. As you know, a lot of investors, including a lot of people here in the government, have invested significantly in infrastructure in the Middle East. You have $1.6 trillion of investments happening there, new nice buildings and all that. So this is going to happen. They're all fully funded, and it's good for our business, I guess.
On the protectionist policies, I'm wondering what you're seeing in terms of goods flowing to and from China, and specifically if China is looking elsewhere for commodities that are typically sourced from the U.S. I mean, we could talk grains, we could talk corn, soybean, wheat, and the like, or we could talk other commodities too. What are you seeing?
Well, suddenly the last few weeks we saw a surge in exports from the U.S. Gulf, the American Gulf. So we see a surge in
yes.
we see a surge
the
of
Gulf
export.
of America.
Yes,
okay.
exactly,
Make sure
exactly.
Well, I just wanted to hear what you said.
So
Okay.
we see a surge in you know, corn products, maize, you know, grains and all that. So that has been good actually. We were not expecting that, and we came into
But
this
coming from the
from
US
the US,
specifically?
yes, yes.
Okay.
And we do a lot of coal out of
And
Baltimore
going where?
to India and in China as well. We see that they're picking up slowly.
But it did slow down.
It did slow down a lot, yeah. But now it's picking up again. I don't know if it's going to be there to stay, but for the time being, it's going quite well the last few weeks. Let's hope it's going to remain. And we do a lot of coal trades out of India to, Baltimore to India. So we've done a couple of trades recently, which we hadn't done for a while.
So in terms of any of the flows that have shifted, is it just, in your view, kind of defensive maneuvers and just a result of maybe short-term blips, and you think things are going to go back to the way it is, or do you see some new long-term trade flows based on the shipping demand?
Well, China's reliance to the U.S. grains has dropped a lot. I mean, they learned their lesson in the previous administration, not the immediate previous, but the previous before that.
Yeah.
And they have now they're more dependent now in South American ports. You know, so that's the ports. You know, so that's the thing. If it ever gets back to, you know, importing more and more grain products from the U.S., I hope it does, but it doesn't really seem like that in the near future.
Before we let you go, just 30 seconds, I think right now there's a focus on where ships are built that hasn't been in focus really ever in my career, specifically Chinese-built ships. Are there any Chinese-built ships in your fleet?
In our fleet, out of the 29, we only have one, which is basically a Japanese yard based in China. So I don't know if that qualifies for a Chinese altogether. But the vast majority is
Made in China.
Yes, made in China, but not really by a Chinese yard. So, no Chinese interest. So, I'm not concerned about us. The only good thing I need to say is we've been in discussions with the U.S. administration about that issue, and they're listening. They're positive and they're listening. They want to find a solution. So they're not like totally black or white. I mean, they want to find a solution.
Stamatis, love it when you join us.
Yeah.
Stamatis
Never enough time.
Tsantanis, Chairman and CEO of the publicly held global shipping company, Synergy.
Come back soon. Coming up next, Stocks on the Move. You're watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenbeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're just coming up on about a little bit more than an hour to go until we wrap up the trade on this Tuesday, June 17th. Having said that, you've heard from our team, Charlie Pellet in particular. We continue to hover and bounce around our lows of the session, so down just shy of 1% on the S&P 500, and Tim, we are down 1% on the NASDAQ 100.
I'm Tim Stenbeck, along with Carol Massar. Let's take a look at some stocks that are on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Nora Melinda. Nora, no shortage of stocks to choose from today, especially on the downside. What's on your radar?
Right, many to choose from today, as you mentioned. I'm looking at JetBlue, that's ticker JBLU here. We're seeing shares of the company down as much as about 6.5%. I'm also seeing all of its peers, airlines down. That's looking at the index S15AIRL on the terminal. But we are seeing JetBlue shares falling after the company said that it'll be hastening cost cuts. It's going to be eliminating some of its underperforming flights and routes and plans to announce network changes in the coming weeks. Of course, we know this is a time where we're seeing a lot of shuffling happening right now in the broader airline industry. And we are also hearing the company saying that its path to profitability could take longer. So that's not great when we're thinking about this in the midst of all that's been going on in recent months here.
Yeah, and we've seen really the whole airline group
right.
under pressure as a result. It does make you wonder. I know that there's always specifics to each carrier, right? Not every carrier is the same, but nonetheless, some concerns there on that group. All right, where do you want to go next?
I want to look at solar stocks. That's something that's been on my eyes today. We are seeing this as some of the worst performing stocks in the S&P 500 right now. I'm looking at Enphase, that's ticker ENPH. It's the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 by a percentage basis. And this is after Senate Republicans released a bill that would end tax credits for wind and solar earlier than for other sources. And this, of course, prompted multiple downgrades, but we did see it from KeyBank in particular across the sector. So I'm also looking at companies like Solar Edge, that's SEDG, and then Sunrun, RUN. A lot of these companies really taking it to the chin today as we're digesting this.
We're not talking about like down 3 or 4%. We're talking 10 times that.
Yep.
Like Sunrun down 39%, Enphase down 24%, Solar Edge down 34%. This obviously a really big deal for the financial health of these companies.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we're seeing analysts saying that the Senate bill failed to deliver optimism, and that's definitely ringing true across Wall Street right now, as we're seeing all these stocks just plunging into the red pretty deeply.
Yeah, we know how these moves by Congress and various tax credits and so on and so forth. Man, they've been so supportive of this industry and really helped kind of build it out. But certainly a different tone in a big way today. Let's go to something a little bit different. Surgery Partners.
Yes, this is a niche name I'm looking at here. That's Surgery Partners, ticker SGRY. We're seeing the company tumbling for double-digit losses. That's about 15% lower, and this is an ambulatory surgery clinic group. And we're seeing it after it rejected a takeover offer from Bain Capital. And this is interesting given the fact that it's peer AmSurg. It actually had a recent acquisition by Ascension Health for $3.9 billion. So we're seeing the street not really liking the fact of this rejection, but as I'm really parsing through different analyst notes, including our very own Bloomberg Intelligence, they are also saying that it's not necessarily a credit negative for the company, so very important to bear in mind here. But as I'm looking at the stock, it's down for its worst day since April of 2022 here.
SGRY, Surgery Partners down 12. Go ahead and round that up to 13%. Yesterday, not one stock in the red for our stock movers. Carol, today, every stock in the red.
I know, like a very different tone. I was just thinking about yesterday, I had so much to choose from in terms of putting together my own gamers list, and then today the tone. Well, listen, we are focused on what's going on in the Middle East. Question is where we go from here and whether or not the tensions escalate, right, and if it broadens out. And we are questioning where the U.S. is on all of this. Nora, thank you so much. Bloomberg News equities reporter Nora Melinda joining us. For more conversations, do be sure to check out our new Stock Movers podcast. 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. All right, folks, we're getting ready to wrap up this hour of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Having said that, as we mentioned, we're pretty much down across the board. We have more names in the S&P 500 that are lower in today's session. In fact, we've got about 420 to the downside, Tim, just 81 gaining ground right now at this moment to unchanged.
Yeah, the markets certainly are focused. It's going to be a big theme of the next 2 hours on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm also not forgetting what's happening over in Canada. President Trump left last night. We have a live blog from the G7 Summit 2025 covering the G7 leaders meeting again today, this time without President Trump. Zelensky's in Canada to ask for aid and weapons. Ursula von der Leyen appears to step back from an oil price cap. And Mark Carney of Canada says support for Ukraine is, quote, unwavering.
All right, so that's what's coming out as we continue to monitor what's going on at the G7. Having said that, the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, there are 11, 10 are lower today. Healthcare at the bottom of that packed down about 1.7%. Energy, the lone group, actually showing some gains. It's up about 1.5% on the equity side of things. Take a look at WTI crude, and that explains the story. It is up another 4.7%, 75.18 a barrel. So we've seen once again crude oil spiking on those tensions between Israel and Iraq, and we're all watching very closely to see what happens next. If you are watching very closely, we hope that you are. We've got the close coming your way in just a moment on Bloomberg Television. Though Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. As we mentioned, we're going to dig into that 2-day Fed meeting and so much more. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, Bloomberg Business Week Daily continuing here on radio and on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec. We've got stocks just bouncing off their lows of the session, but we've definitely seen much more of a risk-off trade, Tim.
Yeah, we're going to have more from Charlie Pellet in just a minute. Down 0.8% on the NASDAQ Composite and the S&P 500. Concerns over escalating Middle East tensions, weak economic data. We're going all in on the markets, but also, Carol, on the Federal Reserve.
We are indeed. Let's get to it and get a check on the trade. Charlie Pellet, take it away.
And here's what's going on ahead of Fed Day tomorrow. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. 59 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. And right now, we're looking at an S&P that is below 6,000, 59.86. As you mentioned, off session lows, but still down 46 points, a decline of 0.8%. Stocks are declining as Mideast tensions build. Keep it locked to Bloomberg Radio for the very latest, with the Dow down 311 now, down 0.7%. NASDAQ down 163, drop there of 0.8%. 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.94%. Gold flat on the day, down $1.3383, a drop of under 0.1%, but a big surge for West Texas Intermediate crude up 4.9% right now, 75.22 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, stocks lower across the board ahead of the Federal Reserve. Alicia Levine is head of investment strategy at BNY Mellon Wealth Management.
So I think there's a lot of lack of conviction. What we saw was retail coming in and buying the dip, because actually that has worked. For the last 5 times where the market has fallen 20% or more, going back to 2016, buying the dip was always the right move.
Alicia Levine of BNY Mellon Wealth Management interviewed this morning on surveillance. The Trump administration is discussing policies that would make it harder and more expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients in a move that could disrupt more than $10 billion in annual ad spending. AbbVie and Pfizer, particularly big spenders. AbbVie alone spent $2 billion on direct-to-consumer drug ads last year. AbbVie shares, they're down now by 2.75%. Pfizer shares down 1.4%. Recapping, S&P down 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, President Trump is Putting new spin on his months-long call for the Fed to lower rates, it's important, he says, for bringing down the cost of government debt. As we've mentioned many times before, President Trump argues that a 2 percentage point Fed rate cut, that would be
2%.
2%, so 200 basis points for the folks who like to think about this in basis points, could save $600 billion a year in interest costs. But Carol, economists warn that this would likely backfire and spark higher inflation, ultimately increasing interest rates. The Fed can only do so much.
Yeah, they can. All right, it's just one of the many things that could possibly come up at the presser tomorrow, the FOMC presser with Fed Chair Jay Powell right after that decision at 2 p.m. Wall Street time on interest rates. Let's get to the Fed, what we need to know, what we're focusing on, what Mike McKee is focusing on, because he'll be asking one of the questions to the Fed Chair. Mike is, of course, our Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent out there in our D.C. bureau. Mike, our Bloomberg economics team said, listen to the FOMC dots, not to Powell's words. Is it really that simple tomorrow?
Sort of. Where I would disagree a little bit with the folks at Bloomberg Economics is in how much any of it really matters. The Fed is in a very tough spot here because they have no idea what's going to happen because Donald Trump hasn't told us if he even knows. And so they can't make any decisions about what they're going to do, but they have to put out these new economic projections and a new dot plot. So the best thing to do is as little as possible, I would think. They sort of have to acknowledge reality and suggest that under what we know now, the tariffs that are already in place, that we're likely to see a little bit higher inflation, and that might cause a little bit more unemployment, and the two combined would slow the economy. So we'll get some adjustments to the SEP. And under those circumstances, then what do you do about the economy and interest rates? Right now they were looking at 2 rate cuts, but they can probably say, all right, we'll just do one. We'll leave one in there, so we're not giving up on the idea. But we don't really know whether we mean that or not. And I think that's where Jay Powell will come in and try to explain that to people, because we could see the circumstances on which these projections are built change almost immediately.
Well, speaking of changing circumstances, Mike, our focus over the past hour has really been on what's happening between Iran and Israel and the question about the extent, if any, of U.S. involvement. And I'm wondering, as the Fed meets in Washington, if this is in their purview at all, if this is on their radar at all.
Only in a tangential sense. I was going to joke and say, well, we could ask Jay Powell what he's doing to solve the crisis, but
you might not get a clear answer.
Might not get a clear answer on that one. They will watch for what it means for the U.S. economy, and most likely that would come from oil prices. If oil prices shoot up and gasoline prices shoot up, it will have an impact on American spending, and eventually it could have an impact on inflation. The other issue would be, does it add to consumer angst about what's going on overall? We've seen that in other warlike situations, and then maybe they worry that people cut back on spending. And it is also possible, as we saw at the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war, that the idea that shipping lanes are interrupted, that sort of thing could raise prices. And so the Fed has to keep an eye on the impacts of all these things, but you're right, there's absolutely nothing they can do about it.
So, Mike, what are you thinking already about what you want to ask Jay Powell? I don't know if you
You don't want to give away the question, Carol. Like, we're not going to tell him. We don't want to blow up his
Mike,
spot. Like,
what don't you want to ask Jay Powell? What is it you think everybody else is going to go after that you're like, why bother?
I think if you were asking what question he'll get asked that he won't answer, it will be a question on his own future. He has said he will not resign, and the courts have basically given him license to stay till his term as chair is up in May of next year. But his term as governor would not be up, and so the question that will probably get posed is, if you're no longer chairman, will you stay on the board of governors, which would be a move basically to spite the president. And I suspect he is likely to say, that's not an issue right now, I'll deal with that when it comes up.
Well, because we have you and we're talking about the future, we might as well talk about who could be the next Fed chair. We did get reporting in recent days about who could succeed Jay Powell, and I'm wondering to what extent the market has reacted in the past to rumors, or we've seen the rates market sort of be in charge, the bond vigilantes, as they've been called, be in charge of who actually gets nominated for the Fed chair position?
Well, I think the bond market will have a say once we get a name, but until that point, there's little reason to try to actually change your investments because somebody's been mentioned for the job. The main criteria, and Scott Bessent has said this, and Kevin Warsh has said this, two of the leading contenders. Kevin Hassett has told me the same thing, that whoever is the next Fed chair is going to have credibility on Wall Street, or it's going to make, the bond vigilantes will make it tough for the Fed. So the president has to keep that in mind, and some of the people he nominated in his first term would not get renominated to the Fed now that the markets have made clear that they care about this job. But remember, in his first term, Powell went ahead and chose, Trump went ahead and chose Jay Powell.
Yeah.
And didn't choose any kind of weird person.
So,
that's one way to put it, Mike. Thank you.
That's a technical term. Hey, so
economists use that term, Carol. Economists use a lot of terms that you know.
I know. But so wait, just quickly. So there's no lame duck Fed chair, right? I mean, he's Fed chair, can do whatever the heck he wants, and has.
Well,
or is there?
He is Fed chair. You have to remember, in the first instance, he can't do whatever he wants. It's the Open Market Committee
Correct.
is 19 people, and he has to have a majority. So,
but you know what I mean.
It's more a persuasive job than anything else. But what we could see is Adriana Kugler's Fed seat is up in January, and the president could appoint someone to that seat whom he intends to name as chair when they get to May. And in that case, you start to worry about whether you have two people who have the presumptive title of chair who are speaking at the same time, and which one do you pay attention to? And that's the shadow Fed idea. Scott Bessent liked that idea. I don't know if he still does, but it would certainly make life more difficult for people on Wall Street and much more difficult at 20th and C Street here.
Mike, just real quickly, 30 seconds. As we kicked off with you, President Trump once again out there saying that 2 percentage points of those Fed rate cuts could save $600 billion a year in interest costs. Economists warn that this would likely backfire and spark higher inflation, ultimately increasing interest rates. 30 seconds. Are economists right?
I think economists are right, and I might also note the Congressional Budget Office just released a report that said under dynamic scoring, the One Big Beautiful Bill will contribute an extra about $3 trillion to the deficit because interest rates will rise. So the president is going to have to raise that 200 basis points by quite a few to get interest rate costs down if they pass all this, and the CBO is right.
All right, gonna leave it there. Good stuff as always. So appreciate it. Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. Felt wrong even just saying, could a Fed chair be a lame duck?
Yeah, well, we got the right answer from Mike McKee, as we always do. Stay tuned for tomorrow, and we'll hear Mike ask the Fed chair. We don't know what he's going to ask, but I think he's sharpening his pencils tonight. We're going to stay with news out of Washington, D.C., though, because the House passed version of the Republicans' tax and spending bill would add $2.8 trillion to U.S. deficits over the next decade. This is according to new estimates from the Congressional Budget Office that incorporate the broader impact the legislation would have on the economy and federal budget. The CBO previously estimated the bill would add $2.4 trillion to deficits before accounting for so-called dynamic effects. Bloomberg's Sonali Basak sat down with Citadel's Ken Griffin in May to talk about the tax bill.
What's clear is that the numbers that we talk about in America are almost incomprehensible. Billions and trillions. I mean, it's just unbelievable how big government in Washington has become. And I think one of the areas the Trump administration is focused on is how to reduce the scale and scope of spending here in the United States. Whether it's the efforts at DOGE or the debates that are happening right here, right now as we speak, about, for example, Medicaid and the cost of Medicaid to the states. The Trump administration is really thinking about how do we help to solve our nation's spending problem. And then at the same time, they're grappling with what is the right tax policy that helps us to pay for the promises that we've made to the American people, and yet ignite the maximum amount of growth that we can achieve in our economy. Because when it's all said and done, the only way the United States will solve for the promise it's made to its people is for us to far more rapidly grow our economy.
What role is deregulation going to play in that?
Well, I mean, deregulation is clearly already one of the huge accomplishments of the Trump administration. And why do I say that? Because the onslaught of new regulation has stopped. That in and of itself has been incredibly powerful for corporate America, the ability to focus on growing your business again without worrying about what new rules will be imposed upon you from Washington. Now, having said that, the efforts to deregulate are going to be more slow because it takes time to re-underwrite why was the regulation put in place to start with? How does this regulation serve the interests of the American people? It takes time to thoughtfully deregulate our economy.
Now, your companies have a footprint all over the world. Are you seeing investors hedging against U.S. instability, diversifying away from U.S. stocks or even U.S. treasuries, given the changes and the uncertainties that still exist around them with the administration?
I think there's been two very strong realizations by investors around the world. First, there was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to pull back from the United States, to be anxious about investing in America given the stance and changing stance we took in areas like trade. But then there's also just a realization that no country in the world enjoys the rate of innovation and commercial development that we enjoy here in America. And so you have these two competing arguments that investors around the world are grappling with. Is the United States going to be a reliable ally and economic player in the world markets? And compare and contrast that with the reality that if you take a step back, no country in the world, other than perhaps China, comes anywhere close to America in terms of the rate of innovation and creative energy that goes into growing our economy.
That's hedge fund billionaire Ken Griffin in the premiere episode of Bullish with Sonali Basak. Sonali here in the studio with Sonali. Griffin of Citadel shared his views on President Trump, his alma mater Harvard, his Florida homecoming. That was actually the theme for the episode, Wall Street South. My big takeaway is Haagen-Dazs ice cream.
It's my favorite part.
You know, he's just like us.
Yes, just like us, except the 30th richest man in the world, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires. It's funny. We spent 2.5 hours. We did take his brain out thing. I've covered him for years. The reason we went down there is because, for some reason, in the course of making the show, I was down in Miami or West Palm maybe 4 times. And so clearly there was a lot of activity moving down there. He was kind of the unofficial mayor of Miami, in that he was putting so much money in the institutions around Miami, different schools, cancer research center, really becoming a bigger and bigger part of the community. And he says he's happiest there. I'm not a Miami person myself, but he is really shaping the area, but also American politics in a lot of ways. We heard what his view was on the tax bill, but also the thing I think that surprised me the most, in addition to how he takes off a stress load by eating Haagen-Dazs ice cream with vanilla
just like us.
Just
like
us.
us.
To be fair to him, it was a very stressful day in the markets. It was very specifically the Monday where Trump was pulling back on tariffs, and he had told us that he was just holding cash. You might remember that.
Yeah.
Same day. So, but beyond that, you know, where else he's spending that money? Where he's spending it on politics? I'm really watching out for where he's going to be giving, particularly as we head towards the midterm elections. You might have remembered way back before the most recent election, he was actually supporting Nikki Haley. And in the most recent,
that's right.
Yeah, he was not outright supporting Trump leading up to the election. And so his stamp on the Republican Party is significant. We've reported that hundreds of millions in 10 years he's given to the Republican Party, and he's talking more about the Democrats now too.
I gotta know what
Crazy.
flavor Haagen-Dazs.
real quick.
I know, vanilla with hot fudge, I think is what he said, right?
Vanilla chip.
Vanilla chip. Yes, yes, I missed the chip. Yes.
I mean, I know you wrote the story, Sonali, but I'm the ice cream man,
Food
so
related,
yeah.
this one never misses, never misses. Check out the extended Bullish interview with Ken Griffin, with Sonali Basak on Bloomberg.com. Tune into new Bullish episodes of Bloomberg TV Tuesdays at 6 p.m. So tonight, 6 p.m. Wall Street time. Sonali, thank you so much. All right, folks, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower across the board. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Home Title Lock. Homeowners, when was the last time you checked your home title? Go to HomeTitleLock.com/Bloomberg for a free title history report to make sure you're not already a victim of fraud. That's HomeTitleLock.com/Bloomberg. Stocks lower across the board because of concerns over escalating Middle East tensions and weak economic data. The S&P down 45, down 0.7. The Dow down 296, also down 0.7%. Nasdaq down 157, drop there of 0.8%. 10-year at 4.38%. The 2-year ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow, 3.94%. Gold flat on the day now, down under 0.1%, 33.82 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 4.6%, 75.10 a barrel on WTI. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. When the word uncertainty is used over and over, we lean on other factors and metrics to help define a time period. That includes something like global real estate, Carol, which of course is sensitive to macro factors like geopolitics and, yes, the interest rate environment, which we just discussed with Mike McKee.
Yeah, one company with a view on all of this is JLL, former Jones Lang LaSalle, the publicly held global professional services firm specializing in real estate investment management. Travis McCready is the head of industries leasing advisory in the Americas for JLL. He's also chair of the JLL Global Life Sciences Advisory Board. He oversees brokerage and advisory for the company's key global industry verticals. So we're talking about life sciences, healthcare, data centers, energy security and defense, technology and higher education. There's a lot going on. So let's get to it. He joins us from Boston. You've got to be a busy individual, or maybe you're not. This is what I want to ask you.
You're not busy. Hey, of course he's busy. He's got screens on screens in there. He's very busy.
You do have screens
on screens.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
Well, listen, as Tim mentioned in the lead up to you, that when there's uncertainty and folks are saying uncertainty a lot, heads of companies are saying one of our conversations on global shipping, uncertainty came up a lot. You know, where are you the busiest? Region of the world, area of the United States, category of real estate? Give us a picture, and where are you not busy?
Wow. I'd say uncategorically, without doubt, we're busiest in data centers, which is an area that affects pretty much every aspect of the economy, every vertical and technology vertical that we cover in real estate. Our ability to bring online additional data centers across the United States is a rate limiting factor to the growth of pretty much all our verticals. In that regard, data centers are popping up anywhere that there's a correlation between access to power, access to the right amounts of land, and cooling infrastructure, which would include, of course, water and wastewater. So that's my area of biggest activity levels. Second being advanced manufacturing. And that's manufacturing, whether it's for semiconductors or for biologicals. We're seeing a nice steady flip of activity around advanced manufacturing across the United States.
I'm wondering how you look at the protectionist policies that the Trump administration, I won't even say toying with, the protectionist policies that the Trump administration has established or has actually put into action at this point. We're talking tariffs, we're talking about other ways to keep jobs here in the United States and keep manufacturing here in the United States. How has that affected your business?
Yeah, I think there's these policies are still, a lot of them are still in theory, so it's the uncertainty around these policies and how they'll play themselves out in practice, which is really driving a lot of decision making, or in many cases, lack of decision making by a lot of our businesses from a real estate standpoint. We definitely have felt, post-COVID in particular, the desire for businesses to control their supply chain. And this desire is really what's driving the advanced manufacturing sector. We've definitely felt a desire for increased employment around advanced manufacturing, particularly as it relates to semiconductors and energy and the like. So these policies haven't really had the type of effect that we think that we've wanted them to have, partially just because they haven't been implemented in many cases as of yet. The one policy that's really gotten a lot of our folks in the life sciences in particular spooked is the Most Favored Nations Clause. And this notion around MFN pricing really shifts the algebra around pharmaceutical prices, and then in turn shifts the discussion about profitability and plowing some of those profits back into the R&D enterprise. That's really having a deep structural effect on how our pharma companies are thinking about manufacturing here in the United States.
So play it out. So meaning that they're going. You mentioned the number two busiest area is advanced biological. So the thinking is, okay, especially pharmaceuticals, doing more, manufacturing more in the United States. And what about Puerto Rico? I thought at one point we were doing a ton of manufacturing there. Is there?
Oh, we continue to do a ton of manufacturing in Puerto Rico. In fact, next time you go to the drugstore to buy Tylenol, thank the Puerto Rican manufacturing ecosystem, because that's where 80 to 85% of all the Tylenol in the United States comes from. The advanced manufacturing, however, we're talking about proteins, biologics, cell and gene therapy manufacturing. A lot of that's happening at a smaller scale and it's happening domestically within the contiguous 48. That's the type of manufacturing we've seen be announced post-tariff conversation. We had about $27 billion worth of those announcements. The degree to which those announcements come to fruition, however, is what we're waiting to see. There's still a lot of uncertainty around both the tariff conversation and MFN conversation, and that will drive the degree to which, or the rate at which, those manufacturing facilities are actually executed.
I wanted to talk geographically a little bit with you because you've got such a great view on what happens around the country and around the world. For the last, actually ever since I've been doing this job, the Sun Belt, we've been talking about it growing and growing and growing, and I'm starting finally to see a shift when it comes to the Sun Belt. Some weakness happening there right now, and I know you don't specialize in residential. That's where we're starting to see some weakness, but certainly commercial is tied to residential. Tell me what you're seeing in the Sun Belt.
Yeah, the Sun Belt's in both an exciting and slightly risky part of the United States right now from a real estate standpoint. On the one hand, you're absolutely right. We're seeing demographic shifts into the Sun Belt, into the southern United States, and with that flow comes commercial activity. On the other hand, we're also seeing structural weaknesses in the grid in particular, and the energy needs that these advanced technologies, whether it's semiconductors or even our healthcare clients, the energy needs that they're demanding, we're increasingly having difficulty finding those sites, finding that power infrastructure in order to satisfy the commercial demand. So you're absolutely right. The point of signal strength, obviously, that we'll see first is around residential. But the safety, security, strength, and growth of the grid will dictate whether or not we can continue this growth pattern going forward.
We've actually had some really deep reporting on this here at Bloomberg, this idea of, folks that play into kind of the electrification play, the power demand, whether it's through data centers, that we just don't have the skilled workers to do it. And it's not just a U.S. thing, it's actually a global thing. And I'm just curious, from your perspective, which is the real estate play, are you seeing, you said data centers, that's your busiest area, but are you seeing somewhat any kind of pulling back or slowing down because there isn't either the labor to supply it and what's needed to be done, or there's not the power there to supply it?
We have this section of our business we call location analytics or location advisory, which basically is a fancy schmancy way of saying that people's decision making is very complicated, and there are a lot of variables that go into where to site a business or which state to locate a business. It's not always about tax incentives or other sort of cash incentives. It's really about access to 2 or 3 core variables. They're always at the top of a decision. One is power, and the second is people, human capital. And it's our ability to be able to train the workforce of tomorrow that will be working in these advanced facilities. Again, that's the second rate limiting factor of our growth. And here is where we need the technical schools, we need the community colleges, and we need higher education to be able to support that thirst that we have for trained human capital for these roles. So we have a very, yes, we're real estate, and we focus on infrastructure. But increasingly, we have to focus on our ability to be able to deliver skilled workforce to be able to work in our facilities.
So relevant to our times, right? And for all the investors who are listening, right, when we see these go-go sectors, whether it's data centers, AI, there's a huge technical equipment, but human capital infrastructure that's needed to power it going forward. And it's something we need to think about the momentum, how strong it can ultimately be. Travis, great checking in with you. Travis McCready, he's head of Industries Leasing Advisory and chair of the JLL Global Life Sciences Advisory Board, joining us from Boston on this Tuesday.
Hey, let's switch gears a little bit because President Donald Trump was meeting with his national security team in Washington on Tuesday to discuss the escalating Middle East conflict. This, according to people familiar with the matter. It's fueling fresh speculation that the U.S. is on the verge of joining Israel's attack on Iran. We've got a great voice. We turned in last week. We brought him back. He's Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst Wayne Sanders. He's a former colonel in the U.S. Army. He's got a keen knowledge of intelligence analysis, IT, counterinsurgency, and more. He joins us once again from Maryland. Wayne, good to have you back with us. We knew we'd be counting on you as this escalation continues, as the skirmish continues. Does it stay a skirmish, or do you see escalating beyond Israel and Iran?
Well, it's great to be back. Thank you so much for having me. I think that you are seeing some escalation of that force, right? As we talked about on Friday, what we were doing prior to that was just using words, and now what you've seen President Trump do, he's deployed now the Nimitz carrier strike group into the region, as well as he's now deploying air tankers as well. So what you're seeing is some additional portions of his soft power, if you will, if you're looking at it from an escalation of force. He's saying a lot and doing a lot without having to have direct combat action of any type within the region. But, you know, when you put a carrier group out there, that carrier group has an aircraft carrier with 60 to 75 aircraft on it. You've got, that carrier group also has an attack submarine. It has cruisers. It has Arleigh Burke class destroyers, right? I mean, you're talking about quite a bit of firepower that you're at least moving towards that region. And when, as you hear President Trump say, as well as Netanyahu on the Israel side, that they have air superiority over that region. So that becomes a pretty clear statement that the U.S. is going to back Israel in this case.
Does it mean that the U.S. will get involved from the perspective of the B-2 Spirit and the bunker buster that we spoke earlier about?
Yeah, you know, it could be, and I think that's going to be one of the true tales for this. I know on Friday I was more along the lines of, you know, unless they're going to go after, if Iran were to go after U.S. bases, I felt like that was going to be the threshold. However, I know there's a lot of talk right now in terms of those military strike options to figure out what that right escalation of force is, to say, okay, well, if it is a valid, what they normally consider valid military targets, which is a lot of what Israel originally was looking at, right? They were looking at the high value individuals within the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Quds Force individuals, regime change type folks, nuclear scientists, as well as the nuclear enrichment facilities like in Natanz, where they have now actually shown that there has been subterranean damage to that based off of satellites. So I think you are starting to see that. I think that if there was going to be an additional escalation with the B-2 Spirit and all that, it would still be looking at those valid military targets.
You know, Wayne, it's interesting you talk about this soft power, you know, deploying the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier strike group, but I also do wonder what you make of what the president did before gathering in the House Situation Room with his advisors, that he posted some things on his social media site. He posted a demand for Iran's unconditional surrender, warned of a possible strike against the country's leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We also know, he said, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target. He is safe there. We're not going to take him out. Kill, in parentheses, he put, at least for now. And I'm not, like, what kind of power is that? I mean, it's very different, right, for a president to be using social media in this way. But we also know President Trump has used this as an effective tool in some regards. But I'm just curious, as someone who's used to probably, you know, understanding the military, things are kept quiet until things are, you know, carried out. I'm just understanding. I want to have an understanding of how you see his use of social media as being helpful, useful, or not.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And so one of the things that the instruments of national power, if you will, right? The Department of Defense, we normally teach in our war colleges about diplomatic, information, military, and economic, right? As instruments of national power on what you're doing. So whether or not it's economic sanctions against somebody, military, as we mentioned about bringing the USS Nimitz in there, diplomatic in terms of using your agents necessary there to be able to try and bring about some diplomatic peace negotiations as well. And then you have the information piece, and that information, this is an area where we haven't seen in the past a lot of use of social media from a president, but it does still fall within what they call information operations, right? It is putting forth your strategic themes and messages necessary to be able to get your point across. And President Trump uses Truth Social a lot of times to be able to do that. He's not wrong in what he says based off of, United States intelligence collection capability and satellites and everything that's at the U.S.'s disposal. Finding out where some of these leaders are at any given time, that is something that is definitely within the realm of the possibility. And in his decision not to do something like that, I think he's mainly just trying to say, hey, people have asked this question. There have been pieces out there about it where he has waved off saying, no, we're not going to go after the Ayatollah. And now it's a question of, okay, well, we know where he is. It's almost an escalation in that same information operations part of an instrument of power without using any type of military strikes.
Interesting.
Wayne, before we let you go, you mentioned the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group that's making its way to that area of the world. That's a sign of soft power. What's another signal that you're going to be looking at over the next 24 hours that will tell you that there has been escalation here?
So right now, if we look at we talked about there are 30 tankers, right? 30 tankers on its way right now over to the Middle East. And that's providing for right now, at that point in time, just that air superiority support. But if you were to look at, if there were additional capabilities that were going across, carrier strike groups are normally used in this capacity a lot of times, right? They bring it over there as that show of force, and then they withdraw and they draw back, right? The U.S. has done that under many presidents over the last 20, 30 years. But if you were to see additional military capability probably show up, right, it would be another sign of that escalation. It could still be in more of a soft military power, right? It could still be delivering more land troops to a specific area that has the ability to reach that. But if you started to deploy U.S. troops into that area beyond what we already have, like onto Israeli soil, you might see some additional.
I don't want to speculate on anything, but I mean, we'll have to see kind of ultimately where this all goes, right? In terms of the U.S. involvement and what that particularly means, whether it's deploying, aircraft carriers or something more.
Yeah, I mean, calculated, everything that's been done up till now, right, has been done at calculation based off of risk for the political environment that you're in, the geopolitical area. So you really are looking at it from that is what is going to be too much of an escalation. I talked to you guys about action, reaction, and counteraction. And from that perspective is when you look at that is my action going to cause an unrealistic or unpredictable response back? And that is one of the areas that we look at both in the U.S. From the Department of Defense side, but all the other militaries do that as well. Iran's doing that based off of their calculus as they go after Israel, and then the same thing that Israel's doing based off of how their attacks are affecting the political landscape as well as the decision calculus of those leaders.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Hey, Wayne, thank you so much again for being available for us to check in as this situation continues to evolve. That is, of course, Wayne Sanders, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst. Wayne, as we mentioned, a former colonel in the U.S. Army, so really gets to see this from several different perspectives, I guess I should say. All right, folks, we've got about 19 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day.
Yeah, let's go to Charlie Pellet, who's got an update on how things are looking. Hey there, Charlie.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, very close to session lows. But let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are under pressure on Middle East worries. The Dow is currently down 320 points. S&P's dropped 50, and NASDAQ is lower by 0.8%. The U.S. 10-year is at 4.39. Gold is little changed. Oil is surging, but Bitcoin, that's lower by 3.7%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only energy was in the green. Healthcare and consumer discretionary were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Chevron and Visa, while Nike fell 3% and led to the downside. After earnings, Jabil jumped as much as 13%. And in deal news, Eli Lilly is buying a biotech Verve for $1.3 billion. In the pharma space, the administration is said to consider a crackdown on pharma ads. And wrapping things up, CrowdStrike jumped 3% to a new all-time high. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over at your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
Yeah, I'll let you let me drive.
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close
Funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody, about 16 and a half minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Tuesday, June 17th. Charlie and Bill Maloney just wrapping over the trade today. We're off our lows of the session, but definitely a risk-off trade. This caught my attention, Tim. B of A, Bank of America clients, took a defensive stance on U.S. stocks for the first time in 6 weeks with net buying of defensive sectors and selling of cyclicals last week.
I mean, given how close we are to all-time highs,
I know, right?
maybe they're saying enough is enough. Is that what it is?
I don't know. It's like, doing well, lost a lot, came back. I'm out. I'm
maybe.
out. I'm done with 2025.
Let's see what our Drive to Close guest has to say about this. Back with us is Larry Pitkowski, co-founder and managing partner and portfolio manager at Good Haven Capital Management. He joins us from New Jersey. What do you make of that? A more defensive position for the first time in the last 6 weeks. Net buying of defensive sectors and selling of cyclicals. What do you make of that, Larry?
Well, I make of it, first of all, hello, Carol, hello, Tim. I make of it that there's obviously some more fear and uncertainty in the air than there may have been recently. And, that's, it's perfectly understandable. You have a lot of different dramatic things going on out there, fiscally, geopolitically. And all we will try and do here at Good Haven is, try and use that to our advantage if we can for our fellow shareholders and looking for opportunities that the market may have gotten wrong over the short term.
All right, you sound pretty sober. How do you see the environment right now?
Carol, I try and maintain kind of a relatively even disposition through it all. It seems to have
I'm sure your clients appreciate that. I'm sure they appreciate that. But
it is who I am. So hopefully they do, because I just don't have a different channel to any great extent. Look, I pride myself on not thinking that I have the answer to every complex geopolitical or fiscal thing going on. Off camera and off hours, I'll give you my favorite list of 15 people who think they do have the answer to absolutely everything that goes on. But that's for another day. I don't think I have the answer to everything, so I'll try and stick to really trying to understand the 15 to 25 things that we own, think about what's going on out there and how they may or may not be impacted, and then go back to doing the deep research that I think has served us well.
all right, so let's talk about those 15 to 20. Is there anything that has changed in that list coming off of President Trump's second term so far?
Well, obviously the current policy regarding tariffs is a more dramatic escalation of what some of those game plans may have been thought to be. And there are some industries that are very impacted, some not impacted. And of course, my view on whether it's the right way to try and improve trade imbalances and whatnot is not really that important, even though I don't think it's really a great way to do it. So I'm happy to say that I don't think we are a deer in the headlights or we have anything that is proven to be problematic, though lots of industries are somewhat impacted, and we try and buy things with a margin of safety so that even if things go imperfectly, the outcome can still be a good one. So we have not made any drastic changes, and I think approaching all investing with that margin of safety mindset should serve one well when you do get more dramatic things happening than you might have guessed would happen.
All right, so do you want to share a name?
Well, you know, we do have an interesting name that happens to be in the energy space that I did want to mention. And it's not I think oil is going up because of some of the things going on in the Middle East, but it is an interesting company, and I actually thought I would mention it when I, knew I was coming on recently, even before the current events. So we own a company called Vitesse. Okay, symbol is VTS on the New York Stock Exchange. It's a less than $1 billion market cap, and it's a very interesting company. They have a very complicated modus operandi, which is on their website, which says, we strive to generate strong returns for our owners by owning a fractional interest, primarily as a non-operator in large in oil and gas fields, drilled by the bigger companies.
Yeah.
So, you've got a 9.5% dividend yield. You have a management team that was operating the company when it was a subsidiary of Jefferies, and before that, Leucadia. They're proven people, Bob Garrity, Brian Cree. Their whole modus operandi is to generate strong returns. And it's a way below the radar screen type of company. It is not a bet on oil. And in fact, when it got spun out of Jefferies, the first thing we spent a lot of time thinking about here at Goodhaven was, how would it do if oil was lower and stayed lower? I'm a worrier first. And after satisfying ourselves with that, we became convinced that the forward path was an interesting one.
Interesting. It's about a $911.7 million market cap, so it's a small one. It is up, it is down about 5.5% year to date. But as you mentioned, that dividend, pretty impressive, 9.5% dividend yield. I mean, are you buying it largely because of the dividend? Just 20 seconds
well,
here.
Their focus is the dividend. So
It is.
we're buying it for the total return over time, but the dividend and increasing it, which they just did, is their focus. And the people are special.
Okay, good stuff. Hey, Larry, thank you so much. Larry Pitkowski, Managing Partner and Portfolio Manager at Goodhaven Capital Management, joining us from Millburn, New Jersey. All right, folks, coming up on 10 minutes to go in the trading session, and we are just off our worst levels. Tim, we're down 0.7% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100 declined 0.8%.
Hey, still up 1.8% year to date.
Glass half
I'm not a full guy.
That's,
Come on.
That's you. I love that. This is Bloomberg.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, under 7 minutes to go until we wrap up trading on this. I know. It's
Wow.
I don't know whether I'm just kind of waiting for something. I just feel like there's a lot going on. We do know the president has wrapped up his meeting in the Situation Room with his advisors. We got that, CNN reporting that out. So we'll wait to see if there's anything that comes out on that. In the meantime,
My
stocks are
eyes
definitely
are
off their
glued
worst.
to Truth Social. Fortunately, in my terminal, I get the Truth Social posts.
Yeah, I know we all do, right?
I guess. Do we all get them?
Do we? I don't know.
I get them.
Wait.
So that's how I know what he
How do
says
you
on
get-
Truth Social. They just get emailed to me. I don't know how I get them.
How do you do that?
They're news alerts, I think. I think they turn into news alerts.
You know, we have actually a function.
Oh, maybe I'm signed up for it and I don't even know
Maybe
it.
that's what you're doing. You're
Okay.
getting alerts off of that.
TST, right?
You know, this is what's kind of cool about the Bloomberg. I know we're digressing and there's a lot of stuff going on, but it's like just so much here. We learn every day.
Yeah,
about
I'm
other stuff.
looking for it.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a New York story that people outside of New York are texting to me.
Yeah. This is a big one. We were
It
talking
hit,
about this in the
the
newsroom.
family chat.
Did it really?
Yeah. My family, even though I'm the only one who lives in New York, they're very interested in the mayoral election.
Are they like, did you see this?
Yeah, and I had heard it,
Yeah.
but they were pretty quick to it. I have a very online brother who has a real job,
But he's online.
but he's online a lot.
Man, he's like us.
He's like us. That's what I
He's
said to
kinda
him.
like
I
us.
said, you should be working in a newsroom.
Come on over. Let's get to it. New York City Comptroller Brad Lander was arrested outside of Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. He is running in next week's Democratic primary for mayor. He was detained by ICE, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. That was today, according to his campaign. He was arrested for assaulting a law enforcement officer. That, again, was a spokeswoman from the Department of Homeland Security pointing that out.
If you're watching us on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals, you can see it. You can see footage of it on the screen. He's the comptroller and a mayoral candidate. He was just escorting a defendant out of court. His campaign said Lander was there to observe immigration hearings and hold a media event to promote more legal funding to support immigrants. This is according to his public schedule.
Yeah, he allegedly locked arms with an undocumented immigrant in an apparent effort to shield the person from detention, according to a federal official. I don't know that we saw that on the video. I think we saw the
didn't see that part,
officials going around him specifically, so I don't know that we saw that. When agents moved in to arrest the individual, Lander allegedly refused to release his grip and pushed away the officer's hands. The alleged interference is what prompted the arrest, according to the official, who asked not to be identified speaking on the matter. Lander is expected to be issued a criminal summons and released.
The arrest comes less than a week after U.S. Senator Alex Padilla of California was forcibly removed from a press conference and handcuffed after disrupting a media briefing by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in Los Angeles.
And we know that this has been happening. ICE agents, showing up at courthouses across the country to basically detain migrants after their cases are dismissed. The arrests have raised concerns among attorneys about due process, right? Immigration courts are overseen by the Justice Department and not the independent judiciary. So that is a good point and something that is certainly being discussed by a lot of folks in the legal world about due process, right? Having your day in court, but I don't know, are you really getting due process if you're at risk potentially of being arrested as soon as you come out of court? And so will people maybe stay away from the courts? I don't know. There's
It's
a lot
good
of
question.
questions here.
A
lot of
spokeswoman
questions.
for the Department of Homeland Security that said that ICE officers are facing a 413% increase in assaults. She also said that it's wrong that politicians seeking higher office undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. Though we should note that the comptroller said that arresting Comptroller Lander for the simple act of standing up for immigrants and their civil rights is a shocking abuse of power. This is according to Attorney General Letitia James, who called the arrest, quote, profoundly unacceptable.
All right, folks, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. We are seeing trading. We're just bouncing off our lows of this session, but we're going to count you down to the close on this Tuesday. Some of the top things in mind, and we're going to get into some of the winners and losers. Do not go anywhere. Over to our TV side. The closing bell starts right now.
Now, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romain Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you through to that closing bell. It's a global simulcast with Scarlet Fu here in the TV studio. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. Carol, we came into today with a close eye on a lot of economic data, but all eyes really shifted to the situation in the Middle East with the President of the United States just wrapping up a meeting in Washington with his national security advisors.
That's right, and the trade remained telling us so much. If you look at the major industry groups in the S&P 500, the only one outperforming is energy names. They're up about 1.5%, and that we've seen riding the back of another spike in WTI crude. So once again, that really is because we're so focused on what's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah, we just had a great conversation with Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst Wayne Sanders. He's a former colonel in the U.S. Army. He pointed our attention to the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group that's making its way there, and also gave us some ideas of what to watch for when it came to escalation. The big question that I think a lot of people have is, what does U.S. involvement look like in a war between Israel and Iran?
Right. It's an unanswerable question right now. So in the meantime, you just see the indexes lose a lot of momentum. You also see bonds come in as a safe haven play once again. Yields are actually down for the first time in 3 days.
Right, and you have the move into the dollar as well, which really dovetails with Bank of America Fund Manager survey saying that that the dollar is the most under-owned in, 20 years, and yet we're seeing a bid into that asset class today as a safe haven bid continues.
Interesting to see the dollar get bid. Of course, also seeing some of those other safe haven FX assets get bid up as well, including the Swiss franc here on this Tuesday afternoon as we get the closing bells right across the screen for all of the major indices. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 300 points, or about 0.7%. The S&P 500 closing below that 6,000 level, 5982 and change, down 50 points, or 0.8%. The NASDAQ Composite down about 0.9%, a similar move for the NASDAQ 100, and the Russell 2000 lower by 22 points, or 1% even.
All right, that's a look at the overall trade. Back to the S&P 500 I go, and very clear a sign of risk-off trade. The S&P 500, 414 names to the downside, Scarlett, 88 to the upside.
All right, and the IMAP is pretty straightforward as well. 11 groups in the S&P 500. The only group higher is energy, up more than 1%, and that's actually mirrored in what we see in the Russell 2000 as well. All the industry groups lower except for energy.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual movers. Let's start with the gainers. Jabil Circuit, that is the #1 gainer in the S&P 500. Shares jumping to a record in today's session after the manufacturing services company reported third quarter results that beat expectations. The company also raising its full year forecast. That stock up just shy of 13% at its highs today, finishing the day with a gain of 8.9%. On a tear, I should point out, this year overall, it's up about 40% here in 2025. Another outperformer, Fluence Energy, ticker is FLNC. It's about a $1 billion market cap. Energy storage products and services and digital applications for renewables and storage company. That's a mouthful. Stock at its high, up about 19%, settling in, though, at the close with a gain of about 13%. The Senate Finance Committee coming out, releasing its version of a budget reconciliation bill that J.P. Morgan analysts believe is positive for energy storage firms, not for another group of the energy world. I think Tim might touch on that in just a moment. But this stock, I should point out, even with that 13% gain today, is down more than 60% year to date, with about 40% of the float shorted. So some negative sentiment out there, maybe some short covering in today's session. One more name for you, certainly an outperformer, Verve Therapeutics, up almost 82% here at the close. Eli Lilly, of course, agreeing to buy this gene editing startup for about $1.3 billion. They're going to pay as much as about $13.50 a share, the company said today. That was a more than 115% premium to the closing price of Verve yesterday. And I got to say, crazy thing is, the move not to its highest level ever for shares of Verve. It was once a $73 a share stock back in 2021. Today closing under $12 a share. So I just thought a little perspective there.
Okay, you got the gainers, Carol. I got the decliners. I want to start with shares of T-Mobile falling 4% today. The company shares fell after we learned that SoftBank sold around $4.8 billion of stock. The move helps fund the Japanese company's plans for AI. They sold 21.5 million T-Mobile shares for $224 each. It priced at the bottom of a $224 to $225 $28 range. So certainly some selling pressure on T-Mobile today. Also, solar stocks under pressure today. This is the Invesco Solar ETF, ticker TAN, down 9%. But that kind of masks some of the big moves that the companies within this ETF made. I mean, we're talking about companies such as Sunrun down 40% in a single day. SolarEdge Technologies down 33% today. Enphase Energy down 24%. First Solar down 18%. These U.S. solar companies fell after Senate Republicans released a bill that would end clean energy tax credits earlier than expected. It dashed hopes that major cuts passed by the House wouldn't stick. I did look up on the screen and saw you were speaking to an analyst about this exact thing a little earlier in the program.
Yeah, so he was saying that...
Optimistic, pessimistic, what did he say?
I mean, he said it was worse. I mean, the House bill was worse than the Senate bill.
Okay.
And that there are other things that could continue to boost residential solar, but that market will be smaller and that growth will be smaller. Now, utilities and solar is very different. They still get the tax credits. They sign those purchase power agreements. It's that residential solar, and that's why Enphase is getting hit so hard. That's the problem.
Yeah, just a brutal day for some of these stocks. Finally, JetBlue having a terrible day as well. Shares fell close to 8%. The company said it plans to hasten cost cuts by eliminating some flights. It plans to end service to a number of cities and restructure its leadership ranks as economic uncertainty feeds weaker than expected demand for travel. I have a lot of questions about where this company is going to be going. We're going to speak to Mary Schlangenstein in just a few minutes on our program about the outlook for JetBlue.
Yeah, I think they're also probably a little concerned about that as well. So where do you go in an environment like this? You go to the bond market, particularly the long end. You're seeing yields come in by about 5-6 basis points. Even the 2-year is down by about 2 basis points. There was also a tweet from Nick Timrose of the Wall Street Journal, of course, that sort of avenue being the Fed whisperer in essence, saying that the Fed board announces an open meeting to discuss a proposed revision to the supplementary leverage ratio standards at 2 p.m. next Wednesday. So if the SLR, is rolled back in any form, that could mean potential more buying and holding from banks because they don't have to count that against their leverage and their pot of cash, basically. So that could be good for the treasury market.
Absolutely, and of course, just a reminder that Fed meeting, that normal Fed FOMC policy meeting, kicked off today. Of course, they will make their Fed decision tomorrow, full coverage of that. But more importantly, of course, the press conference obviously going to be peppered with a lot of questions about the potential inflationary impact of this rise in oil and the conflict in the Middle East. The latest headlines that we know right now, at least out of the White House, is that meeting between Donald Trump and his national security advisors has wrapped up. We're still awaiting for some sort of communication as to what was discussed, guys, and more importantly, as to what might happen next.
And the reporting ahead of the meeting was that President Trump was seriously considering joining the war. This comes from Axios, among other reports. And of course, in his social media posts, as well as his comments to reporters as well, you definitely got a sense that there was more action on his mind in terms of entering, even though as a candidate, he campaigned heavily on not involving the U.S. in overseas conflicts.
Yeah, and keep in mind, in talking to various members of our team, including Tony Capaccio and Wayne Sanders, I mean, this idea that there is still a big presence already of the United States in the Middle East. I think he said something like 40,000 in total. And right now, what we've seen in terms of what they call the soft power that President Trump has already sent over to the region. He talked about the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier strike group, and you're talking about an aircraft carrier, you're talking about a submarine, you're talking about quite a bit of firepower already. So if you're wondering what, is the U.S. already involved, I think it's safe to say to some extent, yeah, it really already is.
Also add on 30 aerial refueling tankers that have made their way toward that area of the world. Alex, I think a big question a lot of people have is about what happens to the U.S.'s bunker-busting bombs. This is allegedly and it's very secretive, we talked to Tony Capaccio about it, allegedly the only bomb that could bust a certain enrichment facility in Iran, but only the U.S. has it, and only the U.S. has the capability to deliver it with the B-2 Spirit. And that would obviously mark a huge escalation of the conflict and U.S. involvement, considering that the U.S. is the only country in the world that has those resources.
And by deliver it, you mean actually drop it.
Yes,
so it's not like you can pass it off to Israel and say, here
exactly.
you go, have some good luck there. And we were talking to retired General Wesley Clark, and he was saying, look, you got to really focus on the end game, not just the ways and the means, and unclear as to whether or not all those three scenarios were being laid out in the situation.
And that really is, I think, what a lot of people want to hear about. It's not just necessarily the next strike, but sort of what regime change would look like if that is indeed the end goal, and more importantly, who's going to oversee that?
In the meantime, we should remember that we've got a lot of colleagues that are out there in the region, and I know, Alex, we heard some of your conversation on Bloomberg Intelligence earlier with Ethan Bronner, who was on air with you guys as there were attacks happening around him in Tel Aviv. So we're thinking about everybody who is in the region more broadly, and certainly our colleagues who are there in Israel as well. All right, guys, that is a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. I know Alex is heading out, Scarlett and Romaine, of course, continuing on the closing bell, and Tim and I continuing on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Folks, we'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, you are back here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. As you just heard from our TV colleagues, and we've been reminding you that according to reports, CNN, and I think we may have, I'm not sure if we've matched it, but it does look like the meeting that the president has been holding in the Situation Room with his advisors, it has ended, so we are monitoring to see if we get any updates out of that meeting, specifically when it comes to the U.S. stance on the Israel-Iran hostilities that we are continuing to see. So we're monitoring that for you.
I'm going to go right to our story. Kayla Gardner, Josh Wingrove, Stephanie Lai, and Arsalan Shahala writing that President Trump met with his national security team in Washington on Tuesday to discuss the escalating Middle East conflict. This, according to people familiar with the matter. It fuels fresh speculation that the U.S. is on the verge of joining Israel's attack on Iran. The meeting lasted over an hour, and the White House provided no immediate statement afterward. Before gathering his advisors in the Situation Room, President Trump posted a demand for Iran's, quote, unconditional surrender, and warned of a possible strike against the country's leader, the Ayatollah. Here's what he said, quote, we know exactly what the so-called supreme leader is hiding. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, in parentheses, he wrote kill, at least not for now, end quote. This according to a post the president made on Truth Social.
Right, and he did that before the meeting with his advisors in the Situation Room. So again, of course, keeping our eye on that. In the meantime, one of the names we just talked about with our TV colleagues, I think, Tim, this is one of your highlights when it comes to decliners. JetBlue down around 8%, just shy of 8% here in today's session. The company said it plans to hasten cost cuts by eliminating some flights, ending service to a number of cities, and restructuring its leadership ranks as economic uncertainty feeds weaker than expected demand for travel. I don't think I'm talking out of turn. You and I came back on a red eye on JetBlue. It was in Mint, and it's kind of.
Wow, Carol Massar, you're fancy.
Well, I remember when they introduced it. It was a big deal in their business class or first class, and it's really nice for you going across the country. Having said that, mine had a piece missing on the side, and it was taped. And it just reminded me, and I want to bring in our Mary Schlangenstein, who's Bloomberg News USA Airlines reporter. She's out there in her Dallas bureau. Mary, it reminded me, I remember when all of JetBlue planes were spanking new, and it was interesting.
TVs.
Yeah, it was really cool, and the endless snacks, even if you weren't in business, or like it. But it was just interesting for me to be sitting in that plane, and there was a piece missing, then they had taped over another part, and I thought, wow, times have changed. They've got more legacy issues than they did certainly when they started, but give us some context on kind of where JetBlue is when it comes to all the major carriers that are out there.
Well, because JetBlue is primarily focused on the U.S. market, it's suffering, just like a lot of other carriers are, from a downturn in demand in the U.S. And this really started earlier in the year and was a big surprise to airlines that had expected a really profitable and strong demand year in 2025. But when Trump imposed the tariffs and people became very worried about a recession, about inflation, about trade wars, then domestic demand really fell off a cliff. And that was in April. A lot of the carriers came out and they withdrew their full year guidance because things were so uncertain. And so basically what JetBlue is saying is this hasn't gotten any better for us, and we're going to have to take more steps to cut costs.
Hey, question that I have about this, Mary, is really when it comes to what is unique about JetBlue and why it's struggling so much. Yes, there have been a couple failed tie-ups. The Spirit thing didn't work out. The American Airlines thing didn't work out. It's trying to do something with United that's going to be over the next few years. What is the is the challenge to Mint that it's like it's not an ultra low cost carrier, but it's also not one of the big three? Is that the problem?
That's part of the problem. It's it's not. It's also not a full service global airline, although it has some international routes. But it's kind of stuck in the middle. It's really a niche player, and that's what it was trying to get away from when it tried to acquire Spirit and did the alliance deal with American. It really needed more heft to compete with the bigger players in the U.S. industry. Of course, it didn't get that, and so Joanna Garrity's been trying to restructure the operations at JetBlue. She's pulled them back to their original focus areas of the U.S. Northeast and along the East Coast, and the situation in terms of demand has just really been tough in those areas.
All right, so I don't know. What are you hearing? Like, what's the outlook? I mean, how much time do you give? I mean, listen.
They're running on borrowed money right now.
Well,
that's the like how long do they have?
No, right. I mean, when companies are going through changes, you give them a little bit of time. But Tim makes a really good point. You got to look at the balance sheet and wonder what kind of pressures they have right now.
Yeah, and it really hasn't been that long since Joanna Garrity took over. But they do have this United plan, doing the partnership with United, which they expect to really help them a lot. It's going to give United access to some routes at JFK, going to give JetBlue access to some slots at Newark. And so they expect a lot out of that. They're also partnering on their travel bookings venture that JetBlue has, which should bring a lot of added revenue into JetBlue. But you have to remember that, their executives spend a lot of time focusing on these failed deals, and they're really having to go back and focus on basic operations at JetBlue, and it's just a tough time to have to do that.
I'm so glad you went there with United, because United was down 6.2% today as well. Is it because of the JetBlue news, and there's some kind of read into, all right, if JetBlue's having issues, does that mean United is too? Help me tie that up.
No, I think really, if you look, all the airlines are down today, and all the airlines are down by a pretty good amount. And so I think it's probably broader market forces at work here, things that are affecting a lot of variation of stocks, not just the airlines.
Okay, so obviously a lot of headwinds facing the entire industry.
Totally.
Moving forward, it sort of builds on what Carol was asking about when it comes to the future of this company. Is this, I'm not going to ask you to make predictions, because that's not the business that we're in, but is this a company that analysts say can succeed in its current iteration, or is it going to have to become part of something else?
No, I don't think anybody's predicting or forecasting that they're going to have to become part of something else. Merger and acquisition talk in the airline industry is non-ending. It's always going on. But I haven't seen really anybody focusing on the fact that JetBlue needs to get a deal done as soon as possible. Again, I think the alliance with United is seen as a big feather in their cap and something that is going to pay off for them.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, Mary, thank you as always. We should point out shares of JetBlue are down about 46% year to date, so we've definitely seen a ton of pressure.
I just want to say, we got such a great team who covers airlines here.
I know.
Not just from a Bloomberg News perspective. Like, you want to talk, Boeing.
Right.
We got a great team on Boeing. You want to talk about individual airlines? We got a great team doing individual airlines. Those are the Bloomberg News reporters. We also got the Bloomberg Intelligence folks, like George Ferguson, for example.
No, and it gets into the details. I think, things get lumped into one group, but each carrier is different, right?
Read Julie Johnson on Boeing. Read Mary Schlangenstein on the airlines.
Totally. And we should point out, Mary, of course, is Bloomberg News U.S. Airlines reporter joining us from our Dallas bureau. So check her out on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. But she's right. You and I were talking about this in the newsroom. We were looking at kind of all the airlines. And if I pull up the super composite, it was down. I think it was I think there were 9 names in it, and I think they were all down on the day. And the index overall, the S&P 500, 1,500 passenger airlines composite index was down 4.3% today. So we saw a ton of pressure.
Everything's lower.
Overall. Yeah, but this was definitely underperformance.
Oh, yeah, as far as
in terms of airlines,
I was choosing between that for my decliners and going with all the solar stocks because
you had, those were two groups that really got beaten up today.
Welcome to a day where finally decliners are easy. Yesterday was pretty tough, Carol.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? Stocks go up, stocks go down. That's what makes a market.
Well said.
Thank you.
Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A down Tuesday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Wall Street's concerns over escalating Middle East tensions and weak economic data led to a slide in stocks. All of this ahead of a Fed decision tomorrow. Yes, we'll break it for you. 2 p.m. Wall Street time. The news conference 2:30 live on Bloomberg Radio. S&P today tumbled 50 points, closing below 6,000, 59.82, down by about 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 299, drop there of 0.7%. NASDAQ down 180, a decline of 0.9%. 10-year 4.38% with a 2-year 3.94%. Gold flat on the day, 33.84 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil surged 4.3%, 74.83 a barrel on heightened Middle East tensions. And Bitcoin today, we did see Bitcoin slump 4%, 104,483 on Bitcoin. On a down day for stocks, most defense stocks did advance, including 3 names associated with the manufacture of those so-called bunker buster bombs. Shares of Boeing down 0.7%, Northrop Grumman up 1.3%, RTX Corp up by 1.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. We are all in on the Fed today, although it may not seem like it because of the conflict overseas.
It's kind of amazing, right?
Any other day,
yeah.
where we'd be on the Tuesday, the first day of a 2-day policy meeting, we'd spend quite a bit of time talking about the Fed.
Or we would talk about the market kind of marking time because it's just waiting for that Fed decision, but that's not necessarily been the trade today.
One person we go to regularly for his view on the economy and rates around Fed decisions is Frank Sorrentino. He's chairman and CEO at the publicly held New Jersey-based community bank Connect One Bank Corp. It's the parent of Connect One Bank. We're talking small businesses, construction companies among its customers. The bank recently merged with First Long Island Corp, which brings its total assets, Carol, to about $14 billion.
All right, Frank is back with us, and he is in Melville, Long Island. Frank, good to have you here. We always appreciate getting some time to check in with you and see what you're seeing. It's all fast and furious. It's good to have you. Would you like to just take a long nap and wake up in, I don't know, 2026 or 2027? Tell us about your world right now and what you're seeing, because you tended to be pretty optimistic.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, if you go back a couple of months to Liberation Day and you took a nap on that day and woke up today, you'd say, well, I don't know, things don't look too bad other than what's going on overseas. The market is pretty much rebounded or recovered most of the ground. You know, people feel the economy is on more sturdy ground today than they thought in those weeks after that news. But the economy still is quite robust in the markets that we serve. As you know, Connect One is in the New York metro market, in New Jersey, New York, now Long Island, in a pretty big way. And the vast majority of the client base that we have is still seeing strong demand for products and services, a lot of service-oriented businesses. There's still an enormous amount of demand for housing, for apartments, for all types of construction, warehousing, even office, which has, as you know, been the subject of a lot of conversation over the last two or 3 years or so, is seeing a tremendous rebound as we're moving through this period of time.
I'm getting a few questions from a loyal listener, Ryan Horan, reaching out over the Instant Bloomberg. He's glad we're talking to you because it's a great check of small business and the consumer. He's curious about any worrying trends or any pullback in underwriting that you're seeing. Are you adding to reserves to shield any non-performing loans?
You know, most banks are reporting that they're seeing a fairly benign credit perspective out there. I know there was a lot of tariff talk 60 days or so ago, and a lot of investors were very concerned about how tariffs may impact bank earnings, through the credit cycle, through any sort of credit cycle. That's really quite diminished recently in the past few days or weeks. And banks are still reporting a fairly benign credit period. There are certainly one-offs, as we would always expect there to be, and there's appropriate reserving going on at most banks. But there's nothing systematic that's out there that where banks are feeling that there are particular segments of the market that are showing more signs of weakness than normal.
Why is that? Not to be
Because-
negative, but
why
I'm
is
just curious.
that?
Why do you
Because,
think things are
you know,
holding
we
up?
start. I
Yeah.
always start with we have a 4% unemployment rate.
Yeah.
Everyone has a job, and anyone who's looking for a job can get a job, and so things are good. People are getting raises. There's plenty of opportunity in the market. There's been an enormous amount of liquidity put in the market over the last dozen years or so that is just driving our economy to all-time highs. The market is reacting to that. You can't buy a car. People are waiting in line for homes and apartments. Luxury goods are on fire. You go to the airport. You can't get on a plane. It's the economy. I keep saying the economy is robust, and everyone keeps challenging me why I use that word. Well, it just is. And so all of these things are driving. GDP is growing at over 3.5%. That's what's driving what's going on. Notwithstanding all the news that you're hearing about, a lot of global issues and other, political, craziness that's going on in the marketplace.
But what do you make? We talked the retail sector earlier with Dana Telsey, and we talked about everyone trading down. So you're seeing discount retail doing better than most. Airlines pulling guidance. It feels like there's stuff brewing, and I think it's safe to say that employers are really gun shy about letting go of workers. There is some labor hoarding going on because they remember all too well, Frank, what happened after COVID and nobody could find workers, right? So I just wonder if you've seen a lot of economies. I know I ask you this all the time, but I just do wonder, are you hearing anything anecdotally where people are like, we're a little nervous, and if these tariffs are more onerous?
We are.
Yeah.
I think we are seeing consumers being a bit more price sensitive. And I think they are, maybe not spending as lavishly as they might have in the past. And they got a little shook up with the tariffs, and they're looking at some specific products that, may have changed in price. There's been some hoarding going on that I do think impacted some of that consumer spending. I know for a fact that's impacted, building supplies, building goods. People front-loaded buying things in anticipation of the tariffs. So there's a lot of turbulence going on in the marketplace today. My read, however, is though if you strip out, some of the, gas and tariff-related items out of the consumer spending, you'll actually see numbers were actually up a bit, not down. And even what they're reporting that the consumer spending was down a bit, it's down less than 1% or point something percent. So it's not a sea change that's going on. There is some volatility here, but overall, I do not see a recession, and I still see a fairly robust economy ahead.
We're talking to you on Tuesday, June 17th, the day before we hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell. We don't know what he's going to say. I think I know what he's going to say to when he answers some questions, specifically about politics and his own future, because he said those same answers for months. But Frank, I'm curious what you see as the path of the Federal Reserve for the remainder of the year. Give us your dot plot.
Well, based on what I just said to you, if that in fact is what's going on in the economy, then the expectation has to be that the Fed does not lower rates because the economy is still quite strong. And so my belief would be that you will definitely see some commentary about the uncertainty that lies in the marketplace as we move forward. There are lots of things to be uncertain about. Tariffs being one, the war in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine, and how those things are impacting, gasoline prices, which happen to be down, but could rise dramatically depending on where things go. So there's going to be a lot of things that are inputs that the Fed will be looking at that will determine what's going to happen in the future, and they may give some guidance about what they think those things would be going forward. The market expects the Fed to cut at least one, if not two times this year. I believe it'll be closer to one, and be careful what you wish for. I do believe that again, this economy will continue to roll on, and the Fed is going to have a tough time to lower interest rates as we move through the cycle.
Frank, I do wonder too, this was an interesting past earnings cycle where we actually did have folks give you two scenarios. Like, if everything's good, here's what our numbers will be. If they're not, here's where they will be, and quite a range. And I'm not saying everybody did that, but it was just for those of us who have covered publicly held companies for a long time and the earnings season, I don't remember people doing that. I've seen people pulling guidance a lot, but not giving scenarios. I'm curious about the conversations you have with your team. Do you talk about a lot of different scenarios in this environment? Because it could go a lot of different ways, or no, you feel much more confident to say, this is probably the course, and here's why we can make decisions based on this course.
We definitely have those discussions. We're definitely keeping our ear close to what's happening. And the thing that I constantly bring back to the table is, let's listen to what our clients are telling us. And so, it's one thing for us to predict what we think is going to happen based on facts, figures, whatever, but hearing in from our clients and what they're experiencing in each of the various segments that we do business with, to me, is much more important than any view we may have on our own. So we're still hearing that folks in general are in good shape. There's a fair amount of liquidity still in folks' checking accounts, and their ability to borrow still remains strong. And so we continue to see a fairly robust economy going forward, and that's what we're modeling for, and that's what we're predicting for the future.
Some people say uncertainty. Frank's word is robust. That's the word he uses, and he's used over and over again.
You've been consistent. You've been consistent, and
uncertainty is a challenge, though, and it is impacting people's decision-making ability. And so, one of the things that I always look at and always counsel people is, hey, look at what's really going on the ground,
right?
And try not to get caught up in all the headlines of what may be going on around you that doesn't necessarily impact you. I've had conversations with clients who are talking to me about tariffs, and tariffs don't actually impact their business.
Right.
So I'm saying, well, okay, why are we focused on that? So uncertainty absolutely can change the direction of the economy.
Yep, sentiment can be pretty strong, right? And uncertainty certainly plays into something like that. Hey, Frank, as always, thank you. Frank Sorrentino, Chairman and CEO at the publicly held New Jersey-based community bank, ConnectOne Bancorp. As we said, and like to remind you, it is a parent company of ConnectOne Bank. Just quickly, we want to mention something we've gotten from the New York Times.
Yeah, this is just crossing in the last 20 minutes or so. Iran is preparing missiles for a possible retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases. This according to officials. The New York Times reporting that American commanders have put troops on high alert throughout the region as fears of a wider war grow.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly pull up what I'm seeing in S&P 500 E-mini futures to see if we're seeing any kind of reaction. We're down about 0.8%. So we're seeing a little bit of a lower movement in the afterwards, but we'll keep a watch on that. Folks, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. This is Bloomberg.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. A down Tuesday, Wall Street's concerns over escalating Mideast tensions and weak economic data led to a slide in stocks, with the S&P 500 index lower today by 0.8%, down 50, but closing below 6,000 at 59.82. The Dow down 299, a drop of 0.7%. Nasdaq down 180, a decline there of 0.9%. The 10-year 4.38%, with the 2-year 3.94%. Gold, little changed on the day, up $1 the ounce, 33.86, and West Texas Intermediate crude advancing today by 4.5%. Now it's 75.02 a barrel. All of this ahead of a Fed decision and news conference tomorrow. What to expect? Frank Sorrentino is founder and CEO of Connect One Bank, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
My belief would be that you'll see you will definitely see some commentary about the uncertainty that lies in the marketplace as we move forward. There are lots of things to be uncertain about. Tariffs being one, the war in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine, and how those things are impacting, gasoline prices, which happen to be down, but could rise dramatically depending on where things go.
Frank Sorrentino of Connect One Bank interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Recapping a rally in crude today up 4.6%, S&P down 50, down 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. Lots of news in healthcare today, Carol. We saw shares of ad agencies and marketing service companies like Publicis, WPP, Interpublic, and Omnicom fall. This was earlier today after Bloomberg reported that the Trump administration is discussing policies that would make it harder and more expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients. So it's the stuff that you see on TV, the stuff you hear about on radio, where you hear the side effects discussed.
It's like, hey doc, so-and-so just advertised that this is going to solve all that ails me. Can you give me some? Basically, that's right.
That's exactly why we wanted to talk to Damien Gardet. He's Bloomberg News Health reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. There's a lot here. There's also a story about Eli Lilly buying Verve Therapeutics. We're going to get to that with you if we have time. First, though, this is a $10 billion in annual ad spending. What is the purpose of showing us, the general public, ads for niche pharmaceutical drugs that our doctors already have on their radar? I've never understood this.
It is fascinating, and when you probe into that, I feel like these things come in tiers. So there are medicines like Skyrizi, drugs for psoriatic arthritis, the GLP-1 weight loss and obesity medicine.
Full disclosure, Skyrizi ads have actually appeared. We've heard them on Bloomberg.
Oh, okay. We have, Skyrizi.
Yeah, we just want to point it out.
I can't watch the NBA playoffs without being, I've memorized the jingles to these medicines, which I won't subject you to. I think ethically as a journalist I couldn't recount it, and also ethically as a radio program we shouldn't subject people to my singing voice. But to your question, there's those medicines which have a sort of, there is data showing that prescribers are more likely to prescribe them if the patient asks about them, and so you can imagine the feedback loop by which you put them in the minds of the patient, and if they have, for example, psoriatic arthritis, which is a fairly common disease, then there might be something there. So that's one tier. You go below that, and we were just seeing on one of the feeds here an ad for Keytruda, which is a cancer medicine, which, cancer is fairly common, but it's much rarer, and these are rarer genetically defined types of cancer that it treats. It's hard to imagine the patient who would be exposing his or her doctor to the most widely prescribed cancer drug after seeing it on television.
Like if you have cancer and you're talking to your oncologist and you say, hey doc, I saw this ad for Keytruda, why don't we try it? And the doctor's like, wait a second, that's a really good point. Maybe we should try this as part of your treatment plan. Maybe get a new doctor?
You as a patient should perhaps consider things. But it is part of this ecosystem. Like I said, there is data showing a correlation.
But to be fair, I think we're assuming that all doctors are up to date on the latest and greatest.
But I guess if you're seeing a specialist who is prescribing the type of medicine, because you have a condition that Keytruda, this specialized cancer therapy, would treat.
Can we assume that they would know about it?
I hope we can.
Okay.
I mean, in that case, you'd be seeing an oncologist, which they should be up to date on all of these things. But
But different oncologists specialize in different types of cancers.
Sure, and there's community center oncologists who maybe are not attending each conference and subscribing to all the relevant journals. I think what's interesting is, like I said, in the more common diseases like for psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, what we know is there's a lot of switching in that market. Patients respond to one therapy, stop responding to it, get switched onto another, their insurance pulls it, whatever. And there, I think the concept of brand marketing actually sort of makes sense in the way drugs are marketed in the United States.
Does it help drug companies keep their drug going even after it's off patent versus generics? Like if you constantly see the commercial, you're like, well, I want that one. I want the brand name. I don't want the generic.
Very much so. We've seen data in the past about how drug companies will escalate their advertising spending toward the end of the patent life of medicines because they know the generic competition is coming. And if a patient goes into a doctor's office and says, I want, let's say, just brand X, to not like paint anyone with a broad brush, the doctor may be more likely to prescribe the brand name than the generic because it was asked for.
Okay, so let's bring in what Bloomberg News reported earlier, that we could start to see a wind down here of this. Obviously, it's a big market when it comes to advertising. What do critics say is wrong with the industry?
In terms of blanketing the airwaves with these things,
Correct.
is that it can contribute to a misgotten idea of the safety and efficacy of these medicines. You watch a 30-second spot of a happy middle-aged couple throwing a ball back and forth, maybe that's a little too Norman Rockwell, whatever, and then at the end, don't take this if you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
That can contribute to misconceptions of actually how these medicines work. I think what we understand, what my colleague Rachel Corzang reported, is that the government is looking at two potential ways of reining in these advertisements, both of which have been floated before. One would require Congress, which would be passing a law that stopped pharmaceutical companies from claiming as a tax deduction the business expense of these advertisements.
Okay.
Which that, I've been told many times, is probably a non-starter legally, because if you think about it, every company doing business can write off its business expenses, except this one, which is very strange and probably vulnerable to a legal challenge. The other, which the FDA could do, I don't want to say by fiat, but would be an FDA policy, probably would also get them immediately sued, but would be to change the rules of those safety disclosures at the end of the ad. Instead of saying, I think they have to list the top X number of safety issues or common side effects and then point to a website or somewhere where you can get more information, they would instead require them to list all of them. Which is to say the ad could be 4 minutes long and be mostly just a disembodied voice telling you that you could get shingles or whatever from a given drug. And so the conception there, I think, is that it would kind of bully drug companies into stopping doing that, or instead doing what they call disease awareness ads, where you don't mention a drug or a brand name, you just say.
I've heard those with celebrities.
Yeah,
And then at the end, it's like,
yeah.
and then it's like, this is brought to you by this large drug company. And you're like, wait a second, they must make a treatment for this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But as long as you don't name the brand of the drug, you don't have to go through the.
That's
regular-
You
interesting.
ever stop the commercial, right? Like, oh, that's fine, right? Like, it's just crazy,
No,
right?
of course not.
I
It's like,
know.
It's like, do you ever read the terms and conditions when you click?
That would be a no.
Exactly.
I gotta get to
it's
the
just the way we roll. Hey, speaking of the way we roll, Damien's got to go soon, but I wanted to get in a last question about Eli Lilly agreeing to buy the gene editing biotech company Verve Therapeutics, $1.3 billion. It's the latest investment in an experimental medicine that could fuel its long-term growth. We talked to a Nobel laureate about CRISPR
We
just
did.
last week.
We did.
Was that last week or 2 weeks ago at this point? I
Yeah,
don't
was
know.
that Bloomberg Technology,
Yeah, Bloomberg
right?
Technology. It was pretty amazing. Jennifer Doudna. Is this what Verve does?
Yeah. Yeah, so Verve uses that same CRISPR genome editing technology. It's evolved maybe over the years, but it's the same basic principle to edit the DNA of people. And so their most advanced product, which is still in clinical trials, would basically basically introduce a genetic error into your DNA that would make it to where you just didn't have high cholesterol. And that may sound kind of frightening, but in many ways, this is seeking to replicate something we see in nature. This whole pathway was discovered because there's people walking around who have a genetic disorder, I guess, or a genetic error, such that they don't make a gene that, I should say, encourages the production of bad cholesterol in your body, or slows the clearing of it. So these people are just walking among us with really, really low cholesterol, way lower risk of heart attack and stroke. And so this is science seeking to replicate that aspect of nature, but using, highfalutin CRISPR.
Bring it on, I can keep up with the French fries. Just saying.
There
Just
we go.
saying, and the red meat.
All right, Carol's lining up.
I am. No, I am blown away by this and kind of where this takes us next. So maybe we can continue this conversation at a future date. Damien Gardet, he is Bloomberg News health reporter, joining us right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Hey, folks, we got to get back to what has certainly been our top story on this Tuesday, and that is what is going on between Israel and Iran. We did have some reporting by our team here at Bloomberg about President Trump. Did meet with his national security team in Washington earlier today to talk about the escalating Middle East conflict. That's according to folks familiar with the matter. So fueling some fresh speculation that the U.S. is on the verge of joining Israel attack on Iran. We want to go back to D.C. and check in with a really great member of our team.
Usually he's in D.C. He's in Calgary,
that's right, he's
Alberta,
still in
Canada
Calgary.
today.
Forgive me,
Bloomberg News
forgive me.
national security team leader Nick Wadhams. Though the office, Nick, does look like the other offices
That's
at
how I got
Bloomberg around the world.
confused. Yeah.
Sitting in a chair in front of the Bloomberg terminal, so could be in Canada, could be in the U.S. No, he's in Canada. Hey, Nick, appreciate you joining us. Thanks for also sticking around while we were wrapping up that other interview. I want to get from you the latest that we're hearing from the team on the ground in Washington, D.C. about possible escalation when it comes to this conflict. What do we know?
The president had a meeting of his security team in D.C. He came back from the G7 early to deal with this crisis. The big question, of course, is what now? So it seems that there are essentially two options on the table. One is the U.S. gets involved and potentially, the big speculation right now is that it contributes a very unique and massive bomb that it has to essentially take out the Fordo nuclear site in Iran. Israel can't do that and would need U.S. help for that. So that's one potential option. And the other is another effort for diplomacy. So we've had Israel saying it's completing its goals with Iran, but it's not there yet and needs more time. So you could see President Trump essentially say, continue with this line that the U.S. is not going to get involved militarily, but is going to try to use the Israeli pressure to push Iran back to the negotiating table. So we're really just waiting to see what his administration chooses between what are seen as those two options.
Nick, is this why the president came home early from the G7 meetings, President Trump? I mean, I don't know, that we were chatting in the newsroom, and it sounds like he doesn't love these meetings, but he did stay for the group photo, did meet with some leaders, but I'm just curious, what the conversations were about his early leaving. Was he planning to do this, or did this just come up last minute? I don't know.
Well,
what do we know?
I mean, it was announced last minute, obviously, in the White House conversation. What they said was that he had to get back to deal with the Middle East, but you put that on top of what we also know about this president, which is he generally is not a huge fan of these summits. And then he had done sort of what he wanted to do in part. Yesterday when he was here, he made a little progress on a trade agreement with the UK. And then you also look at what the agenda was for today. It was really going to be about Ukraine and bolstering G7 support for Ukraine. So, big question, was that something that the president felt was going to be worth his time, given how much he disagrees with the other members of the G7 on what to do about Ukraine? I mean, in his first sort of public moment at this summit, he made a pitch for Russia to come back into the G7 and make it the G8 again. That's something, obviously, that other members vehemently opposed. So he sort of came looking for spoiling a little bit for a fight, and let's just say it was not seen. It was shocking that he decided to bail out at the last minute, but not seen as a huge surprise necessarily that he would have cut his time short here in Alberta.
And I just want to mention on Ukraine, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney did unveil some new measures to support Ukraine ahead of a bilateral meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the G7 meeting, and talked about $2 billion Canadian, or about almost 1.5 billion US in support of Ukraine military.
Hey, Nick, if the U.S. were to aid the military effort of Israel in some way, be it perhaps with the B-2 Spirit dropping a series of bunker buster bombs on this nuclear enrichment site that you speak of, that you and the team have written about, what does that do to the U.S. relationship with other countries in the Middle East that President Trump touted as strong partners in recent weeks?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, we're still trying to sort through the dynamics here. Obviously, there would be a high degree, I think, of discomfort because, generally speaking, the desire in a lot of these countries is to de-escalate, to ease off the conflict, and essentially stop the fighting. So while Iran is an adversary with Saudi Arabia. Those two countries have taken steps, gradual steps, in recent years to not necessarily patch things up, but take a slightly less adversarial role. So, what the countries in the region really want is a greater sense of stability. The other issue, of course, is that if the U.S. does join this attack, that does raise the possibility that U.S. forces would be hit in the region. The U.S. has forces all over in the UAE and Qatar and elsewhere, so it opens up the risk that those neighboring countries where the U.S. is close partners with could open themselves up to attack because Iran says that it would potentially target U.S. forces.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, listen, Nick, thank you so much. Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader, as we mentioned, still there at the G7 meetings in Canada.
Yeah, to Nick's point, I want to point out that the headline from the New York Times crossing just in the last 30 minutes or so that American commanders have put troops on high alert throughout the region as fears of a wider war grow. Iran preparing missiles for possible retaliatory strikes on U.S. bases, according to officials. Again, that's from the New York Times.
All right, we're going to continue monitoring all of that. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We're joined now by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sukova. Denitsa, let's start with JetBlue. It was another down day for this company.
Yeah, another down day. The year-to-date loss is now 46%. Today it closed down 8%. It's coming after news about cost cuts, eliminating some of the roads, restricting of this leadership ranks. The company has been doing so many things to overcome that weakening demand in travel, which obviously a lot of those airlines have been something that's been coming in their costs more and more. We recently had a partnership between United Airlines and JetBlue, and there was some optimism there about sharing points and kind of the two companies benefiting from each other. But clearly that wasn't enough. JetBlue withdrew their full-year financial outlook in April, and the cost-cutting measures are not so well accepted by investors because clearly this signals more trouble in the company. And as we said, down more than 40% year to date, and a lot of pressure for airlines and travel more broadly.
Well, that's where I wanted to mention, right? Like we saw in terms of the airline names, most of the major names, if not all of them, if you look at some of the super composite airlines index in the S&P 500, all of them were down today, so it was not an easy day. But JetBlue, the worst performer, as you said. JetBlue, ticker JBLU, down almost 8% in today's session.
All right, ticker HUM, Humana, shares higher today. What's going on with Humana?
We're having some good news there. The company is up 3% today. There are two parts of the story. So it had a good investor days. We saw a lot of optimism, some upgrades. For example, KeyBank Capital Markets is saying that Investor Day provided a clear picture. They gave a big plan that's all the way to 2028. So there is like some measures for cost cuts, some measures to increase clinical excellence. So most of analysts had a pretty positive reaction. There is one downgrade from Bank of America, which actually maintains neutral but lowers the price target. Sorry, it's not a downgrade. But also the other thing moving is in the Senate, they abandoned one of the parts of the bill to cut costs in the Medicare Advantage program. And this is actually boosting Humana and United Healthcare because obviously they're largely relying, retired Americans are largely relying on this, and this is good news for the stock. The stock is still down 5% year to date, but today much needed boost, and we're getting closer to being flat for the year.
All right, just got about 20 seconds. Quick, Tim has talked about this throughout the day. Solar stocks were under pressure. Just quickly, what do we need to know?
Yeah, we saw some big drops today. For example, Sunrun with ticker RUN was down 40%. We saw a lot of similar drops, about 30-20%. We're going back to that bill that's moving through Senate. They released the bill that will end tax credits for wind and solar. There are some other credits that are extended through 2036, but that's definitely putting a lot of pressure on solar stocks. We're seeing some big downgrades and more pressure. Of course, there are a lot of changes there, so we're yet to confirm what's the final bill.
Yeah, Enphase Energy, another one down almost 24%. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sukova. Check out our Stock Movers podcast. 5-minute episodes, winners, losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. That's going to do it for Tim and me. Have a good and safe evening. Stay tuned to Bloomberg for the latest on the overseas action. This is Bloomberg.
Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Julie Fine, I'm Joe Matthew. Tonight, the Middle East on the verge of a wider war. President Trump departing the G7 meeting early to convene his national security team at the White House, calling for Iran's unconditional surrender and facing a major decision tonight on whether to join Israel offensively against Iran. We'll discuss what's at stake with retired Air Force Lieutenant General David Deptula.
President Trump's hasty exit leaves unfinished business between the U.S. and the world's top economic powers, from unresolved trade deals to negotiations over additional support for Ukraine. We'll have the latest live from the summit in Banff, Alberta.
And the tax bill facing big changes in the Senate now as Republicans race to strike a compromise before their self-imposed July 4 deadline.
We continue to hear from our members specifically on components or pieces of the bill that they would like to see modified or changed or have concerns about, and we're working through that.
We'll have a closer look at the sticking points with one of its most vocal opponents, Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. Plus, we'll have a view from the other side of the aisle with Democratic Senator Angela Alsobrooks of Maryland.
And a high-profile New York City lawmaker and candidate for mayor arrested by ICE agents outside an immigration court in Manhattan. Why authorities say Brad Landner broke the law and how his campaign is responding.
We start, though, with the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran this evening and the meeting that President Trump held this afternoon with his national security team inside the White House Situation Room. The instability in the Middle East here, paired with several other weak economic indicators today, driving markets down, the S&P 500 down almost 1% or 50 points. Oil prices up with WTI West Texas Intermediate crude oil futures rising about 4% to approach $75 a barrel. Here with the latest is Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. Mike, it's great to have you here with a critical decision the president is facing tonight.
He is, and it's unclear what is going to emerge from the Situation Room, whether it will be one last chance at diplomacy. But we have seen signs over the past day or so that the president has grown increasingly frustrated with Iran over its refusal to accept what he called the best deal it could get on ending its nuclear program. Tehran has balked Joe at the idea that it should give up altogether enrichment of uranium. Iran says that its intentions are civilian in nature. The U.S. and, of course, its top ally in the Middle East, Israel, have their doubts. And this is probably what is propelling the president now to perhaps have a change in thought. We did hear from him overnight as he was returning from the G7. He cut his trip short there. He said he doesn't want a ceasefire. He is not interested in de-escalating the conflict. He wants a real end to the problem. And for him, that is an end to Iran's nuclear ambitions.
So you talked about him speaking overnight. Do you believe that this is pointing to more direct military U.S. involvement?
Well, that is a question right now in the minds of everybody here in Washington, on Wall Street, and certainly in the region. Will the U.S. take this step? So far, President Trump has wanted to keep America on the sidelines when it comes to attacking Iran directly, joining Israel in that part of the conflict. He has, though, encouraged the U.S. and had U.S. military forces participating in the defense of Israel. And yet, Iran's balking at accepting this deal, and perhaps there may be some intelligence that we are not aware of that was shared at this Situation Room meeting that Joe was talking about, that the president had this afternoon, that may be influencing a change in his thinking too. But nonetheless, U.S. has some assets it can bring to bear that would add a different element altogether to this conflict. And the chief of them, of course, is this bunker buster bomb, the massive ordnance penetrator. It's only a U.S. asset. No other country in the world has this capability to really penetrate deep into bunkers like the one at Fordo in Iran, where Iran does most of its uranium enrichment, Joe.
Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, always great to have your expertise. Thanks so much for being with us. And President Trump's early G7 exit and his follow-up social posts dimmed hopes for a fast diplomatic solution to the Iran-Israel crisis, and oil traders sent prices to the highest in months. Joining us for reaction from that summit is Bloomberg's David Gura, live in Banff, Alberta. David, so much changing so quickly today. How did that affect the summit?
You had all of the remaining world leaders here paying very close attention to what's happening in the Middle East, of course, but what's happening in Washington as well. They are also curious what the U.S. is going to do here, if they're going to find some sort of diplomatic route to take that's going to lead to some stability between Israel and Iran, They're also curious just about the region more broadly, what's happening there, and paying close attention to it. But all the while, they're going about their business as usual. The focus today was on the conflict in Ukraine. You had the arrival of Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky here in Alberta for these meetings, and they talked an awful lot about what Ukraine needs going forward here in terms of military support, financial support going forward. The first meeting of the day that he had was with Prime Minister Mark Carney, and Prime Minister Carney said there'd be $2 billion Canadian dollars worth of new support here in military issues. He also talked about sanctions, and that's been a through line over the conversations today as well. What sanctions these nations can put in place on Russia that might bring Russia back to the table. Now, President Trump anointed Scott Bessent his surrogate here at this summit as he left. He's been a participant in all of these meetings. We've seen these statements on all manner of issues, quantum computing, AI, conflict minerals. What we did not get a statement on is a more robust statement on Ukraine. The U.S. was not a signatory to that. So despite those efforts to emphasize the importance of using sanctions to try to get President Vladimir Putin back to the table, they were unsuccessful in convincing the U.S. to do that. We'll see what happens next, what the next chapter is in that regard. Of course, as you know, you've got two senators, Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal, in the U.S. Senate, who say they have more than enough votes to bring a new sanctions package forward. They've been pressing that with the president. The president has signaled some openness here to more aggressive sanctions on Russia. Seems like that's where this story is going to go next, guys.
Hard to avoid the story surrounding Israel and Iran, David, and it was interesting to see the goodbye messaging here between President Trump and President Emmanuel Macron of France, who suggested that Donald Trump was headed home to maybe get a deal on a ceasefire. The president took to Truth Social after that on his way home and said, publicly seeking, President Emmanuel Macron, publicity seeking, I should say, mistakenly said, I left the summit to work on a ceasefire. Wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way back to Washington. Was there a breakdown in the conversation over what's happening in the Middle East?
You know, it's funny you bring that up because President Macron fielded some questions from reporters today as well, and he's very proud, he said, of his relationship with President Trump. He said that he thinks he has the best one of all European leaders. So he didn't want to opine too much on that statement from the president from Air Force One last night, but he feels confident, I guess, in his assessment of things. It was a very optimistic read of what's happening here when it comes to the president and to the Middle East. I should say there was a more nuanced and perhaps more pessimistic outlook from Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany. He fielded questions from reporters today as well, and he had a much more cautious tone about the situation in the Middle East and suggested that the White House will make its decision on what to do next by the end of the day today. So did you had all of these world leaders kind of opining on what they think the next path forward is going to be here for the White House? But of course, there's only one man who knows what that's going to be. We have yet to hear from him in person today. That's President Trump, of course.
Isn't that right? Bloomberg's David Gura joining us live from the Canadian Rockies. We thank you for your reporting, David, and for a deeper look into the options that the president is weighing tonight. We turn to retired Air Force Lieutenant General David Deptula, Dean of the Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Power Studies. He planned the U.S. air campaign in Operation Desert Storm over Iraq in 1991 and was director of the Combined Air Operations Center for Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan in 2001. General, it's good to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. The president clearly facing a critical decision that he needs to make tonight. His advisors on his national security team are presenting him with a menu of options. I'm wondering what's left to hit when it comes to specifically the nuclear facilities inside Iran, and if the answer is Fordo, can Israel take care of this without the use of U.S. bombers?
Well, first, thanks, Joe and Julie, for having me on. And I think you put your finger on, just where the United States might be able to assist Israel in accomplishing its objectives. I would also offer my own editorial comment in that I think supporting Israel in its efforts to terminate Iran's nuclear capability is not merely a regional security issue. It's a decisive strategic imperative that would dramatically improve global security, preserve the international order, and deter nuclear proliferation around the world. Now, with that said, while the Israeli Air Force on their own can penetrate to significant depths by applying a series of strikes using their own penetrating munitions, the fact of the matter is very deeply and hardened facilities like the Fordo nuclear facility is upwards of 250 to 300 feet deep. and located underneath a mountain. So that requires, or would require, if you're going to use the air option, I mean, there are other means that might be used to disable that facility, but if you're going to use the air option, the 30,000-pound GBU-57, also known as a massive ordnance penetrator, is something that the United States could provide that could quickly damage that facility. So that's probably the biggest thing that's on the table right now. As it was mentioned in your earlier commentary, the United States is already assisting in terms of missile defense on the part of Israel, but it hasn't provided any offensive part yet, and this is where it could do the most work.
General, what is Iran's defensive capability after last year's attacks and what we've seen in the past 5 days? What's left of their capabilities?
Well, hey, Julie, great question in the context of the importance and the significance of the Israeli air attacks and their strategy, because it's a powerful and undeniable reminder that achieving air superiority is not a luxury, but it's a prerequisite for operational success and follow-on strikes, and finally, accomplishing the strategic objectives. With respect to what's left, we've already heard a declaration by Prime Minister Netanyahu that Israel's achieved air superiority. Now, it doesn't mean that all the operations across Iran or that Iran's completely vulnerable, but there are certain locations and places that Israel can operate with impunity. There are probably some others that still have some significant air defenses, but Israel will deal with those. And so I guess that's a longer answer than perhaps you want, but the short answer is they've pretty much taken care of the majority air defense threats, and they'll deal with the other ones that are remaining.
As President Trump says, we now control the skies. General, we've been surging an enormous amount of hardware into the region. We know the USS Nimitz is on its way. More than 24 refueling tankers have been dispatched to Europe, among other material and manpower that have arrived over the past many months here. The New York Times, just this evening, is reporting that Iran is preparing missile attacks against U.S. bases if the Pentagon, if the president does decide to get involved. Do we have the resources we need now to provide force protection for our bases in Saudi Arabia and throughout the region? Because that sounds like a much wider scope.
It's something that you would expect Iran to say. I mean, they're trying to prevent or deter action on our part. But the short answer to your question is yes. Our facilities and personnel in the Mideast are adequately protected by air and missile defense capabilities.
Do you believe that there is a point that the air wars can simply not accomplish the goal of the mission and it gets much, much larger?
No, I don't. I believe that we need to be careful not to conflate what most Americans, as well as military personnel for that matter, have experienced in the 20 years post 9/11, which were large-scale counterinsurgency operations with very, very different objectives than what we're seeing unfold in the Israeli-Iranian conflict. The fact of the matter is that the lethality of air power can be decisive in achieving strategic objectives. And I'd take you back to 1991, when we defeated Saddam Hussein's ground force of over 500,000 after 43 days of precision airstrikes. The only reason we needed to use surface forces was to participate in the Great Prisoner Roundup and then reoccupy Kuwait. But that's not the same objectives that Israel has in this particular campaign, which is to eliminate Iran's nuclear weapons development aspirations and capabilities. And that can be done principally with an air power strategy along with small numbers of special operations forces.
Retired Air Force Lieutenant General David Deptula, thank you so much for being with us. And coming up, Elon Musk's artificial intelligence startup xAI is working on a major new round of funding and while blowing through massive amounts of cash. We'll bring you the details. But first, we'll bring you our conversation with one of the Senate tax bill holdouts, Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Julie Fine. A live look at the U.S. Capitol, where negotiations over the tax bill are well underway. Senate Republicans can only lose 3 votes to pass their version of the tax bill, and key lawmakers are already voicing their concern.
That includes Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, who says he will not support this bill unless it does more to reduce the debt and deficit. We spoke with Senator Johnson a short time ago this afternoon. I started by asking what changes he needs to see to become a yes.
Well, I'm currently a no. I'd like to point out that the ball has only been in the Senate's court a couple of weeks. We had a really good discussion today at lunch. We had Dr. Oz in. We talked about other things we can do to end the abuse of the Obamacare expansion, Medicaid expansion, really threatening benefits for Medicaid patients. So as far as it goes, I think the House bill is something I basically support, but my problem is it just doesn't go far enough. At most, we'll be reducing spending by about $2 trillion over 10 years. We increased spending by more than $2 trillion in 1 year from 2019 to 2020. And, you know, it's a budget reconciliation process. We ought to be talking about numbers. About the only numbers we heard out of the House debate was, you know, the 1.5 trillion. Again, sounds like a lot until you realize it's over 10 years. And 218 and 51. I think we ought to be concentrating on the fact the CBO projects our deficits over the next 10 years, according to their score, $24.1 trillion. So the Biden administration averaged deficits of $1.9 trillion, and that was following the COVID blowout spending spree, bipartisan, uniparty doing it. Previous 7 years, our average deficit was $660 billion. We should have returned to that level, but unfortunately, right now we seem to be stuck there. I'm just not willing to accept $2 trillion deficits as the new normal as far as the eye can see. Actually, those deficits are going to increase. So we need to address this seriously. You know, my role is to force people to face and acknowledge and start addressing this massive problem.
Well, yeah, so you're showing these 10-year projections to your colleagues, and surely the White House knows about these numbers. Senator, do you believe that President Trump does not care about deficits?
No, he actually does. He pledged in his address to a joint session of Congress that he was going to do what hasn't been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. I'll be releasing a report hopefully later today. We're putting the finishing touches on it, about a 30-page report where I just go through all the numbers. I put out different scenarios. And unfortunately, even with 3% growth, and by the way, we've averaged 2.21% growth over the last 25 years. It's literally been decades since we've had 10 years of average 3% growth. But even at that level, all we do is flatten out the deficit curve somewhere stuck around $2 trillion, $2.1 trillion. Again, that's just not acceptable. Now, I don't believe we can do this all in one fell swoop. My concern about the One Big Beautiful Bill is that it would just be one and done. That this would be our only opportunity. We need to seize this opportunity and give ourselves future opportunities to again, communicate to the American public, do the forensic analysis line by line, program by program like Dodge did. We have to do that through the entire federal government, through all its programs, all its line items in the budget.
Senator, some of your fellow Republicans, including Senator Josh Hawley, have already expressed concerns about changes to Medicaid. Have you gone to them? Have you sat down with them and said, okay, here are some possible solutions, or let's work together to find areas of cuts?
Well, that's what happened today at lunch. But again, I'll point out, nobody wants to cut benefits to the vulnerable, to disabled children, to women. We're trying to protect and preserve Medicaid for those people. Our problem with Medicaid is the Obamacare addition to it, the Medicaid expansion. For every dollar a state spends on a disabled child, the federal government kicks in $1.33. That was the design of the program. Let states administer it, but have skin in the game so they, try and control it to prevent ineligible people from being on it. Obamacare, for every dollar that states spend on a single able-bodied working-age childless adult, the federal government kicks in $9. That has led to all kinds of abuse, legalized fraud, the scams of provider taxes, provider fees. By the way, that's not health care. But we're paying, in some cases, 90 cents on the dollar for state fees. And we're also allowing providers to charge, in some cases, 2 to 3 times rates for procedures than we charge for Medicare. So again, it's all kinds of waste, fraud, and abuse. That needs to be curbed. We can't afford to let Medicaid bankrupt the rest of the federal government.
Again, Senator, I understand that you feel that way. Some of your fellow senators do have some concerns. So do you have a group of no's? Is there a group of you that you believe can change this bill?
Yeah, I believe so. There are enough of us that are serious. Some of us have been more outspoken. I think we definitely have enough that have been outspoken to say, no, we're not going to meet this artificial deadline. We need more time to discuss this, to just inform the public. Again, Democrats are going to lie. No matter what we do to Medicaid, they're going to lie that we're cutting benefits for disabled children. We're not. We're trying to encourage single, able-bodied, working-age, childless adults to go back to work and get their insurance through a private firm that they're working for, that they're providing for themselves, not on better benefits from the federal government. There are far too many Americans that we incentivize not to work. We have to end that.
Senator Johnson, President Trump, as you know, is facing a huge decision right now. If I can ask you about geopolitics for a moment, on whether the U.S. should join Israel in moving offensively against Iran. Where's your head on this right now? Do you see this as being in the best interest of America? Is this America first, as the president says?
Well, first of all, the world cannot allow Iran to become a nuclear power. That's been their goal all along. I mean, there was no dealing with them to prevent them from doing that. That's what they wanted to do. Iran could be a successful society were not for the Ayatollahs, just their desire to be a nuclear power. So that has to end. I think President Trump has handled this beautifully. I think Israel has done a fabulous job at certainly knocking out the short-term threat. But we need to dismantle it. We need to make sure that Iran can never be a nuclear power. And it's in the benefit for the Iranian people. We have no beef for the Iranian people. They are being repressed by a brutal dictatorial regime. Hopefully that'll end soon for the benefit of the Iranian people.
Senator, is there any appetite from Republicans to authorize a use of force?
First of all, that won't be necessary. The president has his powers, Article 2 powers. The War Power Act itself doesn't require any kind of congressional approval for the first 30 or 60 days. So The president will act in the best interest of the national security, and I will support his action.
So why not join Israel to close the deal and send a couple of B-2s in the air to help them out, Senator? Would you have a problem with that?
Again, we need to dismantle their capability. You know, they've got these underground facilities that might require American weaponry. I'm not sure. I'm not on armed services. I'm not sure whether, if we give that weaponry to Israel, whether they can do it or whether we'd have to assist it. But again, I will support the decision of President Trump. I think he's handling this situation masterfully.
Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. We thank the senator for joining us. Coming up, we'll continue our conversation about the Senate's work on the reconciliation bill and a vote that's getting underway right now on the landmark stablecoin bill, the Genius Act, lauded by the crypto industry and by our next guest. Democratic Senator Angela Also Brooks of Maryland joins us coming up on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
We continue to hear from our members specifically on components or pieces of the bill that they would like to see modified or changed or have concerns about, and we're working through that. But at the end, I mean, the goal, as you all know, is to get 51 here in the United States Senate, 218 in the House. And so ultimately, that's the math that I'm working with, that we're all working with, We want to get a bill out of the Senate, through the House, and on the President's desk.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune this afternoon addressing a question about the tax bill holdouts within his own conference. For the latest from Capitol Hill, we turn now to Bloomberg's Eric Wasson. Eric, what is the discussion today on the Hill, especially after hearing what the senator just said?
You know, the tax bill does not have the votes, plain and simple. It can't pass the Senate, it can't pass the House. So it's a really big moment for John Thune, probably the most important moment in his political life, to really get this bill through. They want to bring it to the Senate floor next week. You know, it's going to be kind of a Herculean task. They've got, you know, rules issues. They've got to deal with what could be extraneous in this bill, has to be taken out, as well as building a coalition. You know, there's 4 or 5 conservatives who are saying they want deeper spending cuts, are advocating for as much as $5 trillion in cuts. He's got to deal with that complaint, and he's also got to deal with moderates who are nervous about the Medicaid cuts. I talked to Lisa Murkowski. She does not like the work requirement. I talked to Jim Justice of West Virginia. He's not comfortable with this change to the Medicaid provider tax, which basically effectively lowers the federal reimbursement for his state, which is reliant on that. So John Thune has got to thread this needle. It's going to be a difficult task. And then after he gets the Senate all on board with it, he's got to negotiate with the House, because they're putting in this $10,000 SALT cap that's not acceptable to 5 or 6 Republicans in the House who want this $40,000 SALT cap. So they've got to thread that needle as well.
Sounds like he's got a lot of needles to thread here, Eric, and I do want to point everyone to something that's actually happening right now in the spirit of actually getting work done on Capitol Hill. The Senate has enough votes to pass the stablecoin bill, the Genius Act. This is the closest thing we've seen to a bipartisan success in this new Congress, is it not?
Yeah, this is a very big deal. You know, I think there's going to be compromise coming out of the House, and I think this is a big boost for the stablecoin industry. You know, and certainly a Congress that's really been divided, riven. The budget process that we're seeing played out on the tax bill is purely a GOP affair, so there is a glimmer of bipartisanship here on the Genius Act.
All right, the live view of the Senate floor as we speak with Eric Wasson. Many thanks to Bloomberg's Eric Wasson live on Capitol Hill. For reaction to all of this, we turn to this evening's political panel. Jim Kessler is with us, Executive Vice President for Policy at Third Way, our Democratic strategist, alongside Republican strategist Annalise Keller, partner at 7letter. Great to have both of you with us, and welcome to the conversation. Jim, you spent enough years in the Senate to appreciate what's happening right now. We've got a lot of questions about the reconciliation debate, but the stablecoin bill is actually passing with Democrats and Republicans. How did this slip through as the bipartisan cause of this new Congress?
It's because it will not change a single American's vote come 2026 or 2028. Like, this is one of those things that pass that are important, but don't really have a political benefit for so much for either side. Like, those things can get done, and this is one of those things.
So is that what we should expect in the Congress this year? Things getting passed that, like you just said, likely won't affect much?
I don't think so. You know, I think this reconciliation bill is going to continue to move through the Senate, and I know there's a lot of speculation about timing. Some news today that I found especially notable on timing. It seems like it's getting pushed a little bit further down the line. I think they were initially hoping that a July 4th deadline was what they're going to be getting, and I think it's going to be closer to the end of July. But yeah, you know, it's going to change a lot, but also it's not going to change that much. Maybe something a little bit underappreciated is this reconciliation package. It is preventing a massive tax increase on the American people, but they're already experiencing those tax cuts. So it's not going to be, you know, quite a big change for all Americans that maybe we're talking about.
Well, we just heard from Senator Ron Johnson, who says he's a no. Jim Kessler, you've heard this before. There might be a path to yes, but he told us that he's got enough colleagues who are also prepared to vote no to sink this. I still get back to the central question. Maybe you both want to swing at this. Is there a Republican in the Senate who's ready to vote for a tax hike? That's the equivalent.
Yeah, look, I think there are two types of legislators in the Senate and the House on the Republican side for the reconciliation bill. Those that are like, we're going to vote for this, don't worry about me. And then there are the leverage players. I want to be as difficult as possible, and I want to extract what I want out of there. There are a lot of leverage players right now. Now, that can bring down a bill because it can make it more popular, and some people's win is somebody else's loss. I think ultimately, in the end, this bill is going to pass. We're going to increase the deficit by $3 trillion. Congratulations, it's a debt bomb.
I mean, I think people like Rand Paul. I don't think he is gettable in the Senate to the point of the debt limit. I think he's never voted for a debt limit, and this bill includes a debt limit increase, which the Republicans put in there, and I think that will stay in there. So, I mean, to your point, I think he's not gettable.
Rand Paul's a safe no, though, right? He's the Tom Massey of the Senate. It's others we're working on. So what does Ron Johnson get for this Stonewall?
I think I actually think he got a little bit of leverage with the Trump-Elon fight. I kind of think before that happened, he was going to get sidelined, and they were going to probably not do as many meaningful changes to things like SALT and maybe even to Medicaid.
One thing Ron Johnson did also say today is he flat out said, hey, this is an artificial deadline we're working on. The House has obviously said July 4th, but he flat out said that. So obviously this is going to go longer.
Definitely. I absolutely think it's going to take through the end of July. I think it was always kind of a hopeful deadline. And, J.D. Vance and Dr. Oz were in the Senate today. They were having lunch with senators. Obviously, President Trump is occupied, otherwise occupied with what's going on in the Middle East right now. So he sent them in to kind of hopefully get this wrapped up. And I mean, I do think that it's going to go through July. But yeah, it's not. The only big pressing deadline is the debt limit. So until we hit that, we're okay on timing. That's the only deadline we have here.
You mentioned geopolitics, the situation involving Israel and Iran. I'd like to ask you both about this, not only through the guise of Capitol Hill, but this afternoon we did hear from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who talked about the president's decision when deciding how to handle this ongoing escalation. Here's what he said.
I think the president is perfectly within his authority in the steps that he has taken. Clearly, if this thing were to extend for some period of time, there could be a more fulsome discussion about what the role of Congress should be and whether or not we need to take action. But I think right now, let's hope and pray for the best outcome, the best solution. And in my view, that would be Iran coming to the negotiating table and agreeing to end their nuclear program.
Jim Kessler, you've been through a couple of these with big debates over authorizing the use of force. We've asked a few lawmakers about this today. This president clearly is going to be in the clear for 30 to 60 days. But this could drag on longer. It could become much wider. When will lawmakers say, enough, we need to have a say in this?
When the president said today, I want unconditional surrender, that means boots on the ground. I mean, that means occupying the country.
To be clear, no one has said that, though.
No, the president today said, I want unconditional surrender.
But we keep hearing never boots on the ground.
Right, but that's what that means. Like, you surrender to an army. So we have to find out actually what the president really means. Now, the truth is, the first 6 months of the Trump presidency, the louder he talks, the softer the action is, generally. But yes, the president would be able to do a targeted military strike on Iran under his authority, for sure.
Ron Johnson, though, today saying he completely supports what the president's doing and what the president decides to do. Do you think that will follow with the rest of his party? Or do you think he'll have a harder time getting everyone on board?
There are a few grumblings among the Republican Party, I think, right now. For the most part, they're giving President Trump leeway, but I do think, depending on how, his measured approach has been helpful, but there have been those like the Tucker Carlson, some of the folks who are pushing the America First agenda, who see the concern that if Donald Trump continues to engage in the region, that this would be, something that they would have a hard time supporting. And I think Trump himself is a little bit conflicted, frankly. I think he wants to be a peacemaker. I think he wanted a deal with Iran. I don't think he, really wants to. I don't think he wants to put boots on the ground. I don't think that's what he wants.
Deeply conflicted, isn't it? We hear from Tucker Carlson. The president's calling him out on Truth Social. I mentioned Tom Massey already. Marjorie Taylor Greene, J.D. Vance with a long missive today to have faith in the president, even though we heard no new wars repeatedly over the course of this campaign. As a Republican, do you worry about that mission creep when it comes to America First?
As a Republican, I think most Republicans, myself included, are going to give him some leeway. I think he's been pretty measured with his response, and I think until there's something that, really, if this does drag on, depending on what this looks like in the coming weeks, I think people are going to be willing to give him that space. But, J.D. Vance coming out and others coming out talking about what Donald Trump is saying and sort of giving him that cover does signal to me that there are concerns and that he's hearing things from those MAGA folks in the party. I mean, and they're saying them publicly.
Jim Kessler and Annalise Keller, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate having both of you here today. And now to some other stories we've been following here at Bloomberg. Elon Musk's artificial intelligence startup xAI is burning through $1 billion a month, with expected losses for the year to top $13 billion. To cover that gap, the company is in talks to raise $9.3 billion through in debt and equity, with plans to spend over half of it in the next 3 months. The losses are due in part to the huge costs all AI companies are facing as they build server farms and buy the specialized computer chips that are needed to train advanced AI models, including xAI's Gronk.
Just breaking this evening, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was transported by ambulance to the hospital here in Washington. According to CNN, Noem has been conscious at the hospital, we understand, and has spoken with her security detail. We'll let you know if we learn more. And Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is now considering revamped policies to make it more difficult and expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients in what would be a major disruption to the $10 billion industry. One of the policies would require greater disclosures of side effects in ads, making ads longer and therefore more expensive. Another would end the industry's ability to deduct direct-to-consumer advertising as a business expense for tax purposes. The U.S. and New Zealand are the only two countries where it's legal for drug companies to advertise directly to patients.
And the Supreme Court has been asked to consider President Trump's tariff policy, a case that could have major economic implications around the world. The request was made by two educational toy makers who say President Trump's justification of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to implement the tariffs are having such a dire impact that the court should intervene immediately. If the request to expedite the case is granted, the court could rule by the end of the year. A federal appeals court in a separate case has said the tariffs could stay in effect until the panel hears arguments July 31st. Coming up, we'll turn to our conversation on the Senate's proposed tax bill changes when we assemble our political panel. But first, New York City mayoral candidate Brad Landner was arrested outside an immigration court in Manhattan earlier today. We'll bring you the details next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
was separated from someone named Edgardo, who I had just met a couple of minutes earlier. Edgardo is in ICE detention, and he's not going to sleep in his bed tonight. So far as I know, he has no lawyer. He has been stripped of his due process rights by a government and a judge that owe him a credible fear hearing.
That was New York City Controller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander this afternoon after he was arrested outside of an immigration court in Manhattan. Lander was detained by ICE agents according to his campaign and posted the video of the incident to his social media. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Miles Miller, who covers Homeland Security. Miles, what exactly happened? Can you break it all down for us and how it will affect the election coming up quickly?
Right, yeah, so Brad Lander, for the Bloomberg audience, is the steward of the fourth largest pension fund in the United States. And he has made sort of a big effort in his office to stand up for immigrant rights. And because of that, he has been down at immigration court for weeks, physically taking folks who have gone through the process and no longer have immigration cases and trying to walk them out of the court. This morning, he was in immigration court in Manhattan, is attempting to walk one of two people out of court, and that is linking arms with them, and that is the moment when he is confronted by ICE, and at that same moment, ICE tried to put him under arrest. There was a scuffle, a back and forth, and the Department of Homeland Security told us this afternoon that he was initially charged with assault for what he did with those ICE agents. When he came out of ICE detention with the governor said he is no longer facing any charges. So this really gets to the heart of the issue between ICE and local lawmakers. They have been saying, do not stand in the way of us doing our ICE enforcement. They've been going to 26 Federal Plaza here in Manhattan in order to get people who are on detainers after they go to court. The gentleman who Brad Lander had linked arms with was told by a judge that he no longer had status. He had no idea what that meant. And so he was trying to walk out of court with Brad Lander, and that is when that happened.
Miles, thank you so much for the reporting. Bloomberg's Miles Miller with us live from New York. On to Capitol Hill, and the story that we've been following, the Genius Act. Legislation to create a regulatory framework for stablecoins just passed the Senate. It just happened moments ago. 68-30 the count. Take a listen to Republican senators on Bloomberg talking about this landmark piece of crypto legislation.
This is an opportunity to modernize our payment system, take us into the 21st century. My goal is to make certain that the stablecoin legislation passes, that we avoid a situation where it gets cluttered up or bogged down with a number of amendments that could be unrelated to this.
We have worked long and hard to bring Democrats to the place where they can vote for cloture. We have generally agreed to many of the amendments they wanted. There were concerns about illicit finance. We've addressed some of those.
We looked at 80 amendments on the Genius Act. We voted on 40 of those amendments. We included multiple amendments which made the Genius Act even better.
Those were Republican senators and banking committee members. Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, Cynthia Loomis of Wyoming, and Tim Scott of South Carolina within the past few months discussing the progress on the Genius Act, which passed in the Senate just moments ago. Joining us now live on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio is Democratic Senator Angela Also Brooks of Maryland. She is a member of the Senate Banking Committee. Thank you so much for being with us.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's an exciting afternoon.
It is an exciting afternoon for you. You were very involved with this bill. I have to say, this one seemed to hit the sweet spot of bipartisanship. You know, how did that come together?
Well, you know what? It really was a very strong bipartisan effort. I was invited to come into this bill by Senator Gillibrand, and this is an area that I've long been interested in, making sure that America is first really leading in some of this innovation. To be honest with you, I've heard a lot about crypto. I've heard a lot about blockchain, AI, all from young people who have said to me that they are interested in having this area regulated and that they wanted to make sure that all of this innovation was led by America. So this was a great opportunity for me to lean in. It was something we really worked hard on, but it was bipartisan, and today is a very satisfying result.
Well, all of that said, Senator, and we appreciate your making the run over. I know you just voted. You were on the floor, I think, 2 minutes ago. You were original co-sponsor of this bill, as you're suggesting, and I wonder what message you have for Democrats who oppose this legislation because it did not have more strict language on limiting President Trump's ability to enrich himself in the crypto space. How do you answer?
You know what this? Yeah, well, you know what? So this bill didn't have everything that any of us wanted. I am also a co-sponsor on a crypto bill that does prohibit the president, senior members of the cabinet, and family members from being involved in cryptocurrency. I'll say this: this is an unregulated area that is growing and moving quickly. We need to make sure it's happening globally, and we need to make sure that it is not only regulated in the United States of America, but that we are still present and that we're leading in these areas. So we work to have consumer protections. This was a part of the bill I worked on to make sure community banks were protected, to make sure that our security interests were protected. There were many, many amendments that happened over a long period of time. It didn't cover everything that we were concerned about, but I think it was a great bipartisan effort. And you know what, at the end of the day, our constituents expect us to be able to get things done, and this making these payments easier to make, making them, opening up this digital currency area is going to be very helpful to many of our businesses, and I think it's an important step forward.
Well, I ask you that in part because of what we heard from President Biden's former economic advisor, Jared Bernstein, who wrote about the Genius Act, quote, "Unless you're a criminal, there are no uses for these currencies." Senator, he says if crypto disappeared tomorrow, the average person going about their business would not notice, but the politicians whose pockets they so lavishly line would notice. What does Mr. Bernstein not get about this?
Well, you know what, these stable coins are backed by the U.S. dollar, and we now have a regulatory framework. I think what people want is an area that is stabilized, that is regulated, and that gives the consumer the opportunity to make a decision about whether or not to engage in it. That's ultimately what people want, is for us to make it as safe as possible, and then to give them the decision about whether or not to use this kind of digital currency.
Senator, I want to turn now to the tax bill. There is text out of the Senate, but essentially, what recourse do Democrats have with Republicans in control? Because I know that you and many of your colleagues have a lot of problems with it, but what recourse is there right now?
Well, you know what, we are still working to understand all of the various aspects of the bill. Of course, we're very concerned about what it means. I hope the consumers understand that, and at the end of the day, what it really means is that the billionaires continue to get richer, and they do so on the backs of everyday hardworking families who will have more expensive health care, who will have their nutritional programs cut, who will have many other measures that are designed for middle-class families to survive, that it will become more expensive while we're all the while enriching billionaires. So that's what this is about. It means that this is something certainly that I don't support. I think many others will not support, and as a matter of fact, you know what, I think that the more and more Americans hear how we are balancing on the backs of hardworking, working-class families, this tax benefit for billionaires, I think they too will agree that this is something that is really not good, either for our economy because it grows the deficit by many trillions of dollars, and it also harms everyday hardworking families.
Senator Alsobrooks, I want to ask you about your colleague, Democratic Senator Alex Padilla of California, who returned to the Senate floor today after last week's incident in which he was thrown to the floor by federal agents, handcuffed and detained. Take a listen.
Before I could even get out my question, I was physically and aggressively forced out of the room. Even as I repeatedly announced I was a United States Senator, I was forced to the ground. First on my knees, and then flat on my chest. And as I was handcuffed and marched down a hallway, repeatedly asking, why am I being detained? Not once did they tell me why.
Of course, took place at a news conference being held by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Senator, I only have about a minute left, and I'm sorry to limit your time on this, But there are great questions about, after this incident, what happened in Minnesota last weekend about the safety of lawmakers. Do you feel safe at work? Do you feel safe at home?
Well, I think we're certainly endangering the lives of so many in public service. I think our rhetoric has grown coarse and violent, and I think we have to really tone it down. I think what happened to Senator Padilla is outrageous and disgusting, but be clear, the only reason this is happening is because President Trump hopes to change the subject. He does not want the average American to hear that he is giving tax breaks to billionaires at the expense of their health care.
Thank you, Senator. Democratic Senator Angela Also Brooks of Maryland, live from Capitol Hill. We appreciate your insights. Be sure to tune into the premiere of Bloomberg's Originals Bullish with Shonali Basak. It's coming up 6 p.m. Eastern here on Bloomberg TV. Thank you for joining us on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
This has not been a great time for Genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Business Week, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people in Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual, because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with ego?
Whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody, just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. These guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? You know, I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity in Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad, or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, you know, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly have never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. You know, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it, but will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation, there should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great, Burt Macchio. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower. And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius. Tell us about that moment.
I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect portable space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and I guess use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help them?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position navigation, time communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and then it's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that's space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology, is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, you know? What does it mean, what would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like, those days are gone, okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and my father was just very abusive. At the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom, and my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story and sharing yourself. Truly enjoyed it. Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Saila Avankar won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, but She considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling, sitting out of the court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person to person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary, because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition, like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's a girl on me and I have to shield her off, and it's like more tangible competition as opposed to more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. I think you've heard of him.
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like I'm a genius. I have to be a genius. I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people like some of the scammers and stuff should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble. Because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life, and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere. Pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience, or maybe working for NASA, or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I never thought how much money would I get for this, because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually considered, like how much money will I make. I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zaila, you're gonna cross the bridge, you're gonna have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. I'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risks betrayal, authenticity risks rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk, and the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're going to try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk, we're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk, changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But as you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone And Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included, but there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that the outcome can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that, because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas, and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So, can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 by in order to open a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flow.
You also took a different kind of risk, and you sued Reddit, and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers, and they would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do a foreclosure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at, every time I'd see Wall Street Bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But then I can be at peace.
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say that they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us. I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? So this is fine. It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Love having
No
you.
problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve DuVally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is, we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who's sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve DuVally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have an antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay.
Is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple of minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken,
Okay.
personally and professionally.
Sure.
But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And you know, there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship Dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think, like, should I just keep the lid on? You know, should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she who intoxicates.
Yep.
Which blew me away when I read it, because right before, I mean months before, you stopped drinking. You stopped drinking. Why did you quit?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January of 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock. And I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, I mean, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. You know, I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
You know, they stay there.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean, and they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery, don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out,
yes,
you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got like these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book, clarity, investment bankers were quiet. So surprised by that. What can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But you know, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're accusing investment bankers writ large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly that
exactly
way.
as you said it. No. I'm hoping that you'll...
You're not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
Well, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about male privilege. coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation which I'm sure, as I'm also keenly aware, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly, because not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed this.
Thanks for having me, Max.
If the names RZA, GZA, and Old Dirty Bastard mean anything to you, or if you've ever been moved by the music of A Tribe Called Quest or D'Angelo, then you owe a debt of thanks to Sophia Chang. As an artist manager and as a music label executive, she helped shape the landscape of a golden age of New York City rap in the 1990s in a way that would be totally under-celebrated if it weren't for her own book, which is called The Baddest Bitch in the Room. It's a book about the music business, but it's also a book about taking risks, some that work out and some that don't. We've talked tonight about personal risks. We've talked about professional risks. We've talked about financial risks. Sophia's story is a story about what happens when those things come together. Sophia Chang, welcome to the show.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You manage Old Dirty Bastard without any experience as a manager. You ran RZA's record label without any experience running a record label. I think you say in the book that risk is in my DNA.
Did I?
You do.
I wonder if I plagiarized that from somebody. That's really clever.
Risk-taking was in my DNA. Sophia, why is that?
I would say certainly my parents' stories have a lot to do with that. My mother, Tong-Suk Chang, born in 1932, she escaped North Korea when she was 14. She was one of 10 siblings. That was a huge risk. It was a very risky boat ride. My father, he was, God rest his soul, he was estranged from his father, and he took a risk when he studied mathematics in Vancouver. They went to Canada to build a better life for their family. So none of that was explicit in my head as a child, but I think that that's probably the model. And I think the other thing that really supported my journey and my risk-taking was that my parents, every move that I made, they encouraged me. After I moved to New York, I didn't have a job, I didn't have a place. Their peers would say, your daughter, what's she doing? Get her back.
They would have had a good answer, because when you moved to New York, I think one of the first jobs you had was working for Paul Simon.
Yeah.
Paul Simon had a personal assistant who I think was a Korean American woman.
That's right.
And I think she taught you almost explicitly that it was important for you to take up space in a room. How is, not just confidence, but something like unapologetic confidence? How is that a risk?
I think when you take an intersectional view of this, right? When you think about the fact that I am a woman and I am Asian, and I mostly navigated, Max, very male-dominated milieu. And yes, I remember, her name is Sonia Che, God rest her soul, and I remember watching her move and I thought, wow, and she was smaller than me. She would just burst into a room and you could just feel her. She didn't have to yell, she didn't have to do any of that, but her energy just emanated off of her, and I really took that lesson from her.
But, it occurs to me that you talk about losing the fear of embarrassing yourself. Yes. I think when you're at like Atlantic Records, in an early job, people have a fear of embarrassing themselves for a reason, because it's self-protected. It's a kind of shield.
Yeah.
So it occurs to me to ask, maybe the question I really want to know is why is it so risky to be yourself?
I think that in general, we as humans operate out of fear, just in general. So if we're in a meeting and there are 10 people sitting around the table, and maybe I'm junior, and I have an idea, my fear, and even if I think it's so smart, my fear is I open my mouth and everybody goes, and it's like the record scratch, rewind, and then everybody looks. I think we all live with a real fear of humiliation, embarrassment, excommunication, reprisal.
Right.
So I have gotten to the point where I just don't care. I mean, it's so incredibly liberating not to care what other people think. It doesn't mean that I don't get my feelings hurt. For me to be out here speaking as openly and fearlessly as I do, I know from people who come up to me that I'm setting an example.
One way of thinking about risk is that it's a kind of bet on the unknown.
Yes, of course.
It's a way of endorsing one kind of future over another. What are the risks, or maybe a single risk, that you still want to take?
I feel like I take risks all the time. I feel like my life is full of risk, and that does feel reckless, but I just turned 58, and I want to fall in love again. And that's really scary for a woman that's scary for a woman over 35. Never mind a woman over 40, over 50, close to 60. And what does that mean for a woman of a certain age to want to fall in love again? Well, that means you've got to put yourself out there. That's a risk because of patriarchy, because of ageism, because of all of those things.
Well, I wish you love, and I wish you many happy risks. Sophia Chang, seriously, I love having you.
And I love being here. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Tonight, our three guests, with three very different careers, showed us that you can take just about any risk you want at work and outside of work if you've got the risk appetite and you're in the market for it. You can create a mechanism for other people to take all sorts of outlandish bets on stocks and options. You can reintroduce yourself at your very fancy job without a guarantee that your colleagues are going to appreciate the change. You can take a job in a big business that you're not really qualified for, and then if you don't like it, you can leave. What you can't do, according to these three interviews, is know for certain what the payoff's going to be before you take the risk. The best you can do is think carefully about the risks you want to take, think about why you want to take them, reconsider the risks you've taken already, and wonder about the risks that are still to come. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
The biggest and most consistent lie that I've told in the workplace is telling my clients and or members of Wu-Tang Clan what time the lobby call is or what time the flight is and making it an hour
in terms of what causes me the most anxiety, it's when a news story I worked on didn't quite turn out like I planned. That's when you can get into trouble, when people have an unexpected negative surprise.
What's the worst thing that I've ever done professionally? Oh man, these existential questions really bad. There's nothing that I can recall that was not moral or not ethical. Mistakes, on the other hand, I've made plenty of those, but all of those have been good, right? They were all stepstones to succeeding, to being able to create, to be able to actually fulfilling stuff.
I wouldn't say that I've had one sweeping gesture of generosity, you know, and you got a car, you got a car, you got a car. I've never been in that position. What I do that manifests generosity is telling people they're doing a great job and always giving them credit where it's due. And it costs them nothing.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. When my colleagues and I thought about what kind of themes of the magazine we want to turn into episodes of the show, we spoke about envy, failure, feuds, family, heists, generosity, legends, risk, rivals, and then we had a real far out idea. Moonshots. We reached out to many different kinds of people, including like actual real NASA astronauts. First person that we talked to is a billionaire who is spending $100 million to try to cure a rare kind of muscular dystrophy that he has called FSHD by the year 2027. His name is Chip Wilson. He's the founder of Lululemon, and that is one of the most valuable apparel brands in the world today. But when we heard about his life and his career and his feelings about honesty and one extremely serious example of dishonesty, we decided to shoot for the moon. So, tonight's episode is built around one interview and built around the moonshots of one person who doesn't totally think they're really moonshots at all. Here is Chip Wilson. Chip, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me, Max.
You've written about feeling kind of disgusted in business and in life by, I think, what you call mediocrity. You know, and that's like complaining or caution or like wallowing in embarrassment, wallowing in shame. What you want instead is, I think, what you describe as a kind of like radical, a radical greatness. what has the idea of moonshots meant to you and to your career?
I never really thought of moonshots ever. Like, so, I mean, you're bringing this up, and I guess Peter Diamandis from Singularity University and fame in the X Prize would have been kind of the master of this kind of idea about having an idea that could make $1 billion, affect 1 billion people in the world. And so what is that? And how do you exponentially set your company or yourself on that trajectory to get there? And of course, the big ways are setting a firm goal with a buy-win date and conditions for satisfaction, and then putting action in place in order to get there.
Am I right though, even if you're not thinking about it as moonshots, am I thinking that sort of maybe your life has been built around this idea of really kind of loathing like an acceptance of mediocrity, and that what you want instead is to put yourself in a position to make kind of the impossible possible, which is, I guess, how I think about moonshots.
Yeah, I think more like I almost feel sorry for people that get to near the end of their life and they go, oh my God, my life is over, and I really didn't go for it. And something that we'll talk about maybe later is this thing about looking at life from the stands rather than playing on the court.
By the year 2030, I think you said you'll be unable to walk by yourself. You're about 18 months now into, I think there's a 5-year window for the $100 million US dollar goal.
Right.
How is this new moonshot, if that's a fair word for it, how is it going?
I would say it's phenomenal. Before 2018, when we really started thinking about this Solve FSHD model that we have right now, myself and a man named Neil Camarda, who was the ex-CEO of Shell Oil in Canada, who family also has this, we belong to a firm out of the Netherlands called Fascio, and it was like the only thing dealing with FSHD in the world, and we went through about 6 or 7 years of it, and $30–40 million, and nothing really came out of it. I got to the point where my muscular dystrophy was telling me like, oh my God, like I can't pretend like it's not going to happen anymore. Like it's really starting to affect me. So I went, okay, I've got to put some action in place to make this happen. And I had been studying Peter Diamandis' model about how to set up a $100 million prize, and then what that does. And what it does is it brings everybody out of the woodwork. One, you get a lot of publicity for it. There's funding there, and people go, you know, I have an idea that I think can be attributed and help FSHD or maybe even cure it. But there was a lot of steps that had to get there to do that. So hopefully that gave you the foundation of where it came from.
You were diagnosed when you were, I think, like 32.
Right.
Before Lululemon, I'm wondering if maybe an idea that there was something wrong going on, if that subconsciously put a kind of internal pressure to sort of be great in the years ahead, and that even if you weren't thinking about it, somehow it pressured you to do something like kind of extraordinary.
I would never compare myself to Steve Jobs, but I often thought about Steve, like whether internally he knew something was going on and he had to make things happen. I don't think that was necessarily it for me. I think I got diagnosed with it. I think I'm a very lucky person in that I have a very slow-moving one. There's thousands of children in wheelchairs who have it. I mean, and then I go, well, why was I so lucky to have a slow-moving one? I was always an athlete. I mean, like 3 or 4 hours a day my whole life. And so I think I was lucky to have this part of it kind of repress I guess the inflammation that occurs in the expression of the epigenetics of the expression of the DNA. So I feel like I feel I've been very lucky to have been born with the athletic love, but on the other hand, I have this problem, and
I know that you consider yourself lucky,
yeah.
and I know that you like to think about yourself as a player on the field, and that you were a triathlete, and you swam, and you worked out, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a day.
Sure.
Sounds very stressful to me. But I'd like to try to channel, if it's true, the feelings that, I don't know, the feelings that I live with, you know, for no particular reason. Feelings of like self-pity and anger or regret. You know, the common sort of ugliness of life. Have you gotten in touch with some of those things over the last couple of years?
Oh yeah, I definitely lived that life a lot till I was 40, and I think that I did a couple things. I mean, I went through that period of like self-reflection at the age of 40. Read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, The Psychology of Achievement by Tracy. I took the Landmark Forum course, read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, and these things kind of formed a new Chip Wilson, so to speak, and it reframed who I was and how I was going to move forward. So I was able to like very easily now flex this muscle called amnesia. And amnesia is something where it's like waking up in the morning and I have no past. And if you have no past, then interestingly enough, you have no future.
A slightly different tune in the memoir. You are very clear that you're really future oriented, and you describe kind of beautifully like this way of like you do kind of talk about like living in the future. And I associate that's one reason why I think about you in Moonshots. I'm curious to ask about the way in which you can put yourself in the future, and the way in which I guess your success has afforded you an ability to try to change your future. So I'm wondering if you still feel as future oriented as you used to.
Oh, I'm definitely there. I think the best way to affect life in the present is to determine what my future is going to be. So I set goals for 1, 5, 10 years out. I have a 30-year vision of what my life wants, I want it to look like. And I work back from that 30-year vision to set my 10, 5, and 1-year goals. And I put actions in place in order to get there, and I get the life that I want to live.
Do you feel that you've ever been disappointed that the present doesn't turn out to be what you thought the future would hold?
I don't mind failing 50% of the time at my goal. I think failing is a muscle that very few people are used to now. And people talk about stress and mental illness, and no, it's just a failure, and it's a failure to be dealt with. And I think people that learn how to deal with failure learn how to reset goals, reset conditions of satisfaction, new dates, and get on with life.
What's the connection to stress and mental illness? Do you think that sometimes people misinterpret what's really?
Well, I mean, we've all heard of this thing called helicopter parents that have taken care of kids and doing everything for them. Never let them fail, never let them have any adversity. I think that's the worst thing parents can do, and I think we're going through an epidemic right now.
All right, but that's ironic though, because it was your dad who told you, I think at a swimming pool, that instead of saving your energy in a race for like later on, the final laps, that you should go all out. Will you tell us more about the poolside theory that your dad gave you? And I'm pretty sure that it's important to your life.
Yeah. It's really critical. Everybody in that era, it seemed like in the 60s or 70s, it was kind of like, there was always this thing about looking good at the end of the race, like sprinting the last 100 meters in a running race, or in a swim race, going to the end and hitting the wall and going, but nobody really like went full out at the beginning. And of course, it's very common now in Olympics. You can see everybody doing it. But at the time, it was rare. And so to actually like decide to go full out and fully commit, you know, had me get a Canadian record. I think it was the #2 time in the world at the time. And I went, wow, you know, like what? So now I became actually fearful, which is kind of an interesting way of being, of going through life and doing things and not committing 100%. I never wanted to get to my deathbed and go, I only gave that idea 97%. If I would have done 3% more, would I have done it, and would life have shown up differently? I never want to be on my deathbed regretting a thing.
Chip, CEOs are not known for saying what they really think, and they're not known for being willing to be themselves. You printed your own manifesto of sayings on the actual Lululemon bag. You know, it included one I think that people ended up getting upset about. It's about children of the orgasm of life, I think. You wrote in your memoir that I think you said something along the lines of like, I'd rather see a child have a job than just waste away. And then in an interview with a colleague here, you said, I think some women's bodies just actually don't work for Lululemon pants. What is a point for you of talking like so brashly?
Well, I think it was the culture of Lululemon to be totally open and undefended, and to have every discussion was out on the table. I think especially when you are dressing people and you're looking at all the different types of bodies and the different personalities that want different colors, different shapes, different everything. I mean, there's 1 billion nuances that have to occur and things like that. But really, it's the psychology of like looking at people and determining who the muse is, who's actually going to buy your product, but almost as importantly, who do you not want to have buying your product? And can a brand be everything to everybody? Does that become the Gap? Well, I never wanted to become the Gap, and I certainly didn't want to become like most failed, quite frankly, American apparel companies. I wanted to be distinct. I wanted to my market was a very healthy person that was interested in fun and longevity and community, and that's who my market was.
We do not need to relitigate the comment about pants, but I mean, I guess that I could sort of imagine that maybe you've learned that like it, you know, just like hurt people's feelings, that people felt left out, and they felt left out because of things they can't control. Maybe you wouldn't say the same thing nowadays.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, like let's face it here. I probably had done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and said thousands and thousands of things. It's just the roll of the dice of the odds that I would say something that was very truthful that is going to affect how some people think. Now, let's put it in context. I mean, that type of thing was in 2013, just at the start of social media. Nobody really understood social media or the power of it. Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and that was the third most sold book in the world is The Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling. Okay, there's
the Harry Potter.
There's the Bible, the Mao, and then the sword. It's fascinating when you think about that. 14% of people gave it a 1 star and said it was the worst book they'd ever written. So if you kind of think about any subject or any line that anybody says about anything, you can assume at the very minimum you're going to get 14%. Now, that was a great book. So let's say the average is 22 to 23% of people are going to be vehemently opposed to anything that anybody says about anything.
Listen, I don't think though that we should. First of all, I don't want to harp on this too much, but saying something about yoga pants and writing Harry Potter are different. That if 14% of people who read Harry Potter don't like it, that may be the case. But I guess to make it a little bit bigger, I'm betting that you must have a sense that you're taking a risk. You're making a bet that by saying kind of what you want about bodies or the children lying on the bag or child labor, a bet that you're just going to be yourself and you're going to say what you want and you don't really care what's going to happen. I'm sort of assuming that must be like a conscious gamble in your mind, or at least it was then, maybe.
I don't think so. I think it's, it was 2013 was the entering of the stage of the world where people couldn't have an opinion anymore. Or I could have an opinion, but it didn't mean that people couldn't vehemently oppose to it verbally on a platform that would go global. I mean, before that, people said ideas all the time. What it is to be an entrepreneur is to have ideas that nobody else has.
Is there anything, I know that you really orient yourself to the future. Is there anything about the past that you wish now that you could change? Something that you did or something that you didn't do, something that you said or something that you didn't say?
I'd say my only regret was I had total control of Lululemon 100%. It was a cash cow making a lot of money. I had 3 kids under the age of 2, and I wanted to be a family man. So I sold to private equity and didn't really realize after selling to private equity that, that people would, I was a very trusting type of person. It'll take us 5 years to go public. Well, we went public in a year. Everything that, they promised me kind of flew out the window. And what really happened is I lost control of the board. And I didn't have A and B class shares, which I could have, easily asked for. I didn't know I didn't have the right advice, which is my fault. And so by not controlling the board, I lost the culture of Lululemon and the growth of where I think it should be.
So your big professional regret is selling to private equity guys and losing control of your board of directors.
My regret would more be like I didn't spend time developing relationships with advisors or calling people that had gone through the process before and really understanding, what it is I needed to do. I think I also had surrounded myself with advisors that were also very nice, trusting Canadians, and I think, it's just that private equity isn't set up to, to tell you the whole truth about what's going to happen 3 or 4 years down the road.
You felt you were naive?
Oh, very naive.
What do you want to say to people who are working retail jobs, maybe a job as a barista, a job with a boss, and they really crave doing their own thing, but feel like they don't have the resources or the capacity to actually try. What do you want to tell them?
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been talking about already. Like, do you want to be on your deathbed and go, I wonder if I would have done that or not? What's the point of living a life like that? I'm going to have 2 kids, I'm going to live in suburbia, at 60 I'm going to retire, become a road cyclist, and I'm going to die. It was great, because then I'd lived an entire life. If I would have, like, lived the life I'd already envisioned, and then I died, that would be boring.
Wait, Chip, where does this idea of like the horror of a kind of like basic life come from? I mean, you asked like, what's the point of that? I mean, I can think of some reasons to do it. You know, like just like decency, you know, comfort, family, like spending time with people you love and enjoy. You know, I guess that's like a low stakes life, but I don't think it sounds as bad to me. It sounds like it kind of horrifies you.
Well, it is interesting that I think everybody makes the life basically in reaction to something that happened when they were in their childhood.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about is a type of person who maybe had a very rough childhood and very chaotic childhood, and in reaction to that, they want a very normal, safe, predictable life. Now, you could say I had a very chaotic childhood and everything, but I think my parents loved me, and I think that I was a firstborn child, and I was kind of whatever my genetic makeup is or anything, I wasn't ever going to be happy with the normal life.
There are those of us who have a boss and a boss's boss, and sometimes a boss for that boss as well. But like, you know, we appreciate our paychecks, and we like the stability of it, you know, a sense of certainty that it offers. Can you sell us on the idea of living life your way?
Well, a leader is someone who creates a future that would otherwise not have happened. And a leader can be anybody. It can be the person, the maintenance person that's sweeping the floors, and it can be the CEO and everybody in between. I think you can have that life that you want to live, but it's important to be a leader to yourself. And so what does that leader do? He inspires and loves other people and makes everyone around them attain their very, very best.
Is it possible to have that life, a life of generosity and love, but without being a successful entrepreneur, just having a kind of stable job, maybe even in some ways what might look to the outside world like a mediocre job? Could it be possible to sort of be successful in your book like that?
A truly happy person is living in choice. So choice means not deciding. So deciding to do something is kind of like suicide. You're cutting off choices, where choice is really about like coming up with 4 or 5 different possibilities for how life is lived, or almost how every moment is lived. And that's really only possible by, again, having that amnesia and letting the past go and creating the present from an unknown future. So I think as long as somebody is choosing the life that they're living and not doing it in reaction to their past, then they're living a fulfilled life.
We're going to leave it there. Chip Wilson, really enjoyed having you here.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max. Okay, very good.
You just watched an interview with a billionaire who goes from one very far out challenge to the next, kind of reshaping his present by reconceptualizing his future. But it turns out he has mixed feelings about the word moonshot. If you're the kind of person who aims extremely high professionally, maybe you do too. Maybe you just do what you do. However, no matter how you feel about the word, when you take a moonshot, things do not go as planned. In fact, as you are about to see in the closing moments of our interview, things go to places that no one could have predicted. Take a look. We'll see you soon.
Yes, I can remember the last time I was dishonest, and it actually makes me quite sick. I was being interviewed by the SEC, and I think I had to say what wasn't true in order to, how can I say this? If I would have said what was true, then I would have spent 3 or 4 years in court, flying back and forth from Vancouver to who knows where in the United States. And I probably lost $1 billion in stock value. But more so, I just had 3 kids at a very young age, and I wasn't willing to be away from them. And that took more precedence over telling the truth.
Will you just give viewers context of, like, you know, I was here at the time and they were asking about X. The viewers are going to be like, holy, what is he talking about? Will you just add in full sentences, like, just help orient viewers so they're not completely flummoxed by that?
No, I won't.
You're just going to leave it mysterious?
Yeah.
All right, well, I honestly want to know more.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Ambition and success are similar, but they are not the same. You can be ambitious and a total failure. You can be a success with no ambition at all. If you call someone ambitious, you might not even mean it as a compliment. You might be trying to say they're more of a schemer than a dreamer. The truth is, ambition can be a little embarrassing. The coolest kind of success doesn't seem effortful. It's less manifested than destined. Total ambition about everything, like no ambition about anything, isn't always so ideal. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about the Google billionaire Sergey Brin, who has spent years backing a secret mission to build giant airships. The rumors he spent more than like $250 million. Now, people don't really know what he's up to, and that can be kind of intriguing, but also kind of scary. And yet, he presses on. So how much ambition is the right amount? And who is to say? Let's be ambitious. We're gonna try to figure it out together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, ambition. The guest who's sitting at this table with me right now has been called the most exciting Black American scholar ever. And that's because the ambitious work that Dr. Cornel West does as an activist, as a philosopher, as an intellectual, as a teacher who quit Harvard not once, but twice, combines the Baptist Church with Chekhov, with Marx, with John Coltrane, with Toni Morrison, and he makes a criticism of American power and money that is bold and italicized. And now he's doing something more ambitious than ever. He is trying to put himself in the most important position in this world, and he aims for nothing less than disrupting and interrupting the landscape of power as we know it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you for being here.
It's a blessing to sit here with you, man.
It's so good to have you here.
Yes,
Ambition is a complicated subject, but it's a deep one. When is ambition something to be ashamed of, and when is it something to revel in, celebrate?
as long as ambition has a spiritual and moral dimension to it, it's a beautiful thing. Tolstoy was ambitious, Toni Morrison was ambitious, John Coltrane was ambitious, Stephen Sondheim was ambitious. All of these folk who were ambitious really were people who had a profound vocation. See, a vocation is not the same as profession. If you're in a profession, you don't have a vocation, you're going to get caught up in the dominant forces. And what are the dominant forces of our day? Markets, buying, selling, spectacle, image, celebrity.
Let's go back.
Too much narcissism and hedonism, but not enough caring and nurturing of others as well as self. But it's always been that way. See, I'm not an alarmist about that.
No? Doesn't alarm?
Oh, no. Every moment of human history, it's been a history that's pretty ugly, man. You know, the challenge has always been the self-destructive tendencies of the species.
I want to mention something about Donald Trump, which is that a year before the 2016 election, I sat with him, I reported on his corporate bankruptcies. There were many things that surprised me about being in his presence and talking to him. But one of them back then was he had never had any kind of representative role before in his life. He went from not representing anyone politically to being president. I think it's essentially fair to say the same thing about you. Tell us about why you're qualified in a way that he wasn't in this life you've had, where you've done many things, but being a political leader in the regular sense, not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, one is that anytime you engage in high quality service to others, no matter what the context, you have to come in the spirit of humility, learn and listen. So I'd have to have some high quality folk around me who have spent in the machinations of the system. But you're right, never holding office. So I'd have to come in with a spirit of humility. The most important, you see, we're at the edge of a cliff when it comes to the United States. It's a very, very sad moment because the worst of any country, just like the worst of any human being, is allow that hatred and greed, especially when it's organized, institutionalized, and routinized. It's almost subversive to try to have integrity, honesty, and decency in a lot of our content. So for me, my role is to reintroduce America to the best of itself. So we've had some great figures and traditions in the United States. We really have.
financial question. You mentioned the word accountability. You know, there are reports that you have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal taxes, and then a smaller amount, I think tens of thousands of dollars in child support.
Yeah, that was the one that was a lie. I've never actually had any child back in that sense, though.
Let's talk about taxes.
Very much. Oh, yes.
It's fair to hold candidates to really high standards.
I agree.
What happened so that you didn't pay, you know, whatever was owed?
Well, one, I've always been ready to take a man's financial debts and obligation, both with family as well as getting behind. So I had student loans when I first came out, and I got behind way back in the 80s. There was a time when I had multiple audits. I had knocks on the door to get a subpoena Christmas Eve. I said, "Dang, could you all wait for another day? I know I'm behind." But the good news has always been that I set up installment plans. And I've always done it because it's true, and I think people are right to raise these questions, that money's never really moved. Really, as long as I can keep my money flow, I live from paycheck to paycheck. And that's true for 63% of my fellow citizens in the country. Richest nation in the history of the world. You got CEOs running around here multi-million dollars every year. And these precious citizens barely making it. I do, in fact, recognize my checks are bigger, but my debts are bigger. And I've always been chasing that next check in order to make it, but I've always been open about that.
Is it something that you're going to work on, I guess, now and before the elections?
Well, it's the same because I've always had the installment plans in place. But you see, the important thing is, you know, the great Melville, a Ray's novelist, he used to say that truth is a ragged edge. He said, if you're really committed to truth, it means you're not just speaking truth to powerless, you're also speaking truth to yourself. See, that's Socratic, isn't it?
It's not
self-examination, that's self-scrutiny. And it takes a certain kind of courage to do that. Not just in private, but in public.
Are there things that you've found when you look inside that you don't like?
For myself? Oh, absolutely. I'm a human being. I'm a cracked vessel, my brother. I got revolutionary potential. I got fearless proclivities. And I'm wrestling with this every day. Kendrick Lamar has the same wrestling. I like that. Any decent human being does. Michael Hurley does.
Michael Hurley.
Oh, yes, old Valley of Tears that he finds himself in, stealing the right to live. Tell the truth, Brother Michael, about yourself. But he bounced back. Tupac bounces back. I attempt to bounce back, but it's human.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. It's a beautiful thing. What you have to do is to make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results. In my campaign, I'm calling for an abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed at the top. You see, so in that sense, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about anything.
You seem like an optimist to me.
Oh no, I'm a blues man. There's no optimism in the blues.
I want to ask you not about what other people think, but about what you would think and how you would self-examine if the day came when, as Republicans, you peel off votes from Biden, Trump wins. How will it square with your values and your internal voice? What would happen on that day if that day came?
I think we have to be, even for the context, more aware of